Chapter 201. Zhang Shua was still conflicted. How could this be? Li Yi, you have ulcers on your head and pus on your feet. You are terrible. If you don't have literary talent, I won't force you. But you clearly, Your Majesty, I'll rewrite the latter part. Zhang Shua seemed to have OCD and wanted to correct the latter part. This was a list that could be written in history books in the form of a fu. Who would write this now? Was the latter part human language? Could it be any whiter? Daoji, don't be anxious. Li Longji comforted him. He didn't care. He just found it interesting. Minister Zhang, do you remember what was said at the end? Empress Wang spoke again. What did it say? Zhang Shua was still conflicted about the writing. Give benefits to the people. Empress Wang wasn't happy. You are the Prime Minister. Why do you have to stare at the words? Do something serious. Chang'an has more than 1 million people. Only the permanent and transient population in the city can be seen daily. There are also the residents in the surrounding villages. How can you give benefits to them? Zhang Shua had the final say. The words he said started to have Li Yi's name. Permanent and transient. There were more than 700,000 registered residents in all the squares in Chang'an. However, there were transient and transient residents, especially in the temples. In addition, those who didn't have money went to live in the villages outside the city. For example, the Zhang family's village had a larger population. There were no less than 1.5 million people in the surrounding 50 li of Chang'an city. All of them were counted in Chang'an County. So you didn't listen to it yourself. Empress Wang turned her head and threw a tantrum. Uncle wrote something and you, as the Prime Minister, didn't listen to it. Are you capable? Empress, don't be angry. Daoji is wrong. Zhang Shua was afraid that Empress Wang would go to Zhuangzi to see a doctor again. Li Longji looked at Zhang Shua with some dissatisfaction. Brother Yi said to use the money to buy medicine. Ask the Imperial Physician Department to treat the people. Those who are not sick naturally don't need to be treated. For the rich, there is a discount. In fact, it is more expensive, but it is worth it for the Imperial Physician to treat them. Poor people would also get a discount. For example, one set would cost 1 copper coin. Brother Yi is going to take out another medical book and discuss it with the Imperial physicians. Zhang She understood. The money was to waive the medical fees for the poor, and then use the free diagnosis from the Imperial Medical Department to collect money from the rich. It could be considered as helping the common people. It was impossible for the rich to hire an Imperial physician unless they reached a certain level. In other words, they used money to subsidize the poor, and the Imperial physician's labor fees to subsidize the rich. No one was at a disadvantage. The Imperial physicians worked and took the medical books. If there was anyone who was at a disadvantage, it would be Li Yi. However, Li Yi allowed the children to advertise when they were playing and sold a lot of crackers. What kind of business is this? What are you thinking? Zhang Shua realized that after going one round, everyone had gotten what they wanted. The children of the rich and powerful had fun playing with firecrackers, and there was no need to worry about accidents. Everyone takes what they need. Your Majesty, Li Yi is very capable. Zhang Shua praised again. Even if he was numb from all the praises, he still had to admire him. Uncle is just doing it casually, Empress Wang said as she gently touched her stomach. In her opinion, ever since she took the medicine and had a child with San Lang, everything Li Yi did was right. Zhang Shua hesitated and said, if the Imperial Court controls gunpowder, the money earned will be even more. Li Longji stared at Zhang Shua and asked, do you know how much the cost is? I don't know. Prime Minister Yao said that it should be 10 times. Zhang Shua said with a guilty conscience. Big brother told me that it is currently less than 9 times. It should be 8. 6 to 8. 7 times. If the Imperial Court officials are in charge, can they give me 5 times the profit? Li Longji asked about the profit ratio. Invest 1 copper coin and let the other officials take care of it, and bring back 6 copper coins for me. Is that possible? Zhang Shua gulped and said softly, the Imperial Court officials are in charge, so there will be other losses. Therefore, so 1 copper coin won't bring back 6 copper coins? 1 copper coin from Brother Yi can bring back nearly 10 copper coins. Then I will give Brother Yi benefits and share the profits with him. Why do I need you to take care of it? Li Longji was angry, but not at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua finally told the truth. If it was handed over to others, they would not be able to earn so much money. Where did the money go? It was greed. Needless to say. Isn't that right, Yurong? Li Longji said softly to Empress Wang. Keeping accounts. The accounts Uncle showed us are clear at a glance. Uncle even gave us the rules and regulations for checking the accounts. Whoever is wrong with the accounts will be executed. Empress Wang was not angry and said with a smile. But when the word executed came out, Zhang Shua trembled. Executed was at least an entire clan. Above the parents, around the wives and concubines, and below the children. Of course, if the children were young like Yang Sisun and Gao Lishir, they would not be executed. 3 or 9 clans would be executed. Needless to say, Zhang Shua also knew that the accounts were being used by the government hall, and it had already been spread to the various state capitals of the Tang dynasty. There were complaints everywhere. They said that it was impossible to keep accounts this way. Officials did not care about strangers, so they could only use 2 accounts. But to use 2 accounts there was a problem. One account was to say that one's own place was in debt, and the other account was to say that the place was developing well and had money. One account was to use to pay less money, and the other account was to prove that one was good as an official. When the 2 accounts were matched, did one have money or not? Was being an official good or not? It was clear at a glance. Weren't you deceiving the emperor? Either make money or be promoted, you could only choose one. What's the rule? Zhang Shua found the key point. Uncle said it's called Benford's rule. You officials falsified accounts. Do you think we can't find out? 2 accounts, 3 accounts? What accounts you submit, we naturally have a way to find out whether you falsified them or not, but we won't tell you. Empress Wang beamed with joy. Li Yi gave the Empress the accounts. Did the Empress use that rule or something? There's no problem? Zhang Shua asked. No, I didn't check at all. Uncle has so many good things. If I want it, Uncle will give it to me. If I don't want it, Uncle will take the initiative to give it to me. Why does Uncle have to hide the money from me when selling rice cakes? Empress Wang had absolute trust in Li Yi. How much was the rice cakes worth? Li Yi didn't even ask about the seafood and the future of farming. After giving him the idea, he would agree to it no matter how much he gave him. Even if he said he wanted to invest the money, he didn't want it. He didn't even mention it. Zhang Shua face-bombed, worrying for the officials below. Did they think they could cheat just because they figured out a new accounting method? As long as they used the new accounting method, Li Yi would have a way to check on them. Once they determined that they were cheating, what other evidence would they need? His Majesty just needed to say a word. How is it? Li Longji felt comfortable. Do you understand now? You people want to fool me? Haha. I have nothing to say. We should make good use of Li Yi. We can't be careless so as to avoid chilling the hearts of the officials. Your Majesty should know that a scholar should use those who know him well. A woman should ask for those who like her. I will repay the Ji family. Zhang Shua took a deep breath and answered with the thoughts of a prime minister. He admitted that Li Yi was trustworthy. There was no need to doubt him. He was always giving out good things, there was no point in being suspicious. The meaning of his words was an illusion. The nation's scholar met me, so I will repay him. Zhang Shua chose to believe in Li Yi and advised Li Longji to cherish him. In his opinion, Li Yi was a nation's scholar. An unparalleled nation's scholar. This was because Li Yi's things were not hidden. They were all in Zhuangzi. For the 2 elder brothers who met each other, they could see anything. If they didn't understand, they could ask. Once they asked, they would tell them what was going on. Li Yi is not a nation's scholar. He is my brother Yi. Li Longji refuted Zhang Shua's words. A nation's scholar was already the highest evaluation, but Li Longji didn't want it. He wanted a brother Yi. So he was always afraid of exposing his identity. He also felt that it was wrong to not be honest with brother Yi. He was very conflicted. If he said it, he was afraid of losing it. If he didn't say it, he would be sorry. Sanlang, uncle didn't think about that. He also doesn't care. Empress Wang consoled. Look at what the foreigners are giving to brother Yi during the new year. Especially the seeds that have never been seen before. Li Longji quickly recovered. He knew that Li Yi liked some novel things, not including jewelry. Brother Yi didn't care for jewelry. Chapter 202. I'll take you to play with fireworks tomorrow night. It was late, and the children came back by car. Every child was given 100 copper coins. Although the coins were heavy in their pockets, none of them spent even a single coin. They should have been sleepy, but they were very energetic. Today they went to the city and saw what a big city was like. Compared with their own village, it was far worse. Yes, the children didn't think the city was better than Zhuangzi at all. Except for the beautiful girls in Pyongkong Square. There was nothing to see. Especially the East Market. Was this the place that always sold good things? Which things were good? The oil of the fried food looked scary, and the place where they ate soup pancakes didn't even have a wash basin. The drinking water was scooped directly from the lake next to it, and there was a toilet next to the lake. If it weren't for the heavenly world next to them, they couldn't even drink hot water. Weren't they afraid of stomach pain in winter when drinking cold water? The barbecued meat was burned, and they didn't know how to cut it with scissors. Brother Dongzhu said that kind of thing couldn't be eaten, unless it was specially baked with medicine. The children were full of yearning for Chong and city, and then they were disappointed that it was not as good as Zhuangzi. The adults were helpless and they could understand. But they also knew that Zhuangzi was not an ordinary person. There was only one vegetable shop in the East Market, and you had to make a reservation. There was no vegetable sample at all. Zhuangzi ate it every day, every meal. How could it be compared with him? No matter how good the ordinary things in the East Market were, how could they be compared with Zhuangzi? The rich people still used coal stoves and the better ones had a fire channel. Our house was heated. The rich children of other families applied animal fat, but you children applied comprehensive fat skincare products. Take a bath first and then eat 2 mouthfuls of rice. Don't eat too much and have a good sleep. It's still early for school to start. Don't think about anything, and there will be more fun things. Li continued to talk to the children, and the children were really happy. Li smiled. He didn't give the children homework, or he would say, "You went to the city today," and write a travel note. The children would probably wilt at once. This was very immoral behavior, and it affected the children's physical and mental health. Li Yi himself had suffered the same fate. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. She had gone on a spring excursion once and had eaten a loaf of bread for lunch. Then her teacher told her to write a diary for the spring excursion. He told the children that there were still a lot of fun things to do. There was no class tomorrow so they could play. Then tonight the children will have a good dream, and tomorrow they will be full of energy. Big brother Dongzhu, why is the moon getting smaller? A girl said to Li Yi. Because the moon looks like this at this time. Remember it. A student who came over to take a look said. He was one of the 42 students. When Li Yi saw this, he immediately put on a straight face. You can't educate your child like this. Turning around, he smiled at the little girl and said, because a little friend is hiding and covering half of her face. Why do you need to cover it up? The girl had another question. He said so. When I saw little Yan Mian that day, little Yan Mian was really pretty. My knowledge is not good enough so I have to cover my face. Li Yi blurted out a limerick. The little girl was little Yan Mian. Hearing this she laughed. The moon knows me too? It knows, but the moon is very smart. It learns very quickly. If its ability is better than little Yan Mian, it won't think about little Yan Mian. Li Yi squatted and said seriously. The little girl pouted and shook her head. Impossible, little Yan Mian's learning is not bad. Big brother Dongzhu, tell the moon to wait. I will definitely study hard. Okay, I will tell it. Li Yi agreed. The little girl happily ran to eat with her friends. Brother Fiki, did you see it this time? The education of a child has to start from the heart. You are the best in physics, but education has to start from guidance and motivation. Li Yi said to the student who spoke just now. The student covered his face. Brother Li, I am ashamed. I will definitely think about it seriously. He knew that this was Li Yi leaving him some face. Usually Li Yi was a modest gentleman, even when he was teaching. But when it came to children's education, Li Yi seemed to be a different person. He was very strict and had no brotherly feelings. So everyone understood that Dongzhu had a bottom line that could not be crossed. One was safety in production, and the other was children's education. Everyone has been a child. Think about yourself. At that time, your desire for knowledge was the strongest, so you have to look at the age of the child and the knowledge that they have already mastered. Then you have to guide and educate them, and not habitually tell and perfunctorily. The unhappiness that we suffered when we were children can't be let the child bear it. Li Yi said with a heavy heart. He said so and did so. Therefore, when the dolls from the farmstead were released, they looked better than the dolls from other families. After eating, the children fell asleep. Li Yi was in the study copying the psychology of children's education. He wanted to expand from Zhuangzi to the outside world. Education started from the foundation. Without the curfew, Chang'an was very lively. The ice sculptures had been lit up one by one. There was much less business in the east and west markets, but the number of snacks had increased. Storytellers appeared in inns, tea houses, and restaurants. They read all kinds of history books by themselves, and then used their own words to change and make up stories and then brought them out to speak. They had a high status and were knowledgeable. The main thing was that they could talk and people were willing to listen. Some scholars ran out and found the brightest ice lamp. They wandered around it and read. When it was cold, they went back to the house to warm up. This included the students who were boarding in the temple. Otherwise, the temple would not provide oil lamps for everyone for free. The rich people naturally went to Pyongkong Square and found a group of friends to pay for it. Everyone flattered each other. If anyone came over to eat, drink, and play and did not know how to pay for it, they would not take him to play next time. Those who were thoughtful and rich would go to everyone. They were not together to have sex, but to seek advice and knowledge. The people who made the cannons were not allowed to use lights. At night, when they saw that it was bright outside, they took out a small part of their things and continued to work with the help of the ice lamp. When it was cold, they would put their hands into their clothes to warm them. It was better to have cold hands than to live a difficult life. Yao Chong's family ate dumplings today. He finally got soy sauce from the palace and went home early. After eating the dumplings, he also went out for a walk. His family lived in Xingning Square, which was the square north of Tonghua Gate. To the south was Yongjia Square, and further south was Xingqing Palace. If one went west from Xingning Square towards the Imperial City, it was Anqing Square to the west of Yongjia Square, where the fifth prince's residence was. If Li Longji stayed in Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong would find him closer than going to the palace. Other than the east and west markets in Xingqing Palace, the other squares faced the street with walls. The north and south were streets, and the east and west were roads. Of course, there were also those who opened their doors on the neighboring streets. They were all dignitaries who no one cared about. Yao Chong's house was adjacent to the street and road, so he opened his door facing the street. He could come out whenever he wanted. There were many ice lamps in front of his house, and they were very bright. The curfew was temporarily lifted, but people couldn't go out of the city, so no one came in through Xingning Square. Then he saw a group of people protecting a carriage. After turning the corner, it was the fifth prince's residence. The carriage stopped at the intersection. Yao Chong walked up and got on the carriage without being called. His Majesty is going out at night? Yao Chong protested. It was dangerous at night, although Xingqing Palace was not far from the fifth prince's residence. I want to go with you. Otherwise we can go directly. Why take a detour? Li Longji seemed to be in a good mood. He wanted to go to the fifth prince's residence with Yao Chong. The carriage moved slowly. Li Longji said, if we collect business tax and don't have curfew at night, it will be a big revenue. What about public security? Yao Chong was worried. Yao Qing, is Chang'an safe tonight? Li Longji opened the carriage curtain and pointed at the people who were strolling outside, watching the ice lamps and studying. Chapter 203. Yao Chong didn't ask Pei Yao Qing about the security issues in Chang'an City, but he could feel that there weren't any major problems in the past few nights. It's not bad, he replied to Li Longji, because everyone has money and jobs to earn money. They don't have time to commit crimes and don't need to rob. Li Longji told Yao Chong the reason. The people's lives were chaotic because they didn't have a good life. Is it related to collecting business taxes? Yao Chong couldn't figure it out. Collecting business taxes is like hiring workers from the imperial court. Without money, what can I do? This is called building infrastructure and public works, increasing jobs and using the money from taxes to facilitate the people's lives. Building roads and bridges will improve the traffic. Allocating funds to the Grief Field Square will make more people healthy and work more. Only then can production promote social development and improve the overall strength of the country. Li Longji explained to Yao Chong. Yao Chong was stunned. Your Majesty, did you hear it from Li Yi? Yao Chong swallowed and asked. Can't I think about it myself? Li Longji asked. Yes. Your Majesty has the country at heart. Yao Chong knew how to answer. The relatives have been sent out to try some things in a few places. I'm anxious that they won't come back for the new year. I want to collect money now. Otherwise, the curfew will be in vain. Li Longji told the reason why he wanted to find Yao Chong. He wanted to ask King Song at the fifth prince's residence. The other four didn't want to ask. They hadn't been baptized by advanced thinking. When the team arrived at the place, they went in. The six of them ate and drank with Yao Chong. They tried to come up with all kinds of ideas, but none of them seemed to work. Third brother. The city gate will open tomorrow morning. I'll go. Li Chengqi didn't want to think anymore. It was better to relax and drink. Everyone knew where he was going. Yao Chong was in a bad mood. He even hoped that King Song wouldn't get anything. What if Li Yi couldn't come up with a solution? He was looking forward to it. Yao Chong realized that he was at a disadvantage and couldn't eat anymore. After finishing the dumplings, he came out for a walk. There were a lot of vegetables here. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, the first glimmer of dawn appeared in the sky. As soon as the 4 city gates opened, Li Chengqi led his troops and rushed out on horseback. Before noon, he rode the Li family Zhuangzi's luxurious four-wheeled carriage back to the imperial city. When he arrived at the palace gates, he pushed out a dining cart from the carriage. They pushed the dining cart into Xingqing Hall. In the hall, Li Longji had the 3 prime ministers and Pei Yaoqing think of a way to find people to treat the illness. The Imperial Physician Bureau's people went out. King Song is back? Yao Chong was a little nervous. Did he manage to find out anything? Yao Xiang will give you some fish for lunch. It's cold and small white fish. Yesterday, someone caught too many and wanted to throw them away, but Li Yi took them. Li Chengqi addressed Li Yi as Li Yi in a businesslike manner. He opened the lid of the large iron pot. There were fish and jellied fish inside. Why aren't you heating it up? Zhang Shua came over to take a look. Brother Yi said that the fish's flavor isn't good, and it takes a lot of effort to remove the bones, so we have to stew it for a while. However, if we stew it for too long, it will crumble and we can't take it out. Thus, we can only let it cool down before serving it. Once the bones are crisp, the flavor will also enter. We added a lot of ginger slices inside. Eating ginger while eating fish will chill your stomach. Li Chengqi changed the way he addressed Wang Chong. As he spoke, he swallowed his saliva. The others were also tempted. Just looking at the color of the sauce in the pot made them hungry. King Song, did you ask about collecting taxes? Yao Chong was anxious. I did. Brother Yi said that it's easy. Collecting taxes won't work as it will cause a group of people to object. However, we can collect taxes. Li Chengqi looked at Yao Chong and said, is there a difference between the two? Yao Chong was at a loss again. Collect night management fees. Don't touch those during the day first. Once the curfew is lifted, we will sell things at night and pay a portion of the money. Isn't the ice lantern illumination at night considered money? When everyone gets used to paying at night, we can earn more money. Collect sanitation fees during the day and sweep the streets for free? Who will clean up the dirty and messy things in the eastern and western markets? Li Chengqi asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong kept nodding his head, but he felt that something was amiss. He thought for a moment, do we have to collect taxes from the other markets as well? They are also walking on the streets. That won't work. Brother Yi said that the people's livelihood isn't easy, so property management fees can't be added. However, if the wealthy want other services, we can collect a fixed maintenance fee. Li Chengqi said with a look that said, if you can't, then I can. Property management fees? He even thought of such a term. Your Majesty, if Li Yi becomes an official, he will definitely be an official who harms the people. Yao Chong couldn't hold it in any longer. Collecting money so casually? Who asked you to be a local official? Oh my God. Li Longji waved his hand. Speaking of fees, the curfew and management fees will be collected first. The extra money earned will be given to the imperial court. Li Longji didn't want to talk about whether he was an official or not. Once he became a local official, it would be too difficult to find one. He couldn't even choose one of the 22 counties in the capital, unless it was Chang'an County. It was better to stay in Zhuangzi. He could go there at any time by carriage. It wouldn't take long to reach there. In summer, the road from Zhuangzi to Tunghua Gate and Chunming Gate was paved with cement, so it was clean and smooth. The only drawback was that it cost the horses' hooves, which were used to driving oxen. Compared to other people's horses and oxen's iron hooves, the speed was also faster. Did he say anything else? Li Longji was relieved. If he had known, he wouldn't have wasted his time yesterday. He could have just asked. He said that we discussed last night to give Brother E another 100 households of veterans. Brother E said that he wants me to use the 600 miles express to deliver things to those people for the new year. I'll pay 20 yuan for each person who delivers the urgent message. Yes, express delivery. Brother E calls this express delivery. He's willing to pay more. Li Qingqi had a new term. I object. Yao Chong said, what's done is done. The urgent message is scrapped. Yao Chong is right. Urgent messages can't be handled lightly. Li Longji nodded at Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked at Li Qingqi proudly. Therefore, I sent the Yulin Flying Cavalry, 500 riders, 3 horses per person, as a training for long-distance raids. Li Longji continued. Li Qingqi didn't even look at Yao Chong. Little guy, are you stupid? Yao Chong opened his mouth and chose to remain silent. The winged knights had nothing to do with him. They were His Majesty's private soldiers. At noon, the 500 winged knights ran to Zhuangzi. It's you? Long time no see. Did His Majesty ask you to come over again? Li Yi was very happy and greeted them. The 5 people trembled and their faces turned pale. We'll take over the 600 miles express delivery. The battalion commander took a deep breath and said to Li Yi, 500 people? That's great. We can bring more things. I've been keeping the dividends from earthly paradise. What do you want to bring home? Li Yi was going to use the dividends from earthly paradise to pay. Otherwise, he couldn't directly give the money to Li Longji. Everything is fine at home. We don't want the money. The battalion commander refused. Well, I'll use the money to make some soldier rations for you after the new year. Li Yi changed the condition. He was going to make tinfoil self-heating soldier rations. He didn't use aluminum. Aluminum needed to be electrolyzed. There was no aluminum now. There was tinfoil right now, which could be used as jewelry and decorations. He could also use tinfoil to package compressed biscuits to prevent moisture. The disadvantage was that the tinfoil would peel if it was too cold. For example, if it was more than -30 degrees Celsius for a long time, the process would accelerate as the temperature dropped. Dongzhu, thank you. The battalion commander didn't refuse this time. He knew that Li Yi always had good things here. You have a lot of people. Bring more. You can eat on the way. It's more than 2 days' journey. Li Yi said and asked Songda to prepare. They were going to send New Year's gifts to the 100 military households and their families that they hadn't met yet. They didn't want to come to Zhuangzi after the New Year and say that a few people died during the New Year. Chapter 204. Songda busied himself and called out to the farmers. The winged knights are here to deliver things. There are 500 riders in a battalion, not 750 men, but 1,500 horses. The farmers happily went to get the things. They just found out today that another 100 veterans were bringing their families over. With the veterans around, they would be safe if they encountered bad people. Furthermore, the veterans and their families could work. Zhuangzi's manpower continued to increase. Previously, they had only prepared braised meat and nothing else. For some people, vegetables were far less useful than meat. They did not know how many people there were in each household. They prepared 4 sets of sweaters for each household. Pure wool sweaters could keep a child warm. There was also rock candy. Dongzhu said that eating a few pieces of rock candy and drinking water could last a day. Then there was stir-fried noodles with dried vegetables. They could grab a handful to eat. They could not starve people to death. Cucumbers were not given. When they reached Zhuangzi, they could eat as much as they wanted. The children ran to the toy room and took out many toys for the children they had never seen before. In the end, they were dragged to the side by the adults and squatted there to draw circles. The winged knights took the opportunity to eat in the cafeteria. The farmers added beans, salt, pepper and water to the horses. The horses lowered their heads and ate furiously. They seemed to know that they had a long journey ahead of them. After half an hour the things were ready. The winged knights brought them and cupped their hands to Li Yi. The horses galloped away. Until the Yulin flying cavalry disappeared from sight, the villagers turned back one after another, continuing to work and rest. They hated that they could not send a convoy to bring them back. Unfortunately, the number of carriages in Zhuangzi was too little. They also did not have enough horses. In other words, we can't support the logistics of a 1,000-man army. Li said to Songda. Dongzhu, your demands are too high. How can there be a convoy of supplies, and 4 horse carriages at that? Songda felt that it was impossible. I just want to achieve my goal by this time next year. It's just a matter of money. Li Yi had a dream of forming a rapid response force. This was because he had an army in mind that could quickly penetrate, divide, and surround the enemy, and forcefully march forward in electronic silence in the enemy's hinterland. Dongzhu is right. Songda agreed. He came here in October last year. It was the end of the 12th lunar month now, which was the 15th month because there was a leap in February. He had personally experienced the changes in Zhuangzi and had also put in a lot of effort. Whatever Dongzhu said was the truth. He had never been wrong. Before dinner that day, many people rushed over to the Zhang clan's village to find a place to stay. The villagers were very happy. At the same time, they admired Dongzhu even more. Dongzhu said that there would be a lot of tourists today. Sure enough, a large group of people came over. However, they didn't become complacent. They followed the previous service and allowed everyone to eat, drink and rest well. Even if there were more people, the price wouldn't increase. They didn't lack anything that they should have. The people who came entered the greenhouse to pick vegetables. The villagers at the side watched. The cucumbers had not grown, let alone picking them. They could not even be touched. Once touched, they would stop growing. The people who came over were not domineering. The Zhang clan's village was easy to bully. It was not good to not give face to Li Yi. The greenhouse was Li Yi's place. In the Zhang clan's village, people could pick vegetables by themselves in the greenhouse. Elsewhere, only the one in the East City could do that. The other party looked at the situation. If the person's status was not high enough, they would not sell at all. Moreover, they would not even give a reply. They would just ignore them. Li Yi had already known that tomorrow's competition, whether it was the person who was going to play himself or the person who hired someone to play, they would have to come over to rest in advance. After dinner, Li Yi went back to continue copying books. Learning from the cadaver required one to be in the right state. If one wasn't in the right state, it would be a waste of resources. Li Yi, come out quickly. This one is still alive. Li Yi had just copied more than 600 words when Wang Crossing shouted outside. Li didn't have to think much to know what it was. He rushed out and went out of the courtyard. Quick! The chest of this 8-month-old child is moving. Wang Xing opened his arms and took out a doll wearing a small dress from inside. Li Yi took it in his hands, turned around and ran back in. Wang Xing stood outside and paced back and forth, panting heavily. He couldn't feel cold. His ears were buzzing and his hands were trembling. Songda came over and gave a few bowls of soup. Wang Xing and his men drank it and their stomachs warmed up a little. Then one of his men squatted there and cried. Wang Xing didn't scold him. He just grimaced and sighed heavily. Li didn't come out. They also didn't go into the house to stay. They just stood there in the cold wind with complicated feelings. They had collected information that an 8-month-old baby had died in a family. At such a young age, the family didn't do anything and hurriedly buried it. They quickly went to dig it up. This was Li Dongzhu's favorite. In the end, when they dug it up, the baby's chest moved up and down. It just didn't open its eyes. God, this was a sin. They sent it over and waited. Whether it was dead or alive, they wanted to see the result. For a full 4 hours, Wang Xing and the others had been walking around outside the yard. They didn't feel cold or tired. Li Yi came out and smiled reluctantly at the 6 of them. He's alive. Tonight is the key. I'll drink some warm water first and then keep watch. You guys come in too. Go to the outer room and find a place to rest. What illness? Wang Xing's eyes lit up. Pneumonia in a child. High fever caused by a fever. Then the body's functions declined and he entered a state of suspended animation. The temperature in the coffin was high and he was breathing on his own. Fortunately, you guys dug quickly. Otherwise, he would have died of hypoxia or suffocation. Now the supportive treatment and anti-inflammatory treatment are going on at the same time. If there are no other complications, I can guarantee that he will survive and recover in about half a month. Li Yi was also working so hard for the first time. He wanted to find someone to talk to and ease his emotions. Even though he had been doing psychological construction and hypnosis, he was also about to collapse. He hadn't done the same treatment before. It was not his turn. After Li Yi finished speaking, he ran to the toilet and drank more than half a bowl of hot soup. He then came back to watch over the little guy. He used everything he could. If it didn't work, he could only sigh and feel depressed for a few days. Only then did Wang Xing and the others feel uncomfortable. They went to the bathtub and took off their clothes to soak in hot water. They didn't want to catch a cold. We've saved a life, right? A young eunuch said. Yes. Wang Xing smiled. He's alive. How are we going to send him back? Say we dug up his grave? Then we saw him and he moved? No. Another young eunuch shook his head. I know. Say you were patrolling and then you heard the child crying. We don't have any descendants, but we have one. What's it called again? Love. Yes, love. We heard it again and were scared. Then we heard it and dug it up. Anyway, people like us aren't afraid of death. When we found out that the child could move, we sent him to Li Dongzhu. That's right. Li Dongzhu saved him. I saw it too. The black and white impermanents came to lock his soul and were kicked aside by Li Dongzhu. All right, let's say it like that. Wang Xing acknowledged everyone's brainstorming. Everyone nodded and reached a consensus. They began to perfect the details. For example, how they got there, where the sound came from, how they held the child in their arms, how far away the black and white impermanents were. When they arrived at Li Yi's manor, they saw the magistrate's brush appear under the lanterns. Owner Li blew on the magistrate's brush and blew it away, but he still shouted loudly and shattered it. Finally, the black and white impermanents were embarrassed when they were kicked. Should they add a description of how they kneeled and kowtowed to Li Yi? Li Yi didn't know that the group of bathing eunuchs were making up stories. He stared at the various instruments and exchanged for videos to compare the current situation. Least he thought so. He watched the videos to see what medicine the doctors gave to the different symptoms of the baby. He had to remember that if the child in front of him had the same symptoms, he had to quickly exchange for the corresponding medicine. The nutrient solution is running out. I'll get you a new one. Don't worry, I can do it. Baby, don't be afraid. Li felt that it was too quiet. He spoke and gave the child a new nutrient solution. Chapter 205. Wah wah, the baby's cries scared Li Yi, who was half awake and half asleep, to the ground. He rubbed his eyes and changed the baby's diaper. He used the electronic thermometer and took a look. What should I feed you? Continue the nutrient drip? Your stomach is uncomfortable. It's 39 degrees. Li looked at the temperature and was very happy. When he came, it was almost 40 degrees. Now it was 39 degrees and he could still cry. This meant that the supportive treatment and antibiotics were working. Otherwise, he couldn't even cry, let alone cough. He would have to suck his phlegm. Drink the milk. Even if you have a fever, drink it. Don't worry. After you drink it, continue the injection. Don't worry, there won't be any complications. It's hard to die here. Li Yi waved his fist and gave himself a thumbs up. He was too handsome. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. How could he be so heaven-defying? He couldn't take it anymore. After saving a baby's life, Li Yi felt full of energy. He walked out and shouted, "Who's there? Get me a basin of hot water to wash my face. Ask Songda to find a woman who is breastfeeding a baby." "I'm here." Tao Hong and Chui Lu replied at the same time. Pine Tree had already run out. He stood there and spread his hands. "You guys are too fast." Not long after, a rather plump woman came over with a trembling that part of her body. "Dongzhu, you want a drink?" "Oh, The woman was very generous. No, I don't want to drink. Wear a mask. There's an 8-month-old baby inside. He's sick. Li Yi's face changed. He looked behind the woman to see if there was a man with a knife following her. You want to feed the baby? Okay, I'll wear a mask. Sickness can't be contagious. I still have a baby to feed, the woman said as she put on a mask. However, she looked a little regretful. Li Yi came out. Where's Pine Tree? Why did you send me a message? Dongzhu, I'm here. Pine Tree poked half of his head out from the door. Come here. I want to be close to you. Li Yi waved his hand. Dongzhu, I'm wrong. Pine Tree was straightforward. What did you say? Go and explain to her, man. Li Yi wished he could exchange for a pistol and shoot Qing Song. Dongzhu, you're looking for me? I got it. Half a head popped out from the other side of the door. He continued, I thought that if Dongzhu wanted a folk prescription, Dongzhu, you could drink it too. Could it be that you're interested in my wife? When I drank it, it tasted fishy. That. Don't say any more. You remember to protect your wives. Li Yi couldn't say anything hurtful. Dongzhu, what's the big deal if you want milk? Don't worry, it must be useful. Otherwise, my wife is so beautiful, right? I'm willing to hug her to sleep. The man's voice became softer as he spoke. Li Yi turned his head. The woman from before was wearing a mask. She was holding a baby and feeding it milk. She stood at the door and stared at the man. Li Yi turned his head and nodded at the villager to express his understanding. According to aesthetic standards, this woman was indeed not bad. She was like Marilyn Monroe, who had a special kind of beauty that was popular in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi thought and went back to get a stethoscope. He went to the woman and watched the baby drink milk. Then he put the stethoscope on to listen. Dongzhu, don't worry. It's strong. It can drink. The woman expressed her feelings. Li Yi was indeed relieved. Okay, please come over according to the time when the baby drinks milk. You should also eat more protein with vegetables. At this moment, Li Yi was very calm. He was thinking about how to take care of the child. Feed it. You know more about this than I do. You have 2 children. Remember to take a bath. This baby has pneumonia. It's contagious. Li Yi said again to express his gratitude. There were always people who would stand up to save lives at critical moments. These people were worthy of respect. After saying that, he also went to take a bath and changed his clothes. After cleaning up, he went to the cafeteria to eat. Then he saw his brother sitting in the cafeteria and waiting. So early? Li Yi asked. They came half an hour ago. Li Chengqi said. Do you want to add more rewards? Li Yi felt that he could give more glycerin bottles, toilet water bottles, and so on. If he used them up, he would have to add more. It was all money. I can't give it. If I give it to them, they will think that they can relax in the next competition. Anyway, they will get good things. Li Chengqi waved his hand. He was thinking about holding more ice skating competitions in winter. Brother, what do you want to eat? Li Yi was ready to eat breakfast. Shumai mutton soup. There was no shumai today. I just told them to pack it first and steam it. It will be ready in a while. Li Chengqi said as he touched his stomach, indicating that he was hungry. Then I'll eat the same. What kind of stuffing is it? Li Yi felt that it was not easy to steam it together, so he ate a few. Beef. I brought 15 caddies of beef and tendon meat. Li Chengqi said. Why don't we make spiced beef? Shumai is too dry. Did they add oil and more green onions? Li Yi suddenly lost his appetite. If it was tendon meat, he would not be able to eat it. There's butter. Butter is nothing. You can go to the beef place in East City and take a look. Butter goes well with beef offal. That's right. Rich people buy things differently from others. Brother, you have a patient in prison. It's Chinese New Year. I should take care of him. Li Yi mentioned that he wanted to see a doctor again. You go tomorrow. It's a mess there. Li Chengqi said. He had found a way. Not long after, the steamed mutton soup was sent over. Li Yi mixed soy sauce, aged vinegar, sesame oil and prepared to add sweet garlic. Li Chengqi put some salt in the mutton soup and began to drink it. He said, winter mutton is not as tasty as summer mutton. Li Yi poured pepper, aged vinegar, salt, green onions and coriander into the soup. After thinking for a while, he poured a little soy sauce. He was not willing to use soy sauce in his mutton soup. At that time he did not even add aged vinegar. He only used salt, MSG, pepper, vinegar or rice vinegar. He could not do it now. The taste was too strong. He had already used animal feed in the winter, but he could not change it in a short time. Brother E, you eat very carefully. You can't survive in a harsh place. Li Chengqi said with a smile. How harsh is it? Is it harder for me to live in Zhuangzi? Li Yi was not convinced. He had been on standby 24 hours a day. He had gone to the countryside for free medical treatment. This was the hardship of his profession. When he was a child, his home was a village with mountains behind it. It was normal to pick up mushrooms and eat them when he came back. He also ate all kinds of fruits, hazelnuts, pine nuts, chickens and ducks at home, and cooked pig food. He had killed toads, caught loaches, caught grasshoppers and caught river snails. Therefore, he did not feel that he was worse than anyone when it came to surviving in the wild. Why couldn't he survive? Li Chengqi did not know about Li Yi's past. He said with a smile, if I throw you into the barbarian mountains, can you walk out alive? Brother, do you believe that I can raise a team of strong barbarian soldiers? Li Yi was not convinced. Can't I survive anywhere? It's better for you to stay in Zhuangzi. The curfew in Chang'an has been lifted. Is there any other way to make money? Li Chengqi drank the mutton soup and asked a question that he did not need an answer to. He felt that he was forcing him. It was just a chat. There is. Li Yi was also chatting. He did not think that it was difficult to make money in Chang'an. Chapter 206. Li Chengqi stopped drinking the soup and looked up at Li Yi. He continued to drink. Brother, eat first. He was speechless. They were just chatting. Why did he have to tell him directly? Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and threw in a handful of chopped green onions. He tasted it again and was satisfied. Brother, the service industry has the lowest capital. Every service industry has its own organization, including dust ball shaking. Li Yi explained the situation. Yes, Li Chengqi admitted. No matter what, there would always be groups of people. What's different is that there is no unified standard. Small groups improve or are eliminated due to friction. There is a lack of a standard. Especially the craftsmen. They have their own circle but they are not flexible. Some of them work for others and some of them stay at home and wait for work. Li Yi talked about the craftsmen. What else can we do? Li Chengqi could not think of any other way. There were only two ways. There was no problem. Find someone to check the situation of the craftsmen. Find out who knows what work, how fast they do it and how much it costs. Sort out the data of these people and check what kind of work is in Chang'an. What kind of work are they doing? For example, marriage, funerals and daily necessities. For example, a football field needs a lot of people to work. Who to find, how much to spend, and what can be made in a few days can be contacted. Li Yi explained in detail. He wanted his brother to set up a service center. Li Chengqi chewed on the steamed dumpling. His eyes darted around as he pondered. After swallowing a steamed dumpling, he said, Brother E, if you want to dig a well in Zhuangzi and don't know who to look for, you can look for my place. I will arrange it for you. Yes, but I will not look for you. It will be your people who will look for me. They will walk around the city every day and ask if anyone has anything to do. Li Yi went straight to the point. He could not look for work just because he had the face of an intermediary. How do you make money? Li Chengqi felt that it was feasible. There are two ways to make money. One is to take a commission. Whether you need someone to work for you or not, you will take a 10% interest from them. Li Yi put down the spoon and stretched out a finger. Li Chengqi hesitated. I don't think anyone will be willing to pay. The craftsmen can just wait. They've done a lot of work, and they still have to fork out some money to pay the craftsmen. Isn't it just words of help? Li Chengqi's idea was simple. Many people in the Tang dynasty had the same idea. Tell the craftsmen that they will have work to do every day. Furthermore, some of the odd jobs will be done by others so they don't have to be idle. Originally he had to make 5 items a day. Now he had to make 20 items a day. Which one would make more money? Can't you give me a little? Li Yi pointed out the key point. Okay, I'm not afraid of being busy, but I'm afraid of being idle. What's the second one? Li Chengqi was tempted. To make money from raw materials, the craftsman would choose wood, iron and stone charcoal, which would naturally be expensive. You can negotiate with the individual or big merchant who supplies you. If the price is lower, you can take more. Chang'an is doing it this year. The goods are cheap and everyone benefits. The sellers don't have to worry about it. After selling a batch of goods, they get the money and can go find the goods again. Li Yi stretched out his second finger. This time Li Chengqi completely understood. Brother Yi, what you mean is that you have control over the supply of goods and the sales. Which craftsman wouldn't agree? Not only are the imported materials expensive, but the work is also not enough. Yes, there's no work. If you don't give him any work, he will ask around for what he needs, and the craftsman will be pulled to other places. Other craftsmen won't be able to do it unless their craftsmanship is good. Li Yi shook his head. This was the impact of monopolizing the industry. The craftsmen who could survive must be so good that their craftsmanship was irreplaceable. Moreover, they couldn't ask for a lot of money. Otherwise, they could only go for the high-quality goods. Li Chengqi raised his head and stared at Li Yi. He stared at Li Yi until Li Chengqi touched his face and wanted to look in the mirror. Only then did he speak. Brother Yi, this is not a trivial matter. If you control so many craftsmen and make the parts separately, won't it be no problem to make a strong crossbow? Li Chengqi thought it through. All the craftsmen, or rather most of them, were in his hands. If the imperial court wanted to use them, they would have to come over to discuss with him. If they were to make something illegal, once they were separated, they would have to choose a place to assemble it. Wouldn't it be another ordnance supervisor? Imperial treasury? This needs to be certified. You can't play with it casually. Think of a way to get the official permission and then report it. Otherwise, the imperial family. Li Yi said and shook his head. What he meant was that other than Li Longji, no one else would be able to handle it. The technician who unlocks the door must report it. Whoever dares to unlock the door privately will be in big trouble. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do it. There were so many big factories. In the past, there were people who made their own guns. Later on, if anyone dared to do it, they would immediately throw away the blueprint and even call the police. There were also fireworks and firecrackers factories. Even if they were to do it secretly, they would have the materials and skills. Have they ever seen anyone making explosives? If they were caught making fireworks privately, they would be sentenced. If they were to make explosives, yes, let the imperial court know and report it. Li Chengqi wiped his sweat. Later, he would explain to his third brother that he didn't have any other plans. It was just a chat in the morning. Li Yi didn't panic. In any case, he wouldn't be in this line of work. He suggested a new operation. Big brother, don't just open one door. If you want to open it, open 3. They don't know about each other. Let them compete. Yes, we can't monopolize it. Other businesses can also be followed. I'll find more people. In a while, during the ice skating competition, I'll let people know who's faster and who's slower. Li Chengqi changed the topic. It was too dangerous just now. I have a stopwatch. It's used when training the winged knights. The 3 of them are responsible for individually timing. Then we'll look at the average speed of the stopwatch. According to the speed, we can't see who's first and second. Especially in the elimination round, if one group is faster and only the first few are chosen, those behind won't be happy. Li Yi didn't want to manage it personally, but he was willing to provide auxiliary tools and methods. I know. It must be fair and just. Li Chengqi agreed. Li Yi lowered his head and ate. Soon he finished eating and ran away, leaving behind his big brother who still had a few dumplings left. He went back to the courtyard and looked at the 8-month-old baby. After drinking milk, the baby's body temperature rose slightly. Li Yi used a physical cooling method and sprayed the baby with inhaled medicinal mist. After giving him oxygen, the baby still had an uncomfortable expression on his face, but he fell asleep. The 4 of you take turns to watch over him. I'll also be there. I'm going to write a book. Li Yi connected the apparatus to the baby and instructed the palace maids and eunuchs. The 4 of them discussed for a while. Each of them was responsible for half an hour, while the other 2 rested and 1 relaxed. Wang Xing and the other 4 also came in to take a look. They were worried because they were the ones who dug up the baby. Now they were full of confidence and found a reason. Even if they were to dig up other people's graves in the future, they wouldn't be afraid of being caught. We're trying to save people. If we can't save them, we'll have to send them back. The competition outside was about to start. Li Chengqi carried a box of firecrackers and prepared to use it as a starting gun. He threw it on the ground and the people on the ice started to run. The villagers who were resting were watching. They had a task, so they cheered and cheered, making the scene lively. The contestants were warming up before the competition. There were pieces of paper pasted on their chests and backs. Numbers were written in ink on the paper instead of Arabic numerals. Arabic numerals were used in Zhuangzi, so outsiders couldn't understand them. Chapter 207. More than 300 contestants came to participate in the competition, and more people came to sign up. Some of them knew how to skate, so they hired more people. They had planned to bring 2 people with them, but they decided to bring more people with them. There were many fields made of rice fields, so there was no shortage of places for training. The neighboring Zhang village provided good service, so everyone was in good condition. The skating competition would be held for 3 days. When asking for opinions, Li Chengqi gave 3 numbers: 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, and 5,000 meters. Everyone chose 5,000 meters. They probably thought that the longer the distance, the higher their chances. As for what the meter was, it was just a step. At this time, 1 step meant that the left and right feet walked once, which was called 1 step. And the half-step bursting fist had the same meaning. Taking a step and punching was called a half-step. The distance of 5,000 meters was made of ice outside, and it was poured with ice later. There was no professional dislocation knife, nor year-round technical training. If one wanted to run 5,000 meters in 6 minutes and 20 seconds, therefore it was not bad if one could skate in 15 minutes. Plus other preparation time, one group would take 20 minutes. 10 people in a group, 30 contestants in an hour, 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon, 180 people in total. The remaining contestants tomorrow would compete for the first place the day after tomorrow. Li Chengqi didn't care. The day after tomorrow was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. At that time, he would give commemorative prizes to the eliminated contestants. The first outdoor 5,000-meter speed skating competition of the Tang dynasty officially began. Bang! As a crashing cannon was thrown to the ground, the 10 contestants rushed out. The track was 500 meters in length, and the innermost circle was 500 meters long. From the outermost circle to the innermost circle, the contestants were not allowed to press on the lane in the first circle. It was probably because they had never participated in such a competition. If Li Yi participated, he would never run as hard as he could and then skate as fast as he could. The 10 contestants didn't know how to maintain their physical strength, so they rushed out as soon as the competition started. The villagers of Zhuangzi shouted, "Come on! Come on!" The contestants were excited. They were counting the time. It was not enough to run faster than the contestants in their group, but also to surpass the contestants in other groups. They didn't even know how to use the knife, which meant that they didn't know how to use the curve, so they started to exert their strength. As soon as they reached the curve, they began to slow down at the same time. They found a place with their feet horizontally and controlled their bodies so that they wouldn't run outside. If Li Yi was watching from the side, he would find it very interesting and would even laugh out loud. However, the contestants and audience were very nervous. They felt that this technique was correct and that there was nothing wrong with it. Everyone was the same. There was also a table and a stove at the front. There were 10 people from the Chongwen Guan. They were in charge of recording and bringing it back to His Majesty and the ministers. Each and every one of them had great literary talent, but they couldn't display it now because Li Longji wanted to see the scene. How could those who could memorize have the time to write beautiful sentences? They never wrote it. Contestant number 5 almost fell. Number 7 rushed over from the side. Number 1 was at the front. Number 1 was panting. Number 8 and number 9 met. Number 9 glared at number 8. The referee blew the whistle to warn number 8. Number 8 lowered his head and overtook number 9. Number 9 was still angry. Number 2 quickly catch up with number 1. When they reached the turn, number 2 is anxious and tripped over his right foot. Number 1 is laughing. The talented people from the Chongwen Guan wrote like this. There were no more sentences like "everyone fights for the lead." The falling ice blade shines. The posture is beautiful. Li Chengqi strolled over to take a look. After reading it, he shook his head. It was not exciting at all. These people from the Chongwenguan were not good enough. Third brother would definitely not be satisfied. Did he have to go back and rework it? Change it into a poem or a ballad? There was no sense of realism in that way. It seemed that he had to let them practice more. How is it? A voice sounded from the side. Without turning his head, Li Chengqi knew that it was Yao Chong. He asked, "Is it not busy over there? From tonight onwards, the night market will charge. I just finished talking, so I came over to take a look." Yao Chong said. He looked around. "Where's Li? He's taking care of a baby. He's sick," Li Chengqi said. Yao Chong also looked at what the people from the Chongwenguan were writing and nodded. "Not bad. Not bad. You call this realism?" Li Chengqi was not satisfied. The people who were writing were angry, but they did not dare to refute. They were not free. They were writing on the spot. What else can it be? Yao Chong spoke up for the group. The 10 people nodded. Yes, they were already the best. I'll go take a look at Brother E later and call him over. Li Chengqi was not willing to refute Yao Chong. He was ready to use his trump card. The speed of the people on the field was getting slower and slower. They were bored and regretful. If they had known, they would not have chosen the 5,000 meters. They would have saved some energy at the beginning. Now, it was not a matter of competing for the position but whether they could slide or not. They gritted their teeth and persevered. The 10 people formed a line. One of them was about to be lapped. His legs were trembling as he slid. The first person to cross the line. The lines were buried in the ice and could be seen clearly. 3 people checked the stopwatch at the same time. 16:20, 57, 16:19, 78, 16:20, 33. The average time was 16:20, 56. Li Chengqi looked at 3 more groups. When the 4th group started, he went to Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi was quietly copying books. The palace maids and eunuchs took turns to look after the baby. The little guy was sleeping. Then the lower part of his body was wet. "It's pooping," Tao Hong said, and was about to change the baby. The little guy opened his eyes. He huffed and coughed. Li Yi hurried over to check the situation. He carried the baby and applied a medicinal mist. The baby coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of water. He could not exert any strength. His little face showed pain and anxiety. Li Yi put the baby back and put on the sputum aspirator. As soon as he sucked, the little guy's eyes lit up. He felt comfortable. His little hands and legs kicked and a smile appeared on his face. He changed the diaper and checked the baby's temperature. It was 38.2 degrees Celsius. There was no problem. The warm watermelon juice was poured into a milk bottle and put into the little guy's mouth. The little guy drank it happily. After a few sips, he turned his head, indicating that he did not want it. He was put back. Not long after, he fell asleep again. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. There was a sense of satisfaction. Li Chengqi came in and saw the baby. He said, "Whose child is this? He seems to be well fed." "It's a secret. Doctors have to keep the patient's secret." Li Yi righteously refused to disclose the patient's information. "It's a secret then. Brother E, the palace asked you to write a vivid record. The people from Chongwen Museum did not write a good record. Do you think you can?" Li Chengqi looked at the baby as he spoke. He knew that Brother E only had the baby in his heart now. However, the baby just pooped, coughed, drank, and slept. His body temperature was not too high. He should be able to maintain it for a while. Li Yi did not agree directly. He checked the data of the equipment. After thinking for a while, he said, "Just half an hour. Watch this, this, and this. Once there is a big change and it rings, quickly come to me. If the baby wakes up or coughs, also come to me." Only then did Li Yi agree. He could not stay here all the time. When he slept here at night, the eunuchs and palace maids would take turns to watch over him. He found that the virus in this era was too weak. It could not be cured with antibiotics. "Brother, let's go. It's a vivid record, right? I'll take the loudspeaker. There are too many people and it's tiring to shout." Li Yi turned around and said to Li Chengqi, "Okay, just let them see. There's nothing my brother E can't do." Li Chengqi was proud. Yao Chong said that he could not do it. Then, do you think it's important? Chapter 208. Li Yi walked to the side of the field with his head held high. Li Yi had a calm expression and was holding a megaphone in his hand. When Yao Chong saw this, he sighed inwardly. He lowered his head to look at the 10 people from Chongwen Hall. Xian said that you must be strong. Later, don't talk about my situation or King Song. Just treat me as someone who has nothing to do. Also, there will always be people who are better in this world. So, it doesn't matter if I can't compete with them now. He warned the 10 people and gave them a precautionary shot in advance. As for whether Li Yi could do it or not, they would know when Li Yi came out. If he couldn't do it, would he come out? He was still holding the megaphone. At this moment, the 4th group had just finished recording their results. The 5th group came up and looked at each other. Li Yi stood at the side of the field and observed. Just when Yao Chong thought that Li Yi would only speak when the competition started, Li Yi had already picked up the megaphone. What you are looking at now is the first ice skating event in the Tang Dynasty, the 5 kilometers ice skating competition. The 5th group has already come up. From left to right, it is number 50, 51, 59. Contestant number 50 looks very confident. He is warming up his ankle. It seems that he will run very fast at the start of the race, but soon, he will run out of energy. Contestant number 51 is looking around. I hope that he can get into the zone when the competition starts. Otherwise, he can only be a spectator. Or perhaps he is trying to catch up with the others after they are tired. Li Yi didn't stop talking. He first introduced the general behavior of the contestants. He didn't know their names and didn't give him a list of names. When the spectators heard Li Yi's witty words, they burst into laughter from time to time. Yao Chong didn't think much of it. He pursed his lips. Isn't it just a joke? Simple. Li Chengqi picked up the cracker and fired it at the ground. At this moment, Li Yi suddenly spoke faster and his voice became more passionate. Give the signal. Charge. The 10 contestants rushed out together. They raised their arms and adjusted their bodies. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Due to the difference in position, we still can't tell who is faster. But from the range of the contestants' arms and the frequency of their feet, contestant number 55 is the fastest. Sure enough, at the end of the first lap, number 55 took the lead. He was first, and now he was at least 4 body lengths behind number 53, who was in second place. Beautiful. Number 50 suddenly sped up. He caught up, he caught up. Number 58, number 59, number 56. He overtook them all the way. Right now his style was boundless. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Number 52, who was in third place, did not want to be outdone. He turned his head to look at number 50, then lowered his head and rushed forward. God, he actually overtook both number 55 and number 53. Number 50 followed closely behind. He was getting closer and closer to number 52. This was a battle of kings, a contest of technique and stamina. There was no strongest, only stronger. Fight, unwilling to fall behind others, fight, fight for a piece of the sky. The contestants gave it their all. They trained hard and fell countless times. Why? To prove themselves in today's competition. There was nothing more exciting than this moment. The contestants showed their best to us. Keep going, keep going. Everyone keep going. Keep going. Keep going, keep going. The audience was stunned and did not know how to cheer. When they heard Li Yi's voice, they only felt a surge of emotion. Li Yi continued to shout, waving his fist as he shouted. Number 56 fell. Oh, his hand seems to be uncomfortable, but he stood up again and sped up again. He did not give up, he did not. He has been persevering. This is the spirit of competition. He will not give up until the last moment. Sure enough, he caught up again and overtook 2 more contestants. Keep going, keep going. As long as you have a breath, don't give up. A good man should be like this. Go. Yao Chong heard Li Yi's shout and looked at the situation on the field. He could not help but shiver and have goosebumps. 10 people from Chongwen Hall stood up. Their breathing was rapid, their eyes were wide open, and they forgot to write. Their minds moved along with Li Yi's shout and the contestants on the field. It's the last lap. The contestants have rushed for a total of 4,500 meters. This is the last lap. The contestants are still gritting their teeth and trying to increase their speed, but they do not have much energy left. They are not just competing with their physical strength and skills. They are competing with their willpower. They are not willing to fall behind others. Nothing can be more tenacious than them at this moment. No, they are the best. Beneath their feet is not an ice rink. No, that is their life. Even if they are exhausted, they are not willing to fall. Even if there are thorns everywhere, they will rush out with their bodies full of scars. Last 100 meters. Keep going. You are the best, the strongest. I am proud of you. You have proven yourselves to others. Beautiful. Number 56 is the first to cross the line. He fell and felt helpless, but he did not feel down. He rushed up and overtook all the other contestants. He used his actions to tell us that there are obstacles on the road of life, but we can overcome them. Nothing is impossible. On the field, number 56 had no energy after crossing the line. He collapsed and sat there panting. He was fine at first, but when he heard Li Yi shout, tears began to fall. It was as if it was true. It was too difficult. His hands could still move. Number 50 also rushed over. Second, it's okay. You have tried your best. You have no regrets. There is still a competition next year. As long as your heart is there, your dream is there. At worst, we can start all over again. Number 55. Li Yi kept shouting. No matter how many contestants came over, he had something to say. Moreover, it was very emotional. Number 59, he had no energy left on the 8th lap. At that time, his legs were trembling. I thought he would quit, but in the end he did not. He did not quit. I could see that even if he wanted to crawl, he would have crawled the full 5,000 meters. He did not fail. He defeated himself. He showed us the most precious spirit. His perseverance shocked me. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Clap. Good. When the audience heard Li Yi's words, they clapped their hands and the sound of applause rang out. Then number 59 also cried. It turned out that he was not bad. Yes, he had survived. Yes, he would have crawled the full 5,000 meters. Okay, that's all. Big brother, I'm going back to see the kids. Li Yi cleared his throat and passed the loudspeaker to Li Chengqi. Then he turned and left. The results were out. The first place was 13 minutes 11 seconds. The last place, number 59, was 14 minutes 66 seconds. The last place was much faster than the first place of the other groups by a lot. When the results were announced, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? What exactly went wrong? The 10 contestants were also dumbfounded. We were fast? Number 59 rubbed his eyes and stood up. He placed his hands on his waist and looked down arrogantly. Who said that I couldn't be the last? I was 14 minutes 66 seconds. If it was another group, I would have been first. The opponent I met was too strong and I did not perform well. I will definitely be faster if I try again. Li Chengqi held the loudspeaker and was speechless. He turned his head and looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong sat there with his eyes closed and took deep breaths. He was too shocked. This was the first time he knew that a person's live shouting could reach such a level. He understood why the results were so good. The contestants were also listening. Li Yi had been shouting motivational words. The contestants were very hardworking. Was this the feeling of being present? If the older contestants heard this, they would probably be in trouble. Chapter 209. My heart is about to jump out of my chest after watching a competition. Noble consort Lu watched from the warm carriage. In the end, everything changed when Li Yi started shouting through the loudspeaker. It was thrilling. It didn't feel like an ice skating competition but a battlefield. After 10 minutes, it was even more tiring than watching the previous competitions combined. Good skill. Li Dan smiled. He didn't even need to watch the competition. He could imagine the competition just by listening to it. This was what it meant to be capable. I don't know when I can come back again if I go back today. Zhuangzi is busy and relaxing. It's a good place. Noble consort Lu couldn't bear to leave. But Baifu Hall couldn't be without an owner for a long time. Li Dan was optimistic. Let's talk about it after the new year. Maybe there will be something good then. Next year it will be better than ice sports elsewhere. It's good to watch. Noble consort Lu returned to the topic. However, no one knew what to do. They were too excited just now. The loudspeaker was in Li Chengqi's hands. He admitted that he couldn't imitate Brother Yi's behavior just now. After the cannon was thrown, Brother Yi seemed to have gone crazy. He shouted with all his might, waved his fists and jumped around. His mouth was never idle. He kept talking. There was always something to say. Prepare for the 6th round. Li Chengqi was helpless. The competition had to continue. Slap. As the cannon was thrown, the 6th team rushed out. However, they felt that something was missing. It wasn't satisfying. Li Chengqi looked at the 10 people from Chongwen Hall. Who's next? Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. They were too excited just now. They didn't learn anything. They guessed something, but it was useless. How is it? Li Chengqi asked Yao Chong, who was sitting there slowly. There's no literary talent. Shouting and screaming. It's a disgrace to the educated. Yao Chong commented. He continued to take deep breaths. He still had to slow down. Li Chengqi gave him a look of disdain and said to the 10 people, think about it carefully. Practice more. You have to get people to follow your words and work hard. The 10 people sighed. They looked at each other and sat down to write. They tried hard to recall their previous experience. After the 6th round, the results were even worse than the first 4 rounds. Everyone seemed to be working hard, but they weren't fast enough. Let's eat and rest for 6 minutes. We'll continue with the competition in the afternoon. It'll be dark if we're late. Li Chengqi asked someone to record the results, and then turned around to go to the cafeteria. Everyone followed Zhuangzi back to the cafeteria to eat. The rest of the people only stayed in the Zhang family village. Zhuangzi was no longer open to the public ever since the Zhang family's village opened for business. In the past, those who knew each other could go to the canteen, but no one else was allowed to enter. Unless he brought something good over, such as a cow. Those who couldn't eat said that they wanted to eat. The Zhang family's village also had free food. A side dish, a bowl of rice or a bowl of noodles was not a problem. He would not starve to death. The people who came to the village to eat were talking about it. Li Yi's shout just now was unforgettable. It was too passionate. Some people's hands and feet were even trembling, unable to fully recover. Li Yi checked on the child's condition. The temperature of the fever had dropped a little, to 38 degrees Celsius. This was because he had been injected with medicine all this time. At the same time, normal saline helped to absorb part of the heat, plus physical cooling. After the injection at night, the child's temperature would rise again. It was normal to reach 39 degrees Celsius. Li Yi went to eat, followed by 3 people. The rest of the people stayed to watch over the child and finished eating first. Cui Lu sat next to them. The more she watched the little guy sleep, the more she found it interesting. The little guy's mouth moved twice from time to time. Don't worry, Dongzhu is here. He won't let you die. Oh, you're lucky. It's all a coincidence. Cui Lu whispered to the baby. Then she laughed. I'm also a lucky person to be chosen to go to Zhuangzi. How many days will the child recover? Li Yi asked Li Chengqi during the meal. It's still early. At least half a month. It can't be compared to Zhuya Jinshan. Zhuya Jinshan's condition is not serious. I saved the child for 4 hours. I used all my skills. Li Yi said with lingering fear. He hated himself for not being capable enough. Otherwise, if it were his former colleagues, they would definitely be able to treat the child in an hour. From diagnosis to medication, they would be much better than him. Moreover, after the treatment, they were sent to the intensive care unit. The people inside were also much better than him. In another 10 years, no 5 years, I will surpass them. I have good equipment, videos to learn from, and cadavers to practice. Even if I treat the sick person to death, they can only say that it's fate. With this thought, Li Yi regained his confidence. Li Chengqi nodded. In half a month, Brother Yi probably won't have time to go out. He will also have to go to Zhuangzi to celebrate the new year. Brother Yi, that shout of yours, commentary. Li Yi gave him a term. Yes, explain. It's different from the previous ones. Can you teach your disciple? Li Chengqi liked it. It was the same competition, but when it came from Brother Yi's mouth, it was immediately elevated. Li Yi frowned. There's nothing to teach. It's simple. Who will shout how many times? Don't be afraid of shouting the wrong words. You'll naturally learn it. But I didn't react after listening to it once. Li Chengqi was annoyed. He knew that commentating was very tiring. He didn't want Li Yi to torture himself, but he still wanted to master it. I've recorded the loudspeaker. That loudspeaker can record the sound and replay it. Brother, give it to me. Li Yi gestured the shape of a loudspeaker with his hand. Li Chengqi threw down his chopsticks and went to find the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker was placed in the junk area of the arena and was guarded by someone. Soon he ran back and handed the loudspeaker to Li Yi. Li Yi pressed the play button on it. Now you are watching the first winter ice sports of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi's voice came from the loudspeaker. Li Chengqi's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as if he had seen a ghost. How can you? Li Chengqi was speechless. You exchanged your lifespan for something. How can you not have something? I've exchanged 5 of them. Brother, you can play with one of them. When the battery runs out, you can charge it yourself. Li Yi was very casual. If he didn't want to exchange more for something or wanted others to know how precious it was, he would say that he exchanged his lifespan for it. How can you continue to ask me for it? Are you trying to kill me? Brother Yi, if it says that it's conspiring with someone, record it, or His Majesty says it verbally. Li Chengqi immediately thought of other uses. Okay, there are also songs and tunes. This loudspeaker can record 5 of them. If you want to record the 6th, you can only delete one of the 5. Li said, okay, take it. You can get evidence of someone's crime or frame someone. For example, he could say something bad about His Majesty and wait for the other party to record it. Li Chengqi also thought of this function, but he didn't want to use it. Do I need to provide evidence to anyone who talks bad about my third brother in front of me? I'll just deal with it directly. Priceless treasure, really priceless treasure. Brother E, I'll borrow it for you. Let others learn the words in it and I'll get it back for you. If I need it in the future, I'll borrow it from you again. But you can't hold it in your hands. Don't exchange anything with your lifespan in the future. Not even a football. Li Chengqi's heart ached and he was worried. What if Brother E loses it? Then the football. Never mind, I won't exchange it. Li Yi wanted to monopolize it. Football was cheap and there was rubber inside it. It was irresponsible to make someone close to him worry. He would think about it when he needed rubber in the future. Chapter 210. Li Chengqi learned the various functions of the loudspeaker and went for a stroll to aid digestion after eating. At the same time, he called a few smart people over to listen to Li Yi's explanation repeatedly. He pressed a button to play it repeatedly and forbade others from touching it. If it were to disappear, where would he find the tutorial? Yao Chong also finished his meal and went to the Zhuangzi canteen to eat with the 10 people from Chongwen Hall. The 10 of them felt that everything was good. Seeing how casually the villagers ate and served the dishes, they thought that studying was useless. They studied tirelessly, took the imperial examinations, passed, and entered Chongwen Hall. In the end, what they ate in winter was worse than what the villagers ate. Thus, Yao Chong could only console them that only the villagers in Zhuangzi could enjoy such treatment and the villagers couldn't possibly become officials. On the surface, the 10 of them agreed with Yao Chong's words, but in their hearts, they criticized him. The villagers couldn't do it, but the villagers' children could. You are the Prime Minister in Kingsong, yet you came here without revealing your identity. If Li Yi wasn't capable, how could you all do it? Then the 10 of them ate with all their might. They ate until they were full, but they bore with it. There were many vegetables and after a while, they would turn into water in their stomachs. Tomorrow, let's come early and have breakfast. Someone suggested. Alright, it's fortunate that the Hongwen Hall thought that this would be a tough job and sent us here. After all, the Hongwen Hall is a level higher than us, so we have to listen to them. Someone mocked the Hongwen Hall. Chongwen Hall belonged to the Zhaowen Hall, and it was a subordinate of the Hongwen Hall. However, it wasn't a direct subordinate. The Zhaowen Hall's current name was changed. It was an organization of the county, and its talented people and articles had to be sent to the Hongwen Hall. The Hongwen Hall wasn't powerful, but the Imperial College was. The Imperial College consisted of the Imperial College, Guangwen Hall, Four Gates Hall, Law, Calligraphy, and Mathematics. However, what made the Hongwen Hall impressive was that the people in it were the children of first-rank officials and the royal family. The Imperial College of the Imperial College consisted of the children, sons, and grandsons of third-rank officials. If they were second-rank officials or above, their great-grandsons would be able to enter as well. Naturally, the Chongwen Hall didn't have any capabilities and couldn't compete with any of them. Despite coming here to work, they were able to eat a meal with vegetables and meat. The 10 of them comforted themselves and walked back with the intention of having an extra breakfast. She still had to go to that cold place to write. If it wasn't for the stove, her hands would have been frozen. Everyone, scholars. Songda hurried over, followed by a tricycle. The kind that could be stepped on could even generate electricity. He might as well use it for transportation. He couldn't always ask cows and horses to pull it. When the 10 of them heard the title, they were embarrassed. Scholar was an official position and they didn't have one. Scholars, thank you for your hard work. Zhuangzi is too shabby. We don't have anything good. So we found some worthless things to pack as a token of our gratitude. If you can't stand it, just throw it away. As Songda spoke, he waved his hand and the tricycle approached. There were 10 big backpacks on it, the kind with 2 shoulders. Songda carried one with both hands. It looked slightly heavy, so he gave it to another person. 10 times in a row. He cupped his fists and got into the car. The scholars of the Chongwen Museum opened their bags and suddenly realized that the work here was not hard at all. In the bags there were a few cucumbers, celery, eggplant, cabbage, chrysanthemum, spinach, soap, glass bottles of grape wine and a small bottle of glycerin. If someone said that this bag was worth 100 taels, the 10 of them would definitely believe it. How could this be hard work? Thank you to the people of the Chongwen Museum, thank you to the Imperial College. You are too kind. The 10 of them suddenly realized that they weren't cold anymore, and they felt warm in their hearts. Yao Chong looked on from the side, sulking. Where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine? Do you believe that if I were to get angry and reveal my identity, then I would be punished by His Majesty? The 10 of them realized the situation, and one of them whispered to Yao Chong, let's give some to each of us and give what? Who do you think I am? Can't I get it myself? It's just vegetables, King Song planted them, and there's also warm soup in the palace. Do you still want some food? Yao Chong rejected. To ask for food from a small figure who came to work for him, how could he be so shameless? He was angry because Zhuangzi didn't know how to respect the elderly and cherish the young. Even if he were to give it to him, he might not accept it. But why didn't he give it to him? The 10 of them hurriedly flattered him, saying that Yao Chong could have anything he wanted. The most valuable item is that bottle of glycerin. If you don't have a bottle, you can only buy it from the celestial world. First, you have to register for membership. Yao Chong reminded the 10 of them that if they were to eat, then so be it. If they were to take the bottle of glycerin, they would be able to fill it with glycerin. Although they had to spend money, it was better than having nothing to buy. The 10 of them naturally knew that the bottle was a qualification, and it was hard to get even with money. Old man, what are you busy with? Li Chengqi strolled over. He looked at the items in the bag and didn't seem to mind. My status isn't high enough and no one cares about me. Yao Chong complained. My Zhuangzi has something. I'll get someone to pick 2 baskets of it and send it to your residence. Li Chengqi consoled the old man. Watermelons, I want 2. Yao Chong didn't stand on ceremony and requested. Okay. Cantaloupe too. Li Chengqi agreed. Calm down, Yao Chong. It's not easy for the 10 of them. They don't have enough vegetables to share. Yao Chong spoke up for the 10 of them again. We have all of them. We'll have more next year. It's not worth much. Li Chengqi gave them face. The 10 of them blushed with excitement. Right, well. Third brother wants to read it. Don't be too formal and don't be plain, unless you can make him feel comfortable in the plain. Li Chengqi reminded the 10 of them. He was doing this to help the 10 of them. In the evening, he would bring the loudspeaker back for his third brother to listen to. After listening to the 10 of them, he would read their writing. If he wasn't satisfied, then the 10 of them. The afternoon competition started not long after. After the adjustment at noon, the 6th group's mentality was much better. After the competition, they recorded the results and went home. The other people who would compete tomorrow stayed at the ice rink and analyzed the situation today. The fifth group was too strong. Their results were outstanding, and their overall results were outstanding. The reason was that Li Yi and Li Dongzhu personally. Yes, it was called a commentator. Should they bring a commentator tomorrow? They didn't know if they could find a storyteller. It was said that Li Dongzhu also knew how to tell stories. Li Chengqi hurried back to the imperial palace. Yao Chong went home and waited for the vegetables to be delivered. The 10 people of Chongwen Museum were discussing how to change the rules. The people in Chong'an didn't pay much attention to this. The stall owners were paying money. The yamen runners checked what each merchant was selling and estimated how much it could be sold for. Then they collected a management fee of 130 tax. Generally, if they sold it for 30 coins, they would have to pay 1 coin. The gross profit was not the net profit. If the net profit was 1/3 of the gross profit, they could earn 10 coins from selling it for 30 coins. If they paid 1 coin, they would have to pay 10% of the profit. We don't have money now. Nobody comes to buy it. Look, I'm selling dough figurines. A stall owner begged. Okay. Come and get the money when you sell them. The yamen runner was easy to talk to. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? The stall owner was surprised. In fact, if the yamen runner asked him for money, he could afford it. Run away? If you run away, you won't come back in the future? Such a good market. Are you willing to hide for a few days just for a day's money? The yamen runner answered straightforwardly. Run away. I won't run away. I'll definitely pay. Guys, I'll make some dough figurines for you. I have dolls at home, no? Her Majesty has said that the people can be bullied, but not the heavens. Sell well. There's no curfew at night. You can survive. The yamen runner waved his hand and continued to collect money at the next place. When they came out, they had been told not to take the opportunity to make money. It was the first time that Her Majesty tried to collect money, so she naturally kept an eye on them. They thought about how much money they had made this year, whether they would continue to make money in the future, and the consequences of offending Her Majesty. Therefore, the yamen runners were close to the people. Those who didn't want to pay immediately or didn't have money with them could come back together when the stall was closed. However, when they arrived at the place where mutton soup was sold, the yamen runners would drink a bowl of mutton soup without mutton giblets in it to keep warm. They didn't have to pay. The mutton soup sellers didn't care. When they scooped the soup, there was still some floating mutton fat. They made a lot of money this night. Once it was cold, everyone wanted to drink hot soup. Chapter 211. Sanlang, it's still lively outside. Empress Wang looked outside through the window of the carriage with a happy expression. The new carriage was built, and there were lights outside. The small lights in the carriage were relatively dark, so the people outside couldn't see the situation inside the carriage. The steel axle used for the carriage was pulled by 2 horses. The walls of the carriage were made of barbed wire, cotton layer, hardwood, and asbestos layer that existed in the Tang dynasty. The windows were made of 4 layers of glass, and the outer layer was made of thick iron tendons. The gap was just enough to prevent crossbows from shooting in. Then there were 2 layers of glass, and behind the glass was a thin barbed wire. There were 2 layers of glass at the back. If you were looking at something still while you were looking at it, the images outside would be blocked by the 2 layers of glass, and it would be uncomfortable to look at it. If you moved a little, it would be fine. Only by blocking crossbows and small crossbows could you move freely. Moreover, the 4-wheeled carriage had seats for 2 people, so it could maintain a relatively slow speed when there were no horses. Even if you wanted to burn it with fire, it wouldn't burn at all. As for other arrangements, there was no need. There were winged knights in disguise next to them, and they were not dead people. If they didn't react to the first wave, they would have played with Li Yi for a month in vain. Now it was cold outside and hot inside the carriage, but the glass was not frosted. It was smeared with glycerin and scraped. This was the most luxurious carriage in the Tang dynasty so far, and it involved a lot of technology. Li Longji also enjoyed the liveliness and the sense of security. There was a switch beside his hand, and it was manually operated. As long as he pressed down hard, the outside of the carriage would collapse. This was to prevent people from pouring kerosene. If the temperature in the carriage was high, people would be roasted to death. The yamen office is more like it. Do you think I don't know the situation of the previous Yamen officers? Li Longji gave a good evaluation of the Yamen officers in Chang'an County. Yes, the Yamen officers made a lot of money this year, and they were reluctant to lose their jobs. When they found that they could make more money by not bullying people, they knew how to cherish it. Empress Wang smiled and said that the most important thing for the Yamen officers was to keep their jobs when they had money. It's a pity that I can't watch the ice skating competition in person. Brother Yi's commentary is very interesting. Listening to it makes one's blood boil. His voice is so different from usual. Li Longji turned on the loudspeaker and lowered the volume. Closer, closer, I'm going to overtake him. One body's length, half a body's length. Accelerate, maintain, pass, counterattack, successful counterattack. This is the glory of competition. This is the essence of ice skating, stronger, faster, come on. Pull away, beautiful. Li Yi's passionate, hoarse voice rang out. Li Longji's heart still beat faster even though he had heard it several times. Don't play anymore, don't play anymore. The children are already moving. They need to go to the ice rink. Empress Wang stopped him. She chuckled. I've never thought that uncle would have such a side to him. He looks so steady in the past. But in the end, it's as though he's a completely different person when it comes to commentating for a competition. It's so fun. Haha. Li Longji turned off the loudspeaker. Didn't Big Brother say that he couldn't stand what the people from Chongwen Guan wrote, and wanted to compete with Prime Minister Yao? That's why he invited Brother Yi. Yes, Uncle's performance is naturally extraordinary. Prime Minister Yao must be sad again. Empress Wang knew the situation in the imperial court. Prime Minister Yao refused to accept it and wanted to take back the initiative. But there was nothing he could do. Uncle is too strong. Up until now, there was nothing that Uncle couldn't do. Even the ice skating competition had a different feeling when it came to Uncle's commentary. There was no cheering or applause. Uncle only needed to open his mouth to bring the atmosphere of the competition to life. Most importantly, Uncle was not one of those big shots from Nankou. Big Uncle said that Uncle was looking after a sick child at that time. The child was only 8 months old. He took some time to take a look at the competition and returned after commentating for a round. Li Longji was in a good mood. It's a little unreasonable. When father came back, he said that he would go after the new year. Let's go. It's uncomfortable to stay in Baifu Hall all day. Empress Wang supported Li Dan and noble consort Lu to go out for a walk. Li Longji also thought so. If they were in another place, he would not feel at ease. He was afraid that his father would be used by people with ulterior motives and cause trouble. However, Brother Yi's side was not a problem. He had to keep his identity a secret. Moreover, Brother Yi wanted to settle down and improve the people's lives. As they were talking, there was a commotion in front of them. There were many people gathering there. The carriage stopped. The carriage stopped and waited for the lights to go out. The 2 winged knights men sitting in the front and back of the carriage hurriedly pulled the lever and changed gears. They began to pedal to generate electricity. When the electricity was reconnected, the lights came on again. Without needing Li Longji's instructions, someone ran over to check the situation. After a few seconds, someone ran back and stood outside the carriage. He reported softly, someone accused the stall of making garlic sprouts of having diarrhea after eating the garlic sprouts. The bailiffs are asking about the situation. Call the imperial physician from the carriage behind. Li Longji said. The imperial physician went to the front of the carriage to check on the situation. Before long, he came back. There's no problem with the garlic sprouts. It's the person who has weak blood and is allergic to garlic sprouts. Yes, allergic. Li Dongzhu said that he would be allergic to bean sprouts. His face is swollen. Is there any medicine that can cure him? Li Longji asked again. Boil it with water and rub it on the outside. Then boil it with baiji and take it orally. You'll be fine soon. The imperial physician replied. It was in the compendium of Materia Medica. It was a very simple matter. Then what are you waiting for? Li Longji's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Hurry up and solve the problem. What's the use of talking to me? Then I'll help to induce vomiting. Your Majesty, please give me a bar of soap. It's best to use soapy water to induce vomiting. The imperial physician told him the reason. If he didn't vomit it out, it would still be in his stomach. There's soap. Don't use soap. Empress Wang took out a bar of soap from a clamshell box beside her and handed it to Shi-er. Shi-er then handed it to the front. The winged knights took it and opened a hole in the carriage to stuff it out. In fact, this kind of allergic reaction could be removed by rubbing it with hot water after vomiting. After waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, the dispute was resolved. The person who set up the stall was fine, and the people who ate it didn't blame him. However, the person who benefited the most was the person who ate it. He knew that he couldn't eat the garlic sprouts and bean sprouts. Otherwise, he would prepare fongfong and baiji. If the gastrointestinal tract was better, he would add licorice. Brother Yi's book really worked. At least it made the imperial physician confident. Li Longji was relieved. He didn't want to see anything unpleasant. There are other medicines in the medicine box that Uncle gave. This is chlorpheniramine maleate and diphenhydramine. It's written that they are anti-resistance and analgesic drugs, which are allergies. Empress Wang took out the medicine box in the carriage. There were many medicines in it. Brother Yi, you gave me 3 medical books? Li Longji noted. Yes, he said that he would write 50 books by the end of the 3rd year of Kaiyuan. Oh, copy 50 books. Empress Wang treated Li Yi's copying as an entertainment. Your Majesty, Yao Chong requests an audience. A familiar voice came from outside. It was Yao Chong's voice. Come in. Li Longji said. The winged knights opened the door. Yao Chong came in and bowed to Empress Wang. Greetings to the Empress. Minister Yao, please. Empress Wang returned to her dignified appearance. Yao Chong sat down. Shi-er made some green tea for him. Shi-er, how are you? Yao Chong was concerned about a palace maid. Thank you for your concern. Shi-er is fine. I just cut some things. Shi-er replied. Li Yi's medical skills need not be mentioned. May I ask, on the first day of the new year, did you invite Li Yi to the court? Yao Chong asked another question to Li Longji. Chapter 212. Nope. Li Longji refused without hesitation. What a joke. Brother Yi will know who I am when he attends the court meeting. But Li Yi has made a lot of good things for the people this year. Others are allowed to attend the court meeting except for Li Yi. Yao Chong said that other than the 5th rank officials attending the court meeting, there were also some people who received special awards who could stand outside and feel the emperor's grace. If others came but not Li Yi, was it a signal to the outside world that the court did not like Li Yi? His Majesty did not like him either. I will reward him alone. I will give him a rank of secondary class 7. Secondary class 5 official. Minister Yao, you can give him a civil service position. Li Longji had his ways. If he did not let him in, he would give him a civil service position. A civil service position had no power, but he could get a salary. If he gave a civil service position of secondary class 5 official, even if it was a primary class 6 official, he would have to salute first before speaking. It was just like some of the conferred madams. The madam was a secondary class 6 official, while the county magistrate was a secondary class 7 official. If a secondary class 6 madam broke the law, the county magistrate would have to ask for instructions from the state government. He could not use torture. If the madam did not cooperate, he could not arrest her. Of course, during the curfew in Chang'an, the county magistrate would be on patrol. If he found someone doing something sneaky, no matter what your rank was, as long as you were not a special existence, he could kill you. Yao Chong regretted. If he had known, he would not have asked. Secondary class 5 official? A civil service position was still an official. He had real power. If Li Yi wanted to punish someone, would he still need a civil service position? Prime Minister Yao, do you feel that your rank is too low? Empress Wang was not happy. Giving a civil service position of secondary class 5 official. Was Yao Chong not happy? I know. All the rewards will be sent to Li Yi's manor. Yao Chong admitted. A civil service position required clothes, for treasures of the study, a seal, a document, and a salary certificate. Of course, a secondary class 5 official did not need to collect them himself. A secondary class level 5 official was also a level 5 official. It was so close to Chang'an City. If Li Yi wanted, he could attend the imperial court meetings on the 1st and 15th day of the month. It was the Wuxia dynasty. Wuxia was the 15th day of the month, and the moon was very round. Shua was the first day of the month, and the moon could not be seen. If they were to sing about the new moon on the horizon, it would be pure nonsense. There was no such thing. The moon on the 15th was in the middle of the night on the 12th. Those that came out earlier were called first quarter moon, and those that came out later were called last quarter moon. It was not important whether the moon was round or not. Li Yi now had the rank of secondary class rank 5 official. All he had to do was report in advance, and he would be able to participate in the court assembly. The emperor was standing several hundred meters away, in a position that could not be seen without binoculars. When other people spoke, he would listen. When the emperor spoke, there would be someone to pass on the message so he would know what to say. When the minister spoke, for example Yao Chong, he could not hear them. Once the imperial court meeting started and Li Yi's application was approved, he could come over for a meal. It would be glorious if the emperor treated him to a meal. The emperor treated him to a meal with cucumbers in winter. Li Longji obviously knew that Brother Yi would not attend the imperial court meetings. As for food, where else could compare to Zhuangzi's canteen? Perhaps there were other level 5 officials with no real power who would attend just to eat cucumbers and stand in the cold wind. Brother Yi would definitely not do such a thing. Then he was relieved. They would not meet and he would be given benefits. Yao Chong was also aware of this, but he could not stop himself from saying that he would reward Yi Tianyun. Was it too much to reward him with a secondary class level 5 official? It depended on who it was. There was nothing wrong with giving it to Li Yi. Yao Chong admitted that he also felt a sense of dependence on Zhuangzi. No matter how serious the problem was, as long as he thought of Zhuangzi, he would be able to pull himself together and solve it. This was because the more there was a last line of defense, the more it could stimulate a person's adventurous spirit. Even if he did something wrong, he could still go to Zhuangzi to ask. He would never be lonely or afraid because there was a place with someone who could solve any problem at any time. To give such a person a level 5 official touching his conscience, was it okay? So Yao Chong left and went back to make arrangements. He could not do it himself tomorrow morning. He had to ask others to do it and he would support from the side. I don't know what uncle is doing. Uncle said that a child has pneumonia the same as Zhuya Jinshan but more serious. He is only 8 months old, so he must be cured. Without Yao Chong, Empress Wang returned to her lively nature. She began to worry about a baby she had never seen before. She also had one in her stomach. She had always liked children, other people's children, but she did not have one. Now that she had one, she liked it even more. Since he has been sent to Brother Yi and is still alive, he should be fine. Li Longji comforted his wife. This child was the future crown prince, so they had to be careful. He did not want to admit that the empress he appointed was not good. When the child was born, he would let others see. It was not that the empress was not virtuous, but that she had not met the Kaiyuan era. Li Longji wanted to kill the imperial physician, but he could not. The imperial physician had fought with his life. No, he did not have the ability to. Li Yi, who was being remembered, was playing the cello at this time. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi had made many musical instruments, but the piano had not been made yet. The violin and cello had been made, but the bass cello could not be made. The bass cello had too high requirements for the strings and the resonance box. The bass cello was not played, it was played with the fingers. The bass cello was the predecessor of the electric bass. Now there was a cello, but Li Yi was not very familiar with it. It was much more comfortable to change to the violin. The violin had a wide range of sound, but it was not suitable for the baby's current situation. The sound quality was not deep enough. Li Yi was singing a lullaby to coax the baby to sleep. The little guy woke up again and continued to eat. After drinking milk, his body temperature rose. He did not sleep even when he was injected. He coughed and sucked phlegm, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at the others. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Yi wanted him to sleep. The child's metabolism was the fastest when he was sleeping. So he took the cello and played it while singing. Moon or bright wind, quiet tree leaf, shade windowling, a cricket, chirp, 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 chirp. Li Yi sang with difficulty. He did not change his voice now, but he could. So under normal circumstances, his voice was clear and crisp, giving people a cute and tender feeling. If it was in the past, oral resonance was enough. Now he had to relax and use his chest to resonate. His stomach exerted strength, which was also called dantian chi support. The more relaxed he was, the wider the vibration of his vocal cords. In theory, all the high notes could be sung by controlling the vibration of a small part of the vocal cords, but the low notes could not go down. Li Yi persevered. His voice was deep and natural, but in reality it was very strenuous. The eunuchs and palace maids listened and watched at the side, their eyes full of stars. They wanted to ask if he wanted the accompaniment of the flute and huqin. They knew how to. The little guy tried hard to turn his head and even turned his body sideways, staring at Li Yi, who was singing. His saliva flowed out and he made sounds as if he was singing too. Li Yi was convinced. "You're not sleeping." "I'm sleepy." "You're sick, why are you so energetic?" He moved the cello to the side and changed to the violin. He looked at the little guy. He chose a minor tune that also did not have the word fa or she to sing. "I've never forgotten to remember you in the sunset, stepping on the green grass, the setting sun in my heart, always a little sad, not having you in my dreams." This was ethereal. The violin was played very high. Li Yi used his childish voice to sing overtones. This was the kind of feeling that belonged to church music. It was mainly expressed in the Renaissance era. Every mass was ethereal. The palace maids and eunuchs were drunk. There was actually such a beautiful song. The little guy was singing, gu wulu wulu. Li Yi laughed. He really did not know what to do with him. The little guy was also laughing. Even though he was still running a fever, he looked very happy. The palace maids and eunuchs' eyes were red. This scene was too beautiful. A divine Dr. Dongzhu and a sick baby were gradually getting closer to each other, heart to heart. Chapter 213. Li Yi changed 6 songs before the baby finally fell asleep. He felt that it was not because of the singing but because the baby was really sleepy. If he did not sing, the baby might have fallen asleep even earlier. This made him speechless. Was there a problem with the combination of medicine and music? Most importantly, psychology was not useful. Why was the child so excited? Then he measured the baby's body temperature and found that it had dropped to 38.2 degrees. It was nighttime. According to the relationship between magnetic fields and physiology, a sick child's body temperature should be between 38.5 and 39 degrees. Li Yi was prepared to lower the temperature physically, and at the same time he planned to give oxygen. Is this the effect of the adrenaline and pituitary hormones after being too happy? Li Yi mumbled, unable to understand. He actually wanted to test it, but he held back. It was not easy for the baby to fall asleep. If he woke him up, would he have to sing for the whole night? The world was big, but the sick baby was the most important. "I will stay here tonight. You guys change shifts. Every 2 hours. Remember to be alert. At the same time, tell the breastfeeding sister to work hard. There is only hope if the baby survives." Li Yi put down the violin and shook his shoulders and neck as he spoke to the palace maids and eunuchs. Tao Hong looked at the sleeping baby's peaceful face and said softly, "I know. Now that she is on maternity leave, she is feeding her own child. There is also someone helping to look after him. She has so much milk." Cui Lu looked down at her own figure and was a little depressed. "Cui Lu, don't feel inferior." He Yin comforted. "Why should I feel inferior? Least I do. It's just a matter of size. Some people." "Haha," Cui Lu retorted. He Yin was speechless. He felt that his heart was hurt. It was the kind that could not be healed no matter how much antibiotics he drank. "Li Dongzhu, is Li Dongzhu here? Our Gao Li Shi." A shout came from outside. "You guys look after the baby. I will go," Li Yi said as he walked out. Outside the courtyard, Gao Li Shi stood there. 2 Zhuangzi's guards were guarding the courtyard door, preventing anyone from entering. "Li Dongzhu, this place of yours is getting harder to enter." Just now the little crossbow was revealed. "I believe that if I dare to take a step forward, I will be shot on the spot," Gao Li Shi complained, but his face was full of smiles. "General Gao is right. Should we punish them?" Li Yi said with a smile. "They should be punished for being too loyal. At the very least, They should be punished to bring an extra stone of rice back home and tire them out. Humph! Gao Lisher pointed at the 2 old soldiers. According to General Gao's suggestion, each of them will be punished to bring 1 dan of rice home. Li Yi readily agreed. He glanced at the people behind Gao Lisher. There were 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs that he was familiar with. They were from another group. She didn't recognize the 2 extra palace maids and eunuchs. The 4 of you, come and greet Li Dongzhu, Gao Lisher said to the people behind him. The original eunuchs and palace maids didn't move, but the extra palace maids and eunuchs stepped forward. Greetings, Dongzhu. This is... Li Yi asked cooperatively. I want to keep an eye on you so in the future there will be 8 people in each class. Don't worry, they will be as obedient as before. You can order them around as much as you want. If they don't do well, you can beat them to death. Gao Lisher spoke with a murderous tone. Li Yi clasped his fists. Thank you, General Gao. I'm really too busy here. 4 people in a class isn't enough. Is it 1 person to take care of 1 person? Li Yi thanked him. He wasn't afraid of having too many people. Gao Lisher had sent people to take care of him, so he didn't have to worry. If he wanted to keep an eye on him, why would he need to add another class of people? Do you have anything good to bribe me? Gao Lisher smiled as he asked for something. Yes, even if I didn't realize it, I would have thought of it. Li Yi smiled as well. I know you have a lot of thermometers. Give me a few. If someone in the palace has a fever, in case it's contagious, we can call the imperial physicians to take a look. Don't worry, I'm not that cruel. If the imperial physicians can't take care of them, I'll bring them to you for a few injections. It's not a big deal. Gao Lisher directly asked for thermometers. Li Yi had exchanged for a lot of thermometers, so it was cheap. Gao Lisher knew that he was worried that someone in the palace would fall ill during the winter. If they were sick, they could take a look. The imperial physicians had nothing to do anyway. If they couldn't do it, they could send it over. Okay, thank you, General Gao, for giving me a chance to accumulate good karma. Li Yi knew how to speak. You didn't eat when you came. Gao Lisher said again. What a coincidence, I'm also hungry. Why don't we eat together? Li Yi said. He was indeed hungry. He had eaten a few mouthfuls at night and thought he would be able to sleep soon. In the end, the little guy was still trying hard to cooperate. He just wouldn't close his eyes. Other than the palace maid Taohong, who was in charge of looking after the baby, the other 3 people came out to greet Gao Lisher. They nodded to the other 4 people and turned to go back. Li Yi brought a group of people to the cafeteria. Taohong and the others in this group were very natural. They talked to the people next to them one by one and introduced the situation. The newcomers were afraid. They were afraid of being ostracized and felt that they had taken away the rights of others. The palace maids and eunuchs from before were very enthusiastic. They were indeed busy, for people couldn't keep an eye on them. It would be great if there were 8 in the future. As for seizing power, Dongzhu couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. Dongzhu didn't want to be restrained or balanced. He wanted things to go according to his heart. If you wanted to attack a colleague and slander him, the first one to be dealt with would definitely be you. Therefore, the 4 people were very serious when teaching. They didn't hold back at all, including Dongzhu's habits and other details of his life. You must remember, don't try to play tricks. I'll tell you everything. I'm not hiding anything. If I were to trick you, I would be trapping myself as well. Dongzhu understands everything. Taohong said to the palace maid beside her. She was afraid that the palace maid would think too much and play some palace infighting. Dongzhu was very disgusted. Dongzhu was already busy enough. She didn't want to add to his troubles. The newcomers listened attentively. They already knew some things, but when they looked at Li Yi, their hearts were filled with curiosity. When they entered the cafeteria, they finally felt the impact. There were so many dishes casually placed. The farmers were walking back and forth. Were those big boxes of watermelons and cantaloupes placed together? Were they allowed to eat freely? I don't like to eat watermelons. Why are there so many left today? Alas! Scoop it up. Can't you people who make watermelons and fruit plates see how many people there are? If you really can't, just squeeze the juice. Some farmers complained to the kitchen staff. They were afraid that the watermelons and cantaloupes would spoil, so they scooped up a lot more. During the day, it was provided to Zhuangzi of the Zhang family. In the end, those people were all distracted and didn't eat much. If they don't buy it, others can't do anything. They won't eat it tomorrow. The kitchen staff explained. It was mainly Dongju's fault. You insisted on explaining in the morning. Everyone was stunned by your words. Otherwise, this wouldn't happen as usual. The 4 palace maids and eunuchs who came later didn't understand the situation. They only knew that the people who ate it were unhappy and the people who made it were very sad. When did watermelons in winter become so disliked? Put it in the cream. Let the children eat cake tomorrow morning. Li had no choice but to speak. Eating cream again. My second son gained 6 gene in a month. Someone complained. Then don't eat the one in your house. Tao Hong at the side glared at that person. You are Tao Hong from class 3. Why are you here? It's class 2 now. Dongju, don't look at me. I'm just saying. The woman in the kitchen wasn't afraid of others, but she couldn't bear Dongju's gaze. The watermelons and cantaloupes are indeed wrong. Others don't want you to prepare them in advance. You can't keep them. Li said and led the crowd to other places to get food. The people behind him quickly took out charcoal pens to write. Watermelons and cantaloupes couldn't be prepared in advance. Chapter 2:14. The 4 new palace servants followed the instructions of their seniors. They carried the plates and scooped up the dishes. They only scooped up a little of each dish. They sat down and ate. When they finished, they went to take other dishes. This way they could eat more. The cafeteria was bright at night. There were candles on the glass lamps. The candlelight shone in all directions. Because the floor was made of glass, there were no large shadows. Bring a cart of food to the bathtub. I want a big piece of meat. There's a lot of work today. A farmer stood outside the cafeteria and shouted. Understood. The people in the cafeteria agreed. They don't come in to eat because they're afraid of delaying work? A new palace maid asked Chui Lu in a low voice. There's a lot of dust on the kiln. There's a lot of dust on their bodies. If they come in, there'll be dust on the other dishes. They can't wait. Chui Lu knew the reason and replied in a low voice. Li Dongju, pick a few names. Gao Lishur didn't go back at night. He drank some wine and said to Li, the palace maids are Bai He and Jinju. The eunuchs are Huang Bai and Ziyu. Li casually gave 4 names. After that, the 4 classes of palace maids and eunuchs all had common names. The 4 of them were divided and confirmed. They would start work now and stay a few days longer than the next class. Why don't we stay a few more days? Tao Hong said. No. Gao Lishur refused. You go back and continue to look at the other palace maids. Pick the good ones to teach. Prepare to replace Bai He, Jinju, Huang Bai and Ziyu. Tao Hong pouted. She didn't want to go back. The palace was busy during the new year. It was better to be relaxed in Zhuangzi. Gao Lishur ignored her. He still wanted to enjoy the feeling of being in Zhuangzi, but he couldn't. I'll bring you gifts when I leave tomorrow, Li said. The 4 of them were happy. They didn't come in vain. I want vegetables. When we go back, we'll distribute them to the other 2 classes. Chui Lu requested. You can choose for yourself. Li agreed. He treated the palace maids and eunuchs as his own. They couldn't go back to the palace. Every time they went back, they would bring big and small bags. The people who went back had to wait 30 days before they could come to Zhuangzi. When he was in Zhuangzi, he always felt that the days were short, but in the palace, he found that the sun rose slowly and set even more slowly. Fortunately, they still had something to look forward to. Eventually, it would be their turn. There were even more people in the palace who did not have the slightest bit of hope. Out of the 16 newly selected students, 4 of them performed the best. As for the other 3 classes, they still had to go through the selection process. She had to be pleasing to the eye and smart. Most importantly, he had no complicated relationships with other people in the palace. If he wanted to use people from other places, unless they were the Empress palace maids, eunuchs, concubines, and talented people, he would not choose them. Li ate slowly and chatted with Gao Lishur. In the future, if there are any new things that don't violate the taboo, remember to ask them to bring it back for us when they go back. Gao Lishur wanted some benefits. Firecrackers. Li wanted to give her some fireworks. Firecrackers are a taboo. If you ask your brother to send it to the palace and we have our own, won't it be easier to get it than His Majesty? Gao Lisher firmly refused. He was afraid that he had a pile of dangerous goods that would explode with a bang. Previously, Li Yi had sent the firecrackers to Xingqing Palace. There were none in the imperial city. He would take them when he needed to light them on the 30th. Li Dongzhu, if you want to sell firecrackers, you must find a good buyer and keep a record of who you sell to. Gao Lisher thought of something. Li Yi's chopstick stopped in front of his mouth. He thought for a while and nodded, that's right. He put the food into his mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed. Li Yi said, I have a method. For those who buy firecrackers, the village will send someone to follow them and teach them how to light them up. Every time they buy firecrackers, they must light them up in one go. If they want to light them up again, they can buy more. Good idea. I'm relieved. Gao Lisher raised his wine cup and agreed. At the same time, you can also get some benefits for the village owner. Li Yi said with a smile. Benefits? Gao Lisher was surprised. The fee for teaching them how to light the firecrackers will be increased by 5%. The village owner will come back and take 5 coins. I'll take 45 coins. Li Yi told the price increase and the distribution ratio. He would give the village owner 10% of the service fee. Li Dongzhu really knows how to do business. Gao Lisher said something that was hard to tell whether it was a compliment or a derogatory remark. If they light the firecrackers, they might accidentally hurt people. With the village owner's guidance, I will take responsibility if anything happens. Li Yi explained the reason. He took the biggest responsibility, so he took more money. That's a good reason. Gao Lisher smiled. After breakfast, they went to rest. The newcomers were taught the rules of the dormitory one-on-one. On the 26th of December, Li Chengqi came again to be the starter and referee. Gao Lisher and the others ate breakfast before dawn and rushed to the city gate to wait for the gate to open. After the morning meeting in the palace, Yao Chong received a piece of good news when he returned to the political affairs hall. Prime Minister Yao, they made it. They made it. They dismantled many firecrackers and found that there were no sawdust or honey inside. Instead, there was charcoal. So they changed the prescription. Sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal are really useful. It's just that I don't know why Zhuangzi's medicine is made in granules. When the powder is placed in the mud, it doesn't make a sound. It doesn't work even when sand is added. The person in charge of the skills of 100 workers reported the situation to Yao Chong. How much is the cost? Yao Chong was happy. We can make 3 firecrackers for 1 coin, but only 2 or 3 out of 10 firecrackers will make a sound. The sound is not loud enough and there is a lot of smoke. The person answered. Why is it so expensive? It can't be sold, right? Yao Chong thought of the firecrackers that didn't make a sound and found that they couldn't compete in the market. Prime Minister Yao, I have an idea. We can make firecrackers that look the same as Li Yi and Zhuangzi's. We can sell 2 firecrackers for 1 coin. No one will know that we made it. When the time comes, slap. Before the person could finish his words, he was slapped on the head. Yao Chong said angrily, when the time comes, your head will be removed. I can only resign. I can't afford to lose face. Yes, I won't do it. The person nodded. Go, tell them to study hard and memorize the safety manual. Yao Chong's good mood disappeared again. Then, less than an hour later, a cloud of smoke rose from the place where the skills of 100 workers were used. The palace was in a panic. Where did the fire come from? The remaining 2,500 winged knights rushed to the palace from the Forbidden Garden. Empress Wang went into her carriage and asked someone to call for the emperor. Not long after, the news came back. It's fine. It's not a rebellion. The place where the firecrackers were placed burned down. In the empress's palace, Li Longji looked at Yao Chong, who came in to ask for forgiveness. The safety manual was used as toilet paper? Your Majesty, there were no casualties. The firecrackers were scattered and burned. According to the safety manual, once there is danger, we should run immediately. Only a few people's clothes were burned and their faces were black. Yao Chong was also angry. How did it burn? Empress Wang asked from the carriage. She didn't plan to hide in the palace. If something really happened, she would rush out and go to Li Yi. She believed that although her uncle didn't take out any weapons, if there was really danger, even if thousands of soldiers and horses couldn't rush in, Her uncle must have some means. Now she was unhappy. Was it easy to have a child? Scare me. They wanted to add glue to the powder and grind it together. As they grinded it, it caught fire. Everyone shouted and ran. The firecrackers were scattered. There was some on the ground and it caught fire. Yao Chong told the situation of the fire. At the same time, he was glad that they scattered the firecrackers according to the safety manual. Then they found it was not good to run first. Otherwise, people would have died. Gao Lisher stood at the side and hesitated. Your Majesty, to avoid accidents, Li Dongzhu yesterday. He told the emperor about the firecrackers and Li Yi's response. This firecrackers shouldn't be made by the workshop. There are too many people. Those who know the secret, send it to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. Li Longji decided that they should stop playing. What if it blew up? I know. Yao Chong reluctantly agreed. Chapter 215. Come on. Come on. The spectators around the Zhuangzi skating arena were still cheering for the contestants. There were more and more children on the ice skating arena. Some parents brought their children here early in the morning and left. They left money for the Zhang family village and said that they would come to pick them up after dark. They found a good place. The children had nowhere to play and ran around during the day. They couldn't even get a drink or anything. It just so happened that there were things to play in Zhuangzi. The ice skating was free. But there were expenses for food and drink. There were people in Zhuangzi to take care of the children. It was too worry-free. The money given to the Zhang family village was lunch money. They ate skewers in Zhuangzi and were deducted. Usually, the men found excuses to take the children to do things, while the women stayed by the side. Some children came by themselves. They didn't need to pay for the ice skating or chicken bone soup. These children belonged to the type of family whose economic conditions weren't very good. The adults didn't have time to take care of them. The older children in the neighborhood greeted them and took the other children out of the city. They set off at dawn when the city gate opened. They jumped and walked for a while. When they saw a carriage or an ox cart, they ran over and grabbed it. Some drivers felt sorry for the animals and drove with their whips. Some saw that the cart was empty and let the children ride for a while. It took about an hour to reach Zhuangzi from the city. They drank soup first and warmed up before going to the ice skating arena. Dongzhu doesn't care? Huang Bai noticed the situation and asked Qing Song. He felt that his name matched Qing Song. Yes, at noon Dongzhu will take care of a meal. The children are smart. They know the situation in a few days. Other rich families bring their children here. Those who don't have money come by themselves. Zhuangzi has a lot of ice skating rinks. It's enough for them to play. Qing Song took Huang Bai's familiar suitcase and rested at the children's play area. They drank some soup or went back to drink hot water. I'm asking if Dongzhu doesn't drive them away? The soup made with bones and chicken is also money. There's salt and seasoning in it. Look, there's still minced meat floating. Huang Bai corrected his meaning. The children finally have a safe place to play. If they are driven away and fall into the ice hole, what should we do? Our Dongzhu is a rich man. We have to take care of our neighbors. Rich people in other places can give porridge, but Zhuangzi will give them a meal so that people will know that Dongzhu is kind. Qing Song told Huang Bai that there were rich people everywhere in the Tang dynasty, and they needed to pay to repair bridges and roads. Neighbors in the same county had to fork out money for weddings and funerals. Sometimes they even had to fork out manpower. The restaurant owners had leftovers. They would put them in buckets and bring them out at night to feed the beggars. Beggars usually fought for food, scooping it out from the swill bucket. If he did that, he would have to call for help if something happened. Otherwise, if his house was on fire, no one would help even if they were just bystanders. Qing Song and the others understood that it was not easy for Dongzhu to maintain a good reputation. Tell the children to wash their hands with hot water. Use a brush to clean their hands and apply some cream. Li Yi's voice came from behind the two of them. Yes. Pine Tree responded without even thinking. Huang Bai jumped in fright. Qing Song went over to greet them. Come and wash your hands. There's soap. After you wash your hands, we'll have lunch. When the large group of children heard this, they threw down the ice cart and stake and ran over. Their faces and hands were all black, and they often could not wash their hands clean, leaving behind traces that were similar to dried skin. There were also some with big snot dripping from their noses and sniffing from time to time. Li looked at them and remembered that when he was a child, he was in the same situation. The area under his thumb could not be washed clean. He could not even soak it in hot water. He had to use a brush. Then, his neck was also black, and he did not wash his face properly. Anyway, the children at that time were similar, unlike later, when the economic conditions of the families improved and they lived in apartments, and the children became clean. Put the things away, put them away. An older child shouted. The ice stakes and ice cart were thrown away randomly. The older child was afraid that he would make the boss unhappy. When one of them shouted, the others followed, and the children ran back. No matter how wild they usually were, they were still afraid when they met the rich, especially the Li family Zhuangzi. Previously, when they drank soup, they waited at the side for the villager to scoop it for them. They did not dare to go forward, afraid that the children of the rich who also ate skewers would dislike them. After washing their hands and faces and applying the cream, they immediately felt that they were different and moved forward. Then the other children still disliked them. On one hand, they disliked the children of the poor, while the children of the rich ran to change the water to wash their hands and faces, waiting to apply the cream. Li strolled among the children and stood in front of a 7- or 8-year-old boy. He observed that the child always used his tongue to lick his upper lip. "Open your mouth," Li said softly. The child opened his mouth. He had not brushed his teeth, so he did not dare to breathe. "Open the medicine box," Li said again. Qingsong ran over and skillfully opened the box. He chose a small box to open. Li took out a pair of pliers and touched the child's left front tooth. "I prepared something delicious for you, just... Okay, stop licking. Bite the cotton ball and spit it out later," Li said as he pulled out the child's tooth. When it was time to change teeth, the teeth kept moving, so the child licked it. The child bit the cotton ball and blinked, not knowing what to say. Walking away from the children, Li checked the children's minor problems from time to time. There were abscesses on the gums, angular cheilitis, bubbles in the mouth, ulcers, and cuts on the small hands. He cleaned and applied medicine one by one and even taught the children how to blow their own noses. He did it slowly and patiently. The children looked at him differently, no longer with the initial fear and uneasiness. Qingsong cooperated by the side and handed over small tools, medicine, and ointment from time to time. Another match started and Li Chengqi walked over. The palace seems to have already asked the imperial physicians to treat the patients. There's no need to treat these minor problems, right? He pointed to the small incisions in teeth. Children will suffer if they have minor problems. They just have to endure it. If the adults don't care, the children can endure it. Li did not think that this was a minor problem. Especially children with swollen gums, they would use needles and put their fingers in without washing their hands. Then, the place where the needles were inserted would heal, but there would still be pus inside. If someone made a bigger incision in a hygienic situation, squeezed out all the pus and blood, and sprayed it with watermelon frost or borax, the child would get better soon. Li Chengqi did not say anything and noted it down. He would tell his third brother later that the imperial physicians should not be idle, especially the apprentices who could handle such minor problems. "It seems that I have to talk to the Pei Ming mansion. The hygiene needs to be improved. In addition to flushing out the fecal pits with hot water, more ash and lime should be sprinkled. People should wash their hands before and after meals. I will provide soap water and sell it to the Chong and Yamen at a cheaper price," Li said while thinking. He wanted to continue to increase his lifespan. If he increased the lifespan of others, he would also increase it. Hygiene was the biggest problem. It was normal to drink unboiled water, but it was incomprehensible to drink hot water. As for washing their hands before and after meals, many people could not do it at that time. If he provided soap, it would affect the international smuggling trade. He changed it to soap water and asked Pei Yaoqing to distribute it to the people. If fewer people fell sick, it would naturally contribute to the Tang dynasty. "How cheap?" Li Chengqi asked on behalf of Pei Yaoqing. "The cost." Li gave 2 words. He could actually tell him the method of making soap, but he did not want to. "Is it cheaper than soap powder?" Li Chengqi asked again. "How much is the cheapest soap powder?" Li really did not know the price. 1 tael and 3 copper coins. Li Chengqi had specially asked before, although he did not use the cheapest soap powder before. Mine is 1 copper coin per kilogram. You have to buy tens of thousands of kilograms at a time, or else it will be 2 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi estimated the cost and gave a price. The so-called cost included the cost of manpower. Chapter 216. When Li Yi was making soap during the saponification reaction, there were layers of salt, glycerin, and so on in the chemical reaction. There was an unsaturated saponification reaction liquid inside. After the salt and glycerin were extracted separately, the rest was soap water. This soap water would usually be used to participate in the next saponification reaction. If one wanted to purify it, they could still produce some soap, but the investment and output were not proportional. Now it was just the right time to sell it. Li Yi did not care about the entire Tang dynasty, but Chang'an County was not a problem. There were more than 1 million people, but not all of them used soap water. Some of them used soap powder, and the poor people used plant ash to wash. Now, the people of the Tang dynasty did not take a bath for a long time, especially in winter. Only the officials had a day off. It was not unusual for the girls in Pyongkong Square and the people in Beitou to take baths 8 times a day. In addition, there were also the farmers in Zhuangzi who did manual labor in special workshops. They cut their hair short, and the men even had a buzz cut. They washed hard in the bathtub, which was convenient and comfortable. If it were not for his face, Li Yi would have shaved his head bald. It was convenient for him to perform surgery on a bald head. He just needed to put on a surgical cap and did not have to worry about things falling into the patient's wound. It's not easy to find oil, especially pancreas. Others use it to wash things with plant ash. Li Yi knew that Li Yi used a lot of fat before. I'm using soybean oil now, Li Yi said in a low voice. Who said that the saponification reaction must be animal fat? Soybean oil can also be used? Li Chengqi was surprised. He had never learned to make soap with soybean oil since he was a child. How many magical things were there in this? Oil and soap, these two things were very different, right? It's just like making soybean milk into tofu. Li Yi understood his brother's thoughts and explained with the simplest example. Yes, soybean milk can be made into tofu and dried tofu. Soap can also be made by adding gypsum, brine, or vinegar to soybean oil. Li Chengqi began to imagine. If you add vinegar, the cooked oil can be used to mix vegetables. Li Yi joked. After that, Li Yi asked the child who was holding his stomach and walking over. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Belly, belly, said the child. There are bugs, right? Brother Yi, why don't you give him that candy? Li Chengqi felt that he could also be a doctor. Li Yi asked Ching Song to lay the box flat. Then he placed the child on it and began to press it. Does it hurt here? Li Yi asked. It hurts a little when you press it, but it won't hurt if you don't press it, the child answered. How does it hurt? Is it like being pricked by a needle? Li Yi asked. It hurts when you press on it and it hurts everywhere. What about here? It doesn't hurt. I can't take it anymore. I want to vomit. The child struggled as he spoke. Wah! He spat out. Can I vomit again? Li Yi looked at the water he vomited and asked. I can't spit it out, the child replied. Give him 2 skewers. He's hungry, Li Yi instructed. She then asked the child, You didn't eat anything last night? How did you know? The child expressed that he was very surprised. Not only did you not eat, but you also didn't drink much water. When you woke up in the morning, you went straight to Zhuangzi and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. Your body needs a lot of energy, and you also exercised a lot on the ice skating. Your metabolism was too fast, and the water quickly entered your kidneys and bladder. The remaining minced meat was fed back by the stomach, and the gastric acid secretion increased. As a result, the food you spit out had foam. It's also a little bitter, right? The gallbladder is involved in the secretion, and the gastric acid stimulates the gastric mucosa. Of course, you have a stomachache. Li Yi gave a scientific explanation. What bugs? It's hunger. The farmer next to them gave a few skewers, and the child ate them happily. Does it still hurt? Li Yi asked again. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's warm, the child said honestly. Li Chengqi was stunned. He didn't think that there was a problem with the stomach feeling uncomfortable because of hunger. He was shocked by Li Yi's diagnosis. He just pressed and the child spat out a mouthful of food, and he knew that the child was hungry. He could even tell that the child didn't eat last night. Who else is hungry? Come and eat less. There's lunch at noon. How can the Li family Zhuangzi lack food for the children? Li Yi shouted to the other children. Sure enough, many children came back and wanted to eat. Is it because you don't eat? Li Chengqi wanted to learn, but the miracle doctor didn't do it just now. It's because of the soup. If you don't drink soup, you'll be fine. There's oil in the soup, and the stomach will naturally absorb it. Otherwise, the stomach will realize that it's empty and slow down the gastric acid secretion. Then you won't feel hungry anymore. Li Yi explained the reason. Hunger was the feedback of the gastric acid stimulating the gastric mucosa. If you drink a lot of water, you won't feel hungry for a while because the water dilutes the gastric acid. Li Chengqi. He felt that he was not suitable to learn medicine, at least not from Brother Yi. It was too difficult. What nonsense was that? What about now? He asked. If you eat a few skewers now, the gastric acid will be diluted, and the gastric acid will secrete more. By noon you can eat a lot of food. You won't eat less than ordinary adults. As Li Yi spoke, he scooped a spoonful of soup and drank it. It was cold outside. Yes, a half-grown boy will eat until I'm poor, Li Chengqi said. Li Dongzhu, do we also eat for free? A man from a rich family came over and asked Li Yi, don't you feel embarrassed? Li Chengqi retorted. After saying this, Li Chengqi left in a hurry. The competition should be over, right? It was time for the next competition. Then they would eat. Li Yi didn't answer such a boring question and continued to check on the children's physical condition. When he was checking, he was learning. Sometimes he even checked the children's pulse to compare. During lunch, the children from the rich family went to the Zhang family's village. The children who came by themselves were arranged to sit in a corner of the cafeteria. Each of them had a bowl of mushu pork-covered rice and a bowl of shredded radish soup. The children laughed. They thought that they would only have a bowl of noodles. It was good enough to have a bowl of noodles. In the end, there was meat, eggs, fungus, and cucumber slices. The shredded radish soup was also delicious. Therefore, they decided to come again tomorrow and call their other friends. Dongzhu, they will definitely come tomorrow. The cub said in line with human nature. Tomorrow let them eat twice cooked pork. Make it with garlic and don't put chili. I don't have any chili for others to eat. Li Yi agreed with the cub's words and told them about tomorrow's meal arrangement. Dongzhu, I'm saying that they are greedy. The cub regarded itself as a member of Zhuangzi and felt distressed about giving away things for free. I didn't dare to give them fatty meat today because I'm afraid that their gastrointestinal tract won't adapt if they don't eat oil for a long time. Mushu pork is just right to regulate their gastrointestinal tract. Tomorrow, they will eat twice cooked pork covered with garlic to stimulate their gastrointestinal tract. The day after tomorrow, they will eat braised pork covered with rice. Li Yi continued as if he didn't understand or didn't hear what the cub said. Dongzhu, I finished eating. I'll replace Tao Hong to take care of the babies. Cui Lu put down her chopsticks and went out. I'm done too, said Han Yan in a vague voice as he stuffed the last mouthful of food into his mouth. He hadn't swallowed it yet. Dongzhu, I'll tell them later. Qing Song took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of telling the four people about Zhuangzi's situation. Selling newspapers requires manpower. If you don't take care of your body, how can you run to various places to deliver newspapers? Li Yi said something that the four newcomers didn't understand. His movable type had been made. It was copper movable type. Movable type was not easy to take care of in winter and could easily be poisoned, so he didn't touch it. When the weather was warmer and there were more protective measures, he would change it. Each movable type was made of money, made of smelted copper coins and ordinary copper. Chapter 217. Speaking of movable type printing, Li Yi thought of the person who provided the character base. How is Zhong Xiaojing, Minister Zhong? Li Yi shook his head and continued eating. At this time, Zhong Xiaojing, who Li Yi suddenly thought of, was writing in the Hongwen Library with an empty stomach. Li Yi said that he would put Zhong Xiaojing in the Chongwen Library. Li Longji thought that the Hongwen library sounded better. Zhong Xiaojing had already written 2,000 commonly used characters according to the Yu Piao, and was continuing to write. I also need large, small, medium, and cannot exceed the grid. His Majesty will probably remove me from the Minister of Revenue soon. Zhong Xiaojing's heart was like a mirror. After the new year, the Minister of Revenue would be gone. Now he could not care about the Minister of Revenue's affairs, and let the Assistant Minister handle it. The root of the problem was that Yao Chong wanted to demote him, and he reached out to the Chong and, "Damn Pei Yao Qing, why did he have to be on the 10,000 people list? How shameless. What should I do? Will I be chased out of the capital?" Zhong Xiaojing, who was writing, suddenly felt confused. He sighed and rolled up the paper he had just written and threw it into the wastebasket. He took a deep breath and continued to write. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Zhong Xiaojing was writing when a voice came from outside. He quickly stopped writing, stood up and rubbed his wrist as he slowly walked to the door. When the door opened, he was startled. When he saw the person in front of him, he quickly greeted, "Your Majesty actually came in person. You haven't eaten yet, right?" "Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either, so I brought some food. Why don't we find a place to eat?" Li Longji said to Zhong Xiaojing in a gentle voice. After he finished speaking, he turned and went to the room next door, where there was nothing else. Zhong Xiaojing did not understand the situation and followed behind in fear. A eunuch pulled out a chair for Li Longji, and Li Longji sat down first. Zhong Xiaojing sat halfway and looked up at Li Longji. He wanted to ask something but did not know where to start. Another eunuch brought up 2 mats. On top of the mats were alcohol stoves. Each person had a small stove. Once the fire was lit, the already hot stove inside slowly began to gurgle. "It's big. I deliberately went to ask for some chili sauce. It's most delicious when dipped in it." Li Longji introduced the chili sauce. Li Yi did not give him much. Someone else brought bowls and bundles of warm wine. Li Longji continued, "It's 60% white wine with ginseng, wolfberry, and a few other herbs. It's good for your health in winter." As he spoke, he waved his hand and everyone left, leaving only 2 people behind. "It's big, let's drink first." Li Longji personally poured wine into their cups. Zhong Xiaojing hurriedly held the wine cup with both hands. When he finished pouring, his hands were trembling. "That's great. After the new year, the Ministry of Revenue will be working too hard. You should change to something more leisurely." Li Longji raised his wine cup and took a sip. Your Majesty, are you going to drive me out of Chang'an?" Zhong Xiaojing was afraid. When an emperor treated you like this, it meant that something was wrong. He also took a sip. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss, the wine was too strong and it had been scalding. After taking a sip, he felt as if there was a lump of cotton stuck in his throat. "If you don't leave Chang'an and I don't see you for many days, I'll miss you. I have an important matter that I want you to handle." Li Longji waved his hand and changed the way he addressed Zhong Xiaojing. "What kind of task?" Zhong Xiaojing was slightly relieved when he heard that he would not be driven out. Then he asked what he wanted him to do. "The vice president of the Tang Dynasty's Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperative Association." Li Longji said a very long name. Zhong Xiaojing tried hard to think, but in the end, he did not remember that there was such an official position in the Tang Dynasty. "Eat," Li Longji said and picked up some food from the casserole. Zhong Xiaojing took a bite and found that it tasted good, especially when dipped in chili sauce. He took a small sip of wine and felt comfortable. "Your Majesty, what's the rank of the vice president of the association?" Zhong Xiaojing asked the key question. "Secondary second rank." Li Longji gave the answer. Zhong Xiaojing was stunned. Higher than his Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Revenue was primary third rank, and Crown Prince Zhanshi's primary third rank was still there. This meant that he was receiving 2 salaries. But what was the association for? Before he could continue asking, Li Longji began to introduce, "The Calligraphy Association does not have a president for the time being. It's in charge of the Tang Dynasty's writing methods, recording the styles of the Tang Dynasty's calligraphy, and showing the beauty of our Chinese characters." Li Longji mentioned the Tang Dynasty, which made Zhong Xiaojing excited. "What a good position. I'm not in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, But there are still many things I can manage. What about the details? Zhong Xiaojing asked again. He did not know how to manage. I have a booklet here. Minister Zhong, read it after you eat. There are many things to do, and you have a high position with heavy responsibilities. Minister Zhong, you can't be too busy. Li Longji took out a booklet from his sleeve. Inside were the things that Li Yi had written for the Calligraphy Association. It was indeed very busy, but it was far from the Ministry of Revenue's real power. Moreover, as the vice president, Zhong Xiaojing could only get a little benefit from it. The only benefit he could enjoy was his reputation. At the same time, he could bring people to study calligraphy all day. It was quite an interesting job. Zhong Xiaojing carefully took it and put it aside. When he drank and ate, his whole spirit changed. Li Longji was also happy. He did not have to deal with this person who had helped him fight, and he found a suitable job. He had an explanation to Yao Chong, and it would disappoint the people who had helped him. The two of them only drank a bunch of wine. Zhong Xiaojing, who had never drunk wine with such a high alcohol content, was slightly embarrassed, but Li Longji was used to it. After Li Longji left and the things were taken away, Zhong Xiaojing sat in the room and opened the booklet to read it. Holding a calligraphy competition of various years? Giving out prizes? The imperial court will give out 500 taels a year? How is this enough? How many people in the Tang dynasty will use 500,000 taels? The Calligraphy Association will only get 500,000 taels a year? Oh, it is written below. You can find other people to donate. People who like calligraphy can hold calligraphy parties for people who need it. The other party will be the sponsor. If someone asks for calligraphy, they can write good calligraphy. Good, you can sell your calligraphy to make money. I am the vice president, and my calligraphy is worth a lot. Zhong Xiaojing was relieved when he saw how to make money. He decided to do this. However, he could not sell too much. It would not be worth much if he sold too much. Li Longji, who had left, wanted to laugh. He had guessed that Zhong Xiaojing would prepare to sell his calligraphy. However, it did not matter. Zhong Xiaojing had sold a lot on a daily basis. As long as he did not embezzle the money of the people, it was fine. As for other people who wanted to curry favor with Zhong Xiaojing and donate to the Calligraphy Association, it was easy to handle. There is also the Literature Association, Painting Association, Craftsman Association, and so on. Any officials who are disobedient and cannot be dealt with directly will be put in the association as the vice president. Li Longji muttered to himself. He had found a good way. However, if he put them in the association, they could still stretch their hands too far. He could not be blamed for being ruthless. Not long after, Yao Chong knew that Her Majesty had gone to have a meal with Zhong Xiaojing. He also knew about the Calligraphy Association. Zhong Xiaojing wanted to change places and be promoted from grade 3 to secondary grade 2. Yao Chong said these two words and shook his head. Good, what a good strategy to appease people. To appease Her Majesty, to follow my heart, to dispel Zhong Xiaojing's resentment, and to exchange for the stability of the Ministry of Revenue. Perhaps Her Majesty thought of it, Zhang Shua said. Yao Chong looked at him and nodded. Yes, Her Majesty thought of it. Chapter 218. Galloping for thousands of miles like a torch, the wind and clouds were changing constantly. The package was heavy. It was a winged cavalry express. Go, don't let it drift. In the dining hall at night. Brother E, take out the prize. We'll rest in the morning tomorrow and give out the prize after the competition in the afternoon. Is the baby asleep? Li Chengqi didn't intend to eat the staple food. He boiled some wine and talked to Li Yi. He wanted to drink with Li Yi, but Li Yi refused. She's breastfeeding. It's too difficult to take care of a sick baby. Fortunately, there are many capable people in Zhuangzi. Li Yi sighed when he talked about the baby. He admired single mothers the most for giving birth and taking care of their children. Ordinary babies were already tired to death when two people took turns to take care of them. If they were sick, oh my God. He didn't dare to think about it. They were facing such a situation now. Fortunately, there were women in Zhuangzi. They often chatted and talked about how to take care of their children. Once they knew that there was an 8-month-old baby who was sick, they selected good people to take turns to take care of him. The eunuchs and palace maids learned from them. However, the baby only recognized Li Yi. He would smile when he saw Li Yi and cry when he didn't. When Li Yi played the violin and sang for him, he would sing with him. Only when he was drinking milk would he temporarily forget Li Yi. When he was sleepy after eating, he would wait for Li Yi. If he couldn't wait, he would close his eyes and sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was energetic and wanted to play. Li Yi must be there. During the spring festival, someone might come to Zhuangzi to buy vegetables. My supply is very strict. Only yours is more relaxed. Li Chengqi reminded Li Yi. It was almost the first lunar month. Who didn't want to have a good meal? Where to buy? Of course it was Zhuangzi. I'll sell. I'll set the price high, including Zhang's village. Li Yi didn't want to be enemies with them. The vegetables in Zhuangzi were supplied to earthly paradise and eaten by themselves. There were many people. However, it was also the time for the growth of vegetables, especially cucumbers. There were more and more of them. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, early in the morning, the weather was good and sunny. Sure enough, what Li Chengqi said happened. The group of people who came to buy soy sauce were discussing with Songda about buying vegetables. Soy sauce was a failure every day. Now the price had been set. 2,000 per caddy. Those who want to buy can discuss it with each other. It couldn't be less than 2,000. Songda wouldn't agree if it was less than that. If there was a situation where negotiations could not go well, and someone raised the price, they had to snatch it. When it came to vegetables, they worked together again. After selling the soy sauce, they made their demands. There were also people from rich families who didn't participate in the soy sauce sale. They wanted to force Zhuangzi to give in. You can buy vegetables. We will sell them. Don't worry, everyone. The price is fixed. We will try our best to weigh them. Songda agreed. There's also soap and glycerin. Someone asked for more. I won't sell this vegetable to him. Does anyone have any objections? Songda naturally eliminated that person. No one said anything. Were they going to snatch it if they had any objections? Zhuangzi was armed with a crossbow and heavy armor. Ordinary bows and light armor could be equipped by people, but strong bows and leather armor with a certain amount of metal on them were restricted. Zhuangzi also had cavalry. Who could stop the cavalry charge? The person who spoke was dumbfounded. I'm charging in front, but you don't even say anything? Steward Song, I'm just joking. The person admitted defeat. I'm not joking. I'm not selling to you. You can get some from others. Songda refused, but he helped to come up with an idea. The person looked at the people around him and took a few steps back. He wanted to find someone to pay for it and ask for help. Someone did want to help, but then Li Yi appeared. The 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs beside him were terrifying. It's limited. Sigh. I'm too kind as a steward. Li Yi said and shook his head. The person who wanted to help that person just now made up his mind. He didn't care anymore. After he finished buying and left, he would pay more. At the same time, in Xiangzhou, Shannan province, 500 cavalrymen appeared in the house of subjugation under the morning sun. They wore red clothes and red cloaks. They didn't wear black clothes. When the people of the house of subjugation saw these cavalrymen, they didn't know what they were here for. They also went home and took out their weapons. If they wanted to bully people, they wouldn't agree. We're here to deliver something for Li Yi and Zhuangzi by the Ba River in Chang'an. Where are the white households? Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were worried that you wouldn't have a good new year, so they asked us to deliver some food and utensils. The battalion commander didn't want any conflict. He sat on his horse and shouted loudly. The other winged knights also shouted. When they heard this, the people of the house of subjugation put away their weapons. Those who lived nearby went to call for help. Those who lived far away could only let the winged knights continue to run. Those who lived nearby came out with their wives and children. My name is Wang Yimin. I know that the imperial court summoned us. What did you bring for me? A man with a large scar on the left side of his mouth came over to speak. Yes, Wang Yimin. We are the Winged Knights Express Delivery. We deliver things quickly. Currently, we are only delivering for Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Come and get the package. The battalion commander took out a list of names. This person was on it. Someone from the Yulin Flying Cavalry dismounted from his horse and took a package from the back of another unridden horse. A large package that needed to be hugged was carried to Wang Yimin. Wang Yimin, what did you bring? Everyone, look. You said that you want to sell your house. Let's discuss and gather the money to buy it. It's connected to the land. An old man next to him said to Wang Yimin. Wang Yimin put the package on the ground and untied the string on it. The battalion commander also dismounted and stood at the side to introduce. This is wool knitted clothing. There are 4 sets. The children wear it too big. The farmer said that it's okay if it's a bit bigger, but they're afraid that it won't fit if it's too small. They knitted it needle by needle. This is braised meat. It's about 30 caddies. Our horses are exhausted. Fortunately, the weather is cold and the meat is salty, so it won't spoil. That package is rock candy. Keep a piece in your mouth. I can guarantee that if you don't move much, you can definitely last a day. The other 2 packages are pork floss. They are noodles fried with vegetables and oil. There's bean powder in the noodles. Eat a handful and you can last half a day at most. There are also some painkillers. If you feel uncomfortable, take one. You are not allowed to drink. Dongzhu said that you must reach Zhuangzi alive. Don't give up. If you're sick, as long as you're still breathing, Dongzhu will be able to save you. Hearing the battalion commander's words, the surrounding people all came forward to take a look. There's such a Dongzhu? Who's going when it's just decided? They sent the Imperial Guards cavalry to deliver things? I thought Brother Amin was going there to suffer. Looks like it's not the case. It's a big piece of meat. So rich. Sugar. You can tell the color of the noodles is good just by looking at it. Amin, go. Go there and live a good life. Everyone, I don't want the house or the land. I also don't want the things at home. My family of 5 will keep some for the journey. I'll give the rest to you. Wang Yimin made his decision. He knew that when he had a good life, the money was useless. It was better to give it to people who needed it more. When the winged knights finished their tour, it was noon. 100 military families gathered together. Their choice was the same as Wang Yimin's. They gave everything and didn't want a single cent. They didn't plan to spend the new year in Zhicheng residence before leaving. They set off immediately. The battalion commander hesitated. He looked at his subordinates and went to discuss. It was decided that everyone would leave together. The winged knights would spend the new year on the road. The horses would be given to the adults and the children would be held in their arms. They would let the horses rest every 50 li. The group set off on their return journey. Chapter 219. There were 100 households and 620 people of all sizes. The adults threw their weapons to the other people in the Zhicheng residence. Other than the children who were less than 10 years old who had sweaters, the others were also given sweaters. The younger children were carried in their arms and moved very slowly. They were a burden to the winged knights. Otherwise, the winged knights could rush back before the new year and have 3 horses each. However, they were not willing to wait any longer. One wanted to live a good life while the other wanted to have a bad new year. How were they going to split the good things at home? They were all from the Zhicheng residence and were fighting together. They might as well just leave and not look at the others. Will we be bullied when we get there? A 13 or 14-year-old boy rode a horse and tied his sister to his chest. He asked a winged knight loudly. Half of his sister's face was exposed and her eyes looked around curiously. No one will bully you. They are all waiting for you. There are too few people who can fight in Zhuangzi. The villagers are worried that they will be robbed. The winged cavalry said with a smile. How much does it cost to go to school? My father said that he will give me a fistful of money to send me to the county school after the new year. The boy asked again. Previously, he did not receive any news that he was going to move. Since there was no war, he was prepared to send him to school. It doesn't cost a single cent. When we get there, we will make new clothes. You can have milk and eggs in the morning and eat whatever you want in the afternoon and evening. There will be meat for every meal. Oh, the weather is cold now, so there will be vegetables for every meal. Does the Dongzhu beat people? The Dongzhu does not beat children. However, if you are not good at your studies, the Dongzhu will teach your parents a way to beat children. Don't worry, it will only hurt. My sister is a girl. Can I teach her when I am good at school? We agreed in the autumn that I will go to school next year and come back to teach her. The girl is about 5 years old, right? We will go to school together. You don't have to teach her. Do you have a lot of money for writing materials? It's free. The Dongzhu will give it to you. Isn't the Dongzhu stupid? He will give you everything. Yes, Dongzhu is stupid and Li Yi is stupid. Xiaogang, I heard what you said. I'll tell Li Dongzhu later and ask him to bring you out to play, one of the winged cavalry warriors said threateningly. Don't, Brother Lin. I didn't say anything. Little Gang shivered. Tell that to Dongzhu. Brother Lin, let me wash your clothes for you. Do you think I can be bought? Twice. Deal. Thus it was harmonious again. The young man and the soldiers beside him looked at each other. What had happened? Dongzhu was just fooling around. Why was he so scared? The other soldiers in the group also asked about the situation in Zhuangzi. The winged knights spoke the truth. The soldiers couldn't believe it. After arriving in Zhuangzi, they were directly given heavy armor and crossbows, as well as military horses. Did the imperial court not care? The villagers lived in the buildings and didn't need to light fires. Sometimes they had to open the windows to not be stuffy. Too hot? During meals they went to a place called the canteen. There were dozens of dishes and there was never a lack of meat. In winter they could eat cucumbers, celery, and eggplants as they wished. The children would dress up and go to school. When they were sick, the Dongzhu would personally treat them. As long as they were still breathing, everything was fine. Every month they would be given a monthly allowance, but they couldn't spend it. There was nowhere to spend it, so they could only save it. They worked for 8 hours a day. The rest of the time they rested or learned how to read and calculate. Clothes, shoes, and furniture for home use were all given to them without any consideration. There was a big bathroom that they could bathe in every day. It wasn't cold at all. One by one, the military households were scared when they heard this. It was impossible. If not for the winged knights, they would have already planned to go back. They were afraid of being cheated. These people wanted to trick them into selling them. Battalion Commander Fan, tell me the truth. Do we have a way to survive if we go? Wang Yimin urged his horse to the side of Battalion Commander Fan's horse and stared into his eyes. I heard some things. You don't believe it, right? Fan asked with a smile. Who would dare to believe it? It's clearly a lie. He's just a Dongzhu. How can he make money to support us? Wang Yimin explained with his own understanding. Money? Haha. Money, this thing, how do I put it? Fan chuckled. He continued, it's hard for you to make money, Li Dongzhu. He deliberately doesn't make a lot of money because he finds it troublesome. But if you go, there will be a lot more women and children who can work. Li Dongzhu will probably come up with new things to make money. Dongzhu has a business deal? Wang Yimin thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make so much money from farming. Have you heard of soy sauce? 3,000 a caddy of soy sauce. 3,000 here? Chong and 2,000, who earned the 1,000 in the middle? Battalion Commander Fan, have you eaten it before? There was a period of time when I ate it every day. Then don't mention it in front of me. Don't ever mention it. Battalion Commander Fan, who had a psychological shadow, didn't want to recall it. At the same time, he was somewhat proud that he had survived that time. Is it delicious? Wang Yimin had never eaten soy sauce before. Don't think of it as 3,000 a caddy. It's worthless. It doesn't matter if you eat it or not. Then why are others still buying it? Someone specially wrote poems and spread it in Pyongkong Square. Fan knew the reason. Everyone praised it together. Li Yi even limited the quantity. So you're saying that we, the military's Dongzhu, are rich? Wang Yimin got the key information. Yes, it's us. Li Dongzhu is also our winged knight's Dongzhu. As long as he doesn't want to rebel, we are willing to help him. Fan smiled as he spoke. He recalled the days in Zhuangzi. It seemed that the hellish training wasn't that scary. He shouldn't think about it. Have you finished buying? Li Yi, who was on Zhuangzi, returned to the vegetable stall and asked. Vegetables were afraid of freezing, so they had to be traded in an insulated environment. The people who came over also brought winter clothes and other tools. When they returned, they had to send them to other people's residences or residences. Finished. Shopkeeper Liang nodded to Li Yi. Do you still want soy sauce? 1,000 a caddy. 10,000 caddies. Who wants it? Li Yi suddenly became generous and reduced the price by half. Moreover, the supply was suddenly increased to 10,000 caddies. The usual 50 days supply was released all at once. The people who had previously discussed with others about buying soy sauce. Li Dongzhu, you can't, we just finished buying. The people who bought soy sauce were about to cry. Those who bought soy sauce before will get a free bottle of glycerin. Li Yi said. Li Dongzhu, we support you. The people who bought soy sauce smiled in the blink of an eye. Li Dongzhu, let's do it again. Let's sell it again. The people who didn't buy today made requests. At this time, glycerin was the same as Li Yi's lipstick. People with status would be inferior if they didn't put some glycerin on their lips when they went out. Using other oils was different. It was fine for a short period of time, but after 2 to 4 hours everyone would be able to tell. Unless they continued to secretly apply other oils. Raw soybean oil had a fishy smell, cooked soybean oil was dry, and the absorption rate of the lips was poor. Sesame oil had a taste, and at the same time it would coagulate on the lips. Only glycerin was the most natural. The crowd went to discuss again. Who wanted how much soy sauce? It was almost the new year. Some people couldn't bear to eat it on normal days, but they still had to try it. Unless their economic conditions were too poor, then there was no choice. One caddy was 16 taels. One tael could be sold for 100. After the discussion, the distribution was done. The soy sauce was taken away first. If they didn't bring enough money, they would send it back later. After they left, Li Yi asked the shopkeeper, "Have you prepared 10,000 caddies of soy sauce for the palace? It's been packed long ago. One caddy of small jars, 10,000 of them. It's used to reward the officials." Songda replied. At this time he didn't feel bad about the soy sauce anymore. He would give it, especially to the palace. How long had it been? So far, no one with a big background had come to cause trouble. Wasn't this the result of giving things away? Soy sauce wasn't worth much, so he made another 200 large jars. During the competition this afternoon, I told Big Brother that General Gao wouldn't be coming, so I could only ask Big Brother for help. Li Yi decided to make others happy this year. At the same time, he would make more money. The farmers should be giving out bonuses. Even if they took the money, they had nowhere to spend it. Chapter 220. Amidst the harmony, the people who bought things left. Li Yi was called to the intensive care unit. The little guy woke up early in the morning, drank milk and went to the toilet. He woke up now and wanted to find someone to play with. No one else would do. He wanted to find that one. If not, he would cry. As soon as Li Yi entered, the little guy in Tao Hong's arms opened his little arms and stared at Li Yi with his big eyes. What he meant was, "What are you waiting for? Carry me." Li Yi carried him and the baby giggled. "You haven't recovered from your pneumonia. Aren't you afraid of infecting us?" Li Yi said to the child. Ah. The little guy's body moved. He raised his lotus-like arms and pointed outside the door. What's his temperature? Li Yi asked. 38. Chui Lu replied. Okay, let's go out and breathe some fresh air. It's not good to always give him oxygen. He'll become dependent on oxygen. Li Yi thought about it and agreed to take the child outside. The main reason was that there weren't many lights in the room. It was a little dark and the sun was more comfortable than the lights. After putting on his clothes again, Li Yi put on a mask and carried the little guy out. Bao Bao came out and didn't stop. He pointed at a snowman and shouted, "I'll come when the snow falls." Round head and white body. Not afraid of the spring breeze blowing away, turning into a clear spring. Li Yi pointed at the snowman with his empty hand and said a rhyme. He knew that the child didn't understand the meaning, but he knew more about the acceptance of the rhythm of the voice. If the charm of Chinese literature was said to be pictographic, then no matter which dynasty the pronunciation was in, it could resonate with people. Just like music, when the Chinese language was read, it could cross national boundaries and races. The little guy had a hard time imitating the rhythm of the accent, so Li Yi used a flat voice to open the rhythm of the accent. The little baby didn't know how much effort the person holding him had put in for a snowman. When he heard Li Yi's words, his little arms and legs moved vigorously, as if to show his agreement. Li Yi held him in his arms, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. The child enjoyed an absolutely luxurious lineup. When they reached the ice rink, the little girl opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Li Yi. She pointed at the ice and said, children slide on the amusement car, play chase, and catch people. The sun is gradually rising, the clouds are no longer gathering, and the ice heart reflects its brilliance. Li Yi said the opening rhyme jingle again. This was the one that was closest to the child. Ah! Sure enough, the baby followed suit. Suddenly he shouted, "Slippery, slippery!" Li Yi kissed the child's cheek and said, "Yes, C is in skating, Hua is in radiance, and Hua is in China. Smooth, smooth, N." The little fellow repeated. Perhaps he felt that his pronunciation was very accurate, so he was satisfied and made an N sound. "Get me a big ice cart," Li Yi ordered. He wanted to take the child to play. He was not sure if the baby needed to be on the ice, so he wanted to give it a try. Someone brought a big ice cart. At this time, Ching Song took off her outer palace attire, then took off her cashmere vest, put it on the ice cart, and put it back on the palace attire. She had just taken off her palace attire, but after seeing it, she put it back on. Huang Bai and Ziyu did not react at all. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. How much did she know Dongzhu? Wasn't it too tacit? The key was that the two of them did not wear the cashmere vest next to them. It was hot in the room, so they did not wear the vest outside. The other clothes were enough to keep them warm. It turned out that the two seniors wore the vests so that they could take them off at any time for Dongzhu to sit on. They looked at Tao Hong and Cui Lu again. Tao Hong ignored them, but Cui Lu stared and whispered, "Why are you looking at me? We represent the scene. Can the palace maids take off their clothes casually? Not even their outerwear. Then why are you still wearing that vest?" Ziyu muttered. "In case there's a need, Dongzhu can kneel on the ground when needed. Look more, think more, and speak less," Cui Lu warned. Li Yi ignored them. He untied his belt and sat cross-legged on the ice cart. He tied the child's belt to himself and picked up the stake to start skating. Breaking through the heavy snow, we sit on the sleigh. Gallop across the fields, we laugh and sing. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang, the bell rings, ding dang, Li Yi sang and skated with the rhythm. The little guy continued to stare with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of infinite brilliance. Babies did not have acrophobia or fear of speed. If they were thrown up, they would not be afraid. They would giggle when they were caught. It was the same if they were fast. Adults would be nervous when they played the moon boat, but babies would be happy when they were rocked high in the cradle. Although the little guy's body was small, he did not have the slightest sense of fear. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and giggled. At this moment, he did not seem to be sick. He was no different from other babies. After Li Yi skated for half an hour, he got off the ice cart and picked up the little guy. The little guy was still smiling and excitedly said that it was too fun. "Take his temperature," Li Yi said. Brown Rock's hand was already on the zipper of the box. When he heard this, he pulled it open and took out a very precious electronic thermometer. He pressed it against the child's forehead and waited for the data to stabilize. He reported 37.7 degrees. This is caused by the excitement factor. It is said that the stronger a person's desire to live, the higher the probability of survival. Babies like this world and are not willing to leave so easily. They are very hardworking. Adults are the same. Since they are not willing to give up, they will fight with everything they have. Complaining will not solve the problem, and no one will pity them. Li Yi looked at the four new palace maids and eunuchs as he said this. "Understood, Dongzhu." The four of them said at the same time. A group of children ran in from outside. They had received simple treatment and eaten rice yesterday. "Brother Dongzhu, my mother boiled eggs and asked me to bring them to you." "Dongzhu, mother made 4 pairs of insoles. I don't know what size you wear, so I gave them to you. You can measure them yourself." "Tune sprouts pickled in salt. We still have some at home. Bring them to Dongzhu." The children said one by one as they handed over their things. "Go and call Steward Song over. Keep these things well," Li Yi said as he carried the baby. Cui Lu reacted the fastest. She turned and ran, her hands holding the hem of her dress as she ran. Li Yi's heart was carefree. He did not care about these things. What he cared about was the other party's return. The things sent by the children were all good things from each family. Songda came over and looked at the things. He understood what it meant and said, "Dongzhu, I will arrange for a return gift. Okay. Li Yi nodded. Songda turned and left. He asked people to pack salt and bacon. These were what the children needed the most at home, not cucumbers and watermelons. After the children sent the things over, they ran to drink soup. It was obvious that they had not eaten in the morning. They ate 2 meals a day. They did not have time to eat breakfast. Li Yi glanced at the farmer who was selling shabu-shabu skewers. The farmer took out the tea eggs and gestured to Li Yi. He put it on and put it inside, waiting for the children to eat. They understood each other so well. They were so familiar with each other. They had such tacit understanding. The 4 new palace maids and eunuchs were stunned. Was this how Dongzhu communicated with others? Just a glance was enough? No wonder the selection had to pick the clever ones. The average ones would not be able to keep up with the pace. They had to work hard. They could not be eliminated because of poor coordination. Who had pus and blood coming out of their teeth yesterday? Come here, let me see. It's still crowded today. Li Yi said as he carried the child. Ah, the little guy shouted, then turned to look at Li Yi. Li Yi kissed him, indicating that he was right. Although he did not understand. The baby who was kissed was satisfied and laughed. Chapter 221. At noon, the children who came over were indeed served with twice-cooked pork and rice. Li Yi changed the baby's diaper and asked someone to feed him milk. He played a cello and sang Auld Lang Syne before coaxing the baby to sleep. Then Pei Yaoqing came to ask about politics. Li Dongzhu. The preparations for the Lunar New Year have been completed. How are we going to celebrate the Lantern Festival? Pei Yaoqing sincerely asked for advice. Knowing that he would be promoted next year, he wanted to be on his last shift and set an example for those who came after him. Isn't the Lantern Festival a lantern festival? In the past there was no curfew. Just do as usual. Li Yi picked up the cold noodles with his chopsticks. Cold noodles were not good food. The barley used to feed the horses was actually the raw material for making cold noodles. If he bought too much, the horses would not be able to finish it. Li Yi simply asked someone to make it into rice. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi who was sipping the hot soup and asked, "Can it be more lively? There's a game for fun. Throw small arrows into an open jar. It's more elegant. What I'm doing is called hoop throwing." Li Yi did not refuse. It was not easy to celebrate the 15th day of the first lunar month. Everyone would be happy if he gave them a few more fun activities. He told them the rules of hoop throwing and the tricks to make money. As for guessing the lanterns, there was no need for him. They already knew how to do it. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was not satisfied. What was the use of one activity? There were so many people selling Kongming lanterns. With a small candle, the lantern will fly. Li Yi gave another fun thing. There were people who played with Kongming lanterns. In fact, there were people who played with kites. However, people did not retract their kites. When the kites flew very high and very far, they would break. Can you also play with lanterns in the river? Pei Yaoqing asked casually. Li Yi did not need to say this. Li Chengqi said, "How do you play in winter? Put it on ice? Do you want to play as an official or as a citizen?" Li Yi asked straightforwardly. "What's the difference?" Pei Yaoqing asked. "You are too greedy. How can you ask this question? Didn't you ask both of them?" Li Chengqi helped his younger brother. Pei Yaoqing smiled and nodded. "That's right." Li Yi lowered his head and drank a mouthful of cold noodle soup. He smacked his lips twice. It didn't taste good, not as good as cold soup. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, he said, "Other than going to the lively places to watch the Lantern Festival, the various squares can organize activities. They need a lot of money to hire people to perform." Li Dongzhu, are you talking about the people who are obedient and disobedient? Pei Yaoqing asked. The other thing is public security. I heard that every year there are lost children and people who get into trouble because of the crowding. Li Yi thought of the child theft and the stampede. This was especially true for Vermilion Bird Avenue. The streets were wide and there were many people. Whenever there was a commotion or a situation, it would be crowded and something would happen. Pei Yaoqing revealed a troubled expression. The situation that Li Yi mentioned had happened last year. And it was not only last year but also every year. However, it was difficult to change. Peiming residents cannot mobilize the imperial army, but Peiming residents can organize a joint defense. Li Yi said a new term. Joint defense? Pei Yaoqing repeated. Spread out the performance teams and try not to crowd in the same place. Inform the people in the various squares in advance. Organize the helpers and wear the same symbol. Constantly control the distance between each person in each position. Divide the streets into different areas. A few people will be in charge of a small area. If anyone wants to crowd, immediately warn them. I think it's better to distinguish by the placement of the ice sculptures and ice lanterns. It's bright and can be seen clearly. Li Yi explained the joint defense situation. The most powerful joint defense was the community joint defense. In the Tang dynasty there was a curfew. Every square had someone in charge. In fact, there was a lack of manpower because there was a curfew. Whenever there was a big scene, it was bound to be chaotic. At this time, it was best to mobilize the ordinary people. Giving them an armband would make them feel good. After eating a few mouthfuls of cold noodles, Li Yi added, "Tell all the shops not to announce the promotion loudly, and not to throw things to attract people to fight over." Pei Yaoqing listened and thought, after the meal, go back and arrange it. Tell them in advance. Therefore he ate very quickly. Li Yi was only halfway through his bowl of cold noodles when Pei Yaoqing finished eating and left. He said that he was afraid that it would be too late, and that he wanted to try it during the new year. Li Chengqi ate quickly. When he was 60% full, he went to arrange for the ice skating final in the afternoon. Li Yi continued to chew his cold noodles. He lowered his head and thought, cold noodles are good food in Tubo, especially for the army. He thought of the army's food problem. Cold noodles could be made with highland barley. They were cooked and then dried in the sun or in the shade. When it was eaten, it would soften very quickly in hot water. Could also be eaten hard. In addition, when it was cold, it was like tofu skin. Remember what I say. Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 people had just finished eating. They also tasted the new food, cold noodles, and slurped it into their stomachs. Then they drank the soup. Li Yi began to talk about the methods of making dry noodles, barley, cold noodles, meat floss, compressed biscuits, and other food. As for naans, which were pancakes and guacue, he didn't need to say anything. Now soldiers only knew fried noodles and guacue. The more types there are, the greater the logistical pressure. However, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers at the front line can be guaranteed, especially the dried vegetable powder, such as chopped green onions. Li Yi said as he thought, and the palace maids and eunuchs noted it down. They knew about chopped green onions. Zhuangzi made a lot of chopped green onions in the autumn. They were dried in the shade and sprinkled in the soup. Soon the onions would soak in the soup. As Li Yi said, it was inconvenient to transport too many things. Otherwise, there would be no need to make vinegar cloth. Wouldn't it be better to just send salt and vinegar directly? The original baggage was recruited as a civilian worker, and then protected by the non-commissioned officer. Civilian workers are usually not professional enough, so a special logistical support team needs to be set up. The people with poor combat ability will be formed into groups to study how to quickly build bridges, pave roads, repair pontoons, and other things that craftsmen should do. I call this team the engineers. They are usually responsible for repairing roads and bridges in various places of the Tang dynasty. During wartime, they will provide powerful support to the front-line troops. Li Yi continued. He wanted to list the soldiers separately. He couldn't always let the temporarily recruited farmers and craftsmen participate. Once they were attacked, they would scatter. In the evening, Li Chengqi gave out prizes to all the participants of the competition. He gave out toilet water, sanitary napkins, glycerin, soap, and soap. Even if he was in the last place, he would still receive something. Everyone was very happy. Originally, there was no mention of consolation prizes for the people behind. At the same time, Li Yi asked the palace maids and eunuchs to write something and put it in front of Li Longji. He flipped through it. The soldiers of the Zhachong family are soldiers during wartime and farmers during leisure time. Frequently increasing and reducing the number of soldiers is indeed a delay. If we form a special engineer team to collect business tax. Li Longji had an idea in his mind as he spoke. He could separate the farmers and reduce the burden of rent transfer. They would all be transferred, but they would be paid. While they were practicing their skills, they could also help the Tang dynasty to repair roads and build carriages and so on. He could use this to promote the merchants' trade and collect taxes. Tax collection was the key. Professional personnel were the key. Brother Yi has a grudge against the merchants, Li Longji said with a smile. Uncle is a big merchant himself. If we want to collect taxes, we should start with him. Empress Wang also smiled. Chapter 222. Quick, set up the tables. There are many people today. Don't rush to burn the charcoal. Don't use coal. Place the 6 tables further away. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Songda woke up early and began to direct the workers to work. The workshops were all closed. Everyone was going to spend the night outside. Those who were afraid of not being able to endure would go to sleep after lunch. There were many people today. According to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, today was the year of Imao, the month of Wuyin, and the day of Kuwei. Other than the villagers of the Zhang clan and the migrant workers were going to participate in the New Year's vigil, including the people of the imperial plantation. Xinyan from Pyongkong Square led the team out. They would not be going back tonight. She gave everyone 6 tables to perform at the same time. Quick, quick, quick. People from the palace are here. A person in charge of the periphery ran over. They say there is a bookmaker. The people who came are from Ziwei province. There are many people. Why are people from the palace here? When Li Yi heard the news, his head was full of questions. They are from the court. We are from the palace, Tao Hong said with a smile. Cui Lu added, since it is a bookmaker, there should be benefits. As they spoke, the 8 people began to tidy up their clothes. The officials from Ziwei province had something good to give Dongzhu. They helped to control the situation. Li Yi went out to welcome them. As expected, a large group of people came over. The person at the front walked in front of Li Yi. I am Xiao Song from the Imperial Secretariat. Li Yi was stunned. Xiao Fu. Li Dongzhu knows me? When Xiao Song heard Li Yi say his name, he was stunned. I have heard of you. Li Yi smiled. He knew of Xiao Song. He was once a prime minister. According to historical records, his most powerful move was to sow discord between the Tubo dynasty's general, Uitadra Konglo, to death. This person was quite handsome, but he was still lacking compared to Ren Baqian. This was Li Yi's evaluation. Xiao Song was also sizing up Li Yi. The young man was calm, but the 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were accompanying him. The scene was too big. We came from Ziwei province. We have books, Xiao Song said as he took a box and pulled out a scroll from it. Unfolding it, he read, under my tutelage, Lady Li's name is Yi. She is naturally intelligent, eager to learn and proficient in all kinds of crafts. She is beneficial to the people of the country and her actions. She invites a physician from the imperial court. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of Kaion, a set of contents was read out. There was the name, the reason, who wrote it, who sent it, the date, confidentiality regulations, and most importantly, the position of the official. He invited a doctor from the imperial court, secondary class 5th rank. Li Yi pretended to be solemn as he received it. With a wave of his head, the villagers began to invite everyone in to rest. At the same time, they also prepared gifts. After all, it wouldn't be good to let them come here for nothing. Li Yi spoke to the 3 officials from Ziwei province who had accompanied him. Everyone in the group that had come to make the announcement was observing as they walked. Dr. Li, I've set up a lot of tables. Do you want to eat outside? Xiao Song asked with a smile. We still need to keep watch together. I said that everyone should stay in their rooms, but they didn't agree. They said that it wasn't lively enough. I had to go to Pyongkong Square to invite everyone to liven things up. Li Yi told them about Zhuangzi's situation. The room was warm, but it wasn't dry. Everyone wanted to freeze outside. It's cold at night. Is there any protection? Xiao Song asked with concern. He still had to go back and tell Her Majesty about what he had seen and heard today. He had seen it, but for the first time, he was in time for the imperial court meeting. Reporting back to Xiao Song Ren. Later, every table will be covered with 4 feet of cloth. Inside there will be hot pot, barbecue meat and charcoal. When the time comes, the temperature of the entire area will rise, and it won't be that cold. There's a fire passage in the bungalow next to it. Whoever gets cold can go in to warm up and come out to watch the program. Li Yi explained how to deal with the cold. Xiao Song noted it down. It turned out that they could use cloth to block the wind. Someone at the side said, "Dr. Li, will the people who came later and the people from Zhang family's village also be together?" Together, including the imperial plantation above. Supervisor Wang said that he had to spend money to buy fireworks. It's better to bring people to Zhuangzi to eat and watch the fireworks at night. Li Yi had an official today, so he was in a good mood. Everyone was pleasing to the eye. This was 5th rank. Secondary 5th rank was still a 5th rank official. He could participate in the imperial court meeting on the 1st and 15th day of the month. If it was a small place, even the county magistrate's rank was not as high as his. Of course, he didn't have much authority to invite a doctor to the imperial court. He didn't make any actual arrangements. He could only receive his salary every month, or they would send it to him. If he wanted to write a memorial, he didn't know who to find to hand it to and who to hand it to. Li Longji was a stingy person. For example, if you hand over the management of the Ba River to me, I can help manage it. A 9th rank official with real power is enough. I don't think it's small. Li Yi cursed in his heart. Although he would take the initiative to clean up the Ba River in Zhuangzi after the new year, he didn't have an official position. In theory, he needed to ask for instructions from his superiors. Xiao Song didn't know that Li Yi was secretly complaining about Li Longji. He asked about another matter. I heard that wherever Zhuangzi is, fireworks and firecrackers must be accompanied by people from Zhuangzi before they can be set off. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Yes, if someone set them off, they would leave behind a pile of firecrackers to blow up the imperial palace. He would be implicated. The city will be sealed tonight. Will the people from Zhuangzi be sealed inside? Xiao Song asked again. It will be handed over to Chang'an's magistrate, Pei Mingfu. Tonight, the city of Chang'an will be very lively, especially the imperial palace. Li Yi explained the situation. The villagers couldn't be locked up in the city at night. The bailiffs would go or arrange for trustworthy people to go. When the time came, the fees for setting off the fireworks would be handed over to them. Xiao Song noted this down and reported it to the emperor. He estimated that he would need to send more people to keep an eye on things. While they were talking, the gifts were prepared in the manner. Each person received a package. The others received the same gifts as the people who came, but were received separately by Li Yi. Each package had a small booklet in it, with the weight of each item written on it. Songda personally brought people to deliver the gifts to the others. He said, "They are all cucumbers, watermelons, and braised vegetables. They are not worth much. Other than that, there are a few copper coins." When the people who came along heard this, they pretended not to care, but they were happy inside. They knew that they would be able to get something good this time. They couldn't give the other officials much money even if they wanted to. Li Yi and Zhuangzi were different. The packages were so big. When they went back, there are carriages in the manor that will accompany you on your return journey. Songda added, "Don't worry, we will send them back. We know that you can't carry them." After Li Yi and Xiao Song exchanged a few more words, Xiao Song got up and said goodbye. He was in a hurry to go back. Today was New Year's Eve, so it should be a holiday. He specially came here to report to the emperor and then go home. Li Yi walked them all the way to the outside of the manor. Zhuangzi's ox cart was set out. It was loaded with things for a group of people who couldn't help but look expectant. These people could leave the ox cart at the yamen in Chang, and then send someone to bring it back the next day. The group gradually disappeared from sight. The villagers didn't know who shouted first, but the others followed and cheered. Dongzhu is an official, a 5th rank official. Secondary 5th rank. Secondary 5th rank is still 5th rank. In the future, Dongzhu will be an even higher official. He won't need to take the imperial examination to be an official. Li Yi looked back and shook his head. They didn't know the difference between a scattered official and real power. This official. They could submit a petition to Pei Yaoqing and then complain? They could sue whoever they didn't like? Li Yi thought of a way. Who said that a scattered official was useless? Just as he was thinking, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Four cavalrymen wearing red clothes and red cloaks rushed over. Before they got close, they started shouting, "Dongzhu, 20 miles, we are back. There are still 20 miles left. We can't hold on any longer. The horses are tired." "Songda," Li Yi shouted. "I know. Men, bring Zhuangzi's carriage over." Songda turned and ran. Chapter 223. Get off the horses and don't move. The old soldier shouted at the four-winged knights. As expected, the four men jumped off the horses. The four horses fell down with their masters and lay there panting. "Come with me." Li Yi looked back at Pine Tree and ran in that direction. Pine Tree pulled the suitcase and ran behind him. Brown Rock also rushed up. Huang Bai and Ziyu were at a loss, but they still ran with them. The four-winged knights had already taken out their multi-purpose special army knives. Li Yi ran and shouted, "I'll do it. I have a needle." The four men stopped, rubbed their hands, and looked anxiously at the horses lying on the ground. Not long after, Li Yi ran over. Pine Tree and Brown Rock carried the suitcase. As soon as they stopped, Pine Tree skillfully opened the suitcase. Li Yi took out a box of puncture needles and knelt in front of the horses. He touched the horses' stomachs and rubbed them with an alcohol swab. Blood gushed out. He pierced 3 places and changed horses. When the 4 horses were done, Li Yi returned to the big suitcase and squatted down to look for something. Then he busied himself. He gave them cardiotonic medicine, sodium bicarbonate, and intravenous injection of compound sodium chloride. Then he put on the 4 drip. The villager behind him ran over with a bucket and splashed the water on the horses' heads. The horses opened their mouths and tried their best to drink. In less than half an hour, the 4 horses stood up one after another. The 4 drip was not high enough, so someone held it with a stick. There's no need to bleed the horses' hooves. Bleeding in winter will slow their recovery. Looking at the condition of the 4 horses, Li Yi sighed. The 4 winged knights each drank a bag of glucose injections. The horses' stomachs were still bleeding, but the people familiar with them ignored them. They would stop bleeding on their own. On the other side, Songda formed Zhuangzi's team. Wang Xing sent the carriages from the imperial plantation, and the Zhang family village also sent people. The villager loaded the carriages with grass, cooked bean powder, and pepper. There were also large buckets of cold water, boiling water in a pot, rock sugar, and other things. "The ambulance is here," Li Yi instructed. His ambulance was brought over and he got on. His car took the lead, and the convoy of more than 100 vehicles headed in the direction that the winged knights had pointed out. "I originally wanted to go there after the new year and take my time on the road, but I met Yu Huaida's convoy that was rushing back with empty cars. They had a lot of livestock when they joined forces." In the car, the winged knights recounted their experiences. On the way back, they bumped into Yu Huaida, who was also on his way back, and found out that they were the people that Li Yi and Zhuangzi needed. They borrowed a car, and after some discussion they decided to speed up. In the end, when they passed by a relay station and were about to replenish their fodder, the relay station's leader said that there was a fire the day before yesterday. A lot of the fodder was burned, and only a little was left. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, the fact was that there was no forage. In the absence of fodder, they had to hurry. When they were 20 miles south of Chang, and they finally couldn't take it anymore. For people came over to report. "We didn't look for the other winged knights. We know that it's better to look for Li Dongzhu than them." The winged knights explained why they came directly to Zhuangzi. They believed that this was the place where the rescue team could be dispatched the fastest. "Is everyone okay?" Li Yi's expression was still calm, and he didn't seem to be panicking. "They ate enough. No one got frostbite," the winged knights replied. "Everything will be fine." Li Yi's gaze was resolute. The veteran outside was giving orders. The convoy split up. The good cars move forward quickly. The other cars stay behind. Send the grass over first. Village guard scouts, each person on 3 horses. Report back. The other guards patrol the surroundings. Spread out 5 miles. The guards in Zhuangzi who could ride horses followed their leader's orders and spread out. They were delivering things to people 20 miles away, but they gave off the feeling that they were transporting baggage from a war zone. The villagers and the guards felt that it was normal. Yes, when the Zhuangzi moved out, it was like marching an army. At this time 20 miles away, beside a village called Ershui, a group of people and horses gathered. The villagers were boiling hot water. The winged knight's men were beside the well, and they were constantly drawing water. Many villagers ran out to watch the commotion. There were so many good horses and people. Were they from the imperial court? These people said that they were waiting for rescue. Where did the rescue come from? Look at those horses. They are so hungry that they have no strength left. One dead horse will cost a lot of money. The villagers who were watching the commotion felt sorry for the horses. They couldn't afford to raise all those tall and big horses for free. The Muramesa's back. Ask him. Someone saw that the Muramesa had returned. Without waiting for them to ask, the Muramesa directly said, "Let's wait. Li Yi's people from Zhuangzi will come. I thought that a few horses would die. Since they are looking for Li Yi, there shouldn't be a problem." Li Dongzhu's people? The 4 people who just rushed out went to the Li family Zhuangzi? I thought they were going to return to the city to look for them. The Muramesa then said, Li Yi's Zhuangzi will have many experts in the future. There are 100 military households, a total of 620 people. From the looks of it, the head of each household has fought and survived. Where did these people come from? Why would Li Dongzhu use soldiers who have fought in wars? Li Dongzhu already has injured soldiers, crossbows, and cavalry. Why doesn't the imperial court care about them? Someone had discovered the secret. How could Li Yi's Zhuangzi be ignored? The Muramesa shook his head. Those are the winged knights. They went to help Li Yi pick up the people. Li Yi's products are good, and we are using them. The imperial court is protecting him. The villagers nodded and admitted that they had received Li Yi's help. Next year they would be able to farm. It would not be as tiring as before. The people from Zhichang's house who were resting outside the village felt uncertain. If it weren't for the fact that they could tell he was rich just by looking at his clothes, they would have lost all confidence in Li Dongzhu. Commander Fan Fan, those 4 horses won't die, right? Wang Yimin asked Fan Fan. They will not die if they reach their destination alive. Fan Fan had unlimited confidence in Li Yi. Li Dongzhu will be able to reach before nightfall? It's over 20 miles, and they still have to prepare and deliver the goods. Without a few hours it will be impossible. Another soldier said. The 4 of them will reach their destination. Within half an hour, Zhuangzi's troops will arrive. A winged knight gave an approximate time. Impossible. Another soldier said loudly. He was very certain of this. You don't believe me? Why don't we make a bet? The 4 of them went out 20 miles, but the roads are good. They will arrive in at most half an hour. Now it's been a little more than half an hour. In another half an hour, Zhuangzi's men will be here. Fan Fan said as he counted with his fingers. All right, let's bet. This soldier wanted to gamble. Before he could finish, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Someone stood up to look. There were more than 10 horses on the road to the north. The horses' hooves flew, bringing with them a dense rhythm. In a few breaths they had closed a large distance. For people, one person seemed to be riding 3 horses. The person on the horse was dressed in black and had a red cloak. After a few breaths the group closed in. We are scouts from the Li family village. Did anyone die? Did any horses die? One person shouted as he approached. No, not a single person died. Not a single horse died. Fan Fan replied loudly. Split into 2 groups. Go back and change horses. The person who shouted just now shouted again. 2 of the 4 people in the group immediately jumped from one horse to another. With a pull of the reins, the 6 horses galloped back. The remaining 2 people dismounted and ran over to take a closer look. One looked at the people, the other looked at the horses, ignoring the others. The soldier who was about to bet was extremely shocked and muttered, "So fast? 1 person, 3 horses, a scout? How is it?" Fan Fan did not forget about the bet. Although the other party would not bet again, he was still in a good mood. This soldier did not say anything. The other soldiers were also silent. However, their eyes seemed to be brighter than usual, filled with anticipation. Chapter 224. A quarter of an hour later, the scouts ran over again and the 2 scouts left. This time, in less than a quarter of an hour, A carriage appeared on the main road. A four-wheeled carriage with two horses jolted slightly as it rushed over. When the carriage approached, two people jumped down and opened the carriage. Bundles of alfalfa and grass appeared in front of everyone. "Hurry up and feed the grass. Come and carry it." The people who jumped down called out. Only then did everyone react and went forward to carry it. There was a commotion among the horses standing there. They turned their heads and saw that there was food. "Drink water, everyone drink water." The carriage behind came up and carried out a large bucket of water. The water inside was still steaming. The big pot of water in Ershui village was still boiling. The bowls were stacked together. They took one down and scooped a spoonful of oil. They opened a small paper bag and poured the contents of the paper bag into the bowl, and poured hot water over it. The soldiers took it and gave it to their children first. The child blew on it and took a sip. He smiled and said, "It's delicious. Mother, you drink." As he spoke, the child handed the bowl to his mother. The two of them modestly declined. Wang Yimin gave a few bundles of grass to the horses and stood there watching. Fan Fan stood beside him. "How is it? Your Dongzhu and Zhuangzi logistics are still acceptable, right?" Wang Yimin swallowed and only said one word. "Strong." He was shocked. From the time the winged knights went out to ask for help to the time the Zhuangzi baggage arrived, more than an hour had passed. A round trip of more than 40 li, 600 li for the urgent report, and 50 li for the horses to rest. The route from the urgent report was not necessarily good. The road here was flat. But why did the Zhuangzi even bring grass and hot water? Were they in a state of combat readiness at all times? They responded immediately when they received the news. Then they loaded the things and set off immediately. The scouts were running back and forth. Was this a Zhuangzi from the Tang dynasty? Wang Yimin swept his gaze over the other military brothers who came with him from the Zhechong residence. He shook his head and said, "When we join in, Dongzhu Zhuangzi's battle prowess is simply unimaginable. That's why you were called here. Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi must be absolutely safe. If there's any danger, you can die, but nothing can happen to Li Dongzhu." Fan Fan was not polite at all as he said these cruel words. "As long as you can take good care of my family, I will die without regrets," Wang Yimin said softly. The other soldiers were drinking the freshly made lard, seaweed, and scallion soup. Some of them had tears in their eyes. He had never tasted such a delicious soup before. It was even more fragrant than the meat soup and fish soup he usually drank. Because this soup was delivered by Dongzhu at an incredible speed, the villager who filled the soup with the ingredients and scooped out the hot water did not show the slightest arrogance or disdain. Instead, he acted like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. Previously, he had asked people to send many gifts for the new year. In the end, he and the others did not want to see the other brothers of the House of Subjugation sad, so they came first. When they met a large caravan, they actually immediately helped when they heard that it was Li Dongzhu who asked for them. When they arrived at Ershui village, they also listened to Li Dongzhu's words, and their attitude became so good. What kind of person was Dongzhu? Everyone drank the soup and thought, "Dongzhu's ambulance is here. Whoever is not feeling well, quickly stand over here. Dongzhu will take a look at you. Our Dongzhu is a godly doctor. As long as you're breathing, you'll live." Another four-wheeled carriage came over. The villager who delivered the soup called out loudly. Everyone looked over. This carriage looked bigger and was pulled by 4 horses. The wheels of the carriage were different from other carriages and looked more beautiful. There was a red cross on the front and side of the carriage. Around the carriage, there were also several different colored candles. They flashed here and there. When the carriage approached, the door opened and 8 palace maids and eunuchs dressed in palace attire jumped out. The winged knights and Yuhuida's men were used to this and looked on calmly. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Why were there people from the palace? Then a young man jumped out. The young man looked delicate and pretty, but what was he wearing? He was wearing red official robes, and on his left calf there was a silver fish pouch. "Congratulations, Dongzhu, ha ha ha." Fan Fan laughed and went forward to congratulate him. Li Dongzhu actually became a 5th-ranked official? Yu Huaid also clasped his fists and expressed his surprise. "Many thanks." Li Yi returned the gesture and shouted, "Who is not feeling well? Come over here and let me take a look." The soldiers. My family's Dongzhu has just been appointed an official by the imperial court. He didn't have time to change out of his official robes. When he heard that you were here, he rushed over. The villager explained why Dongzhu was wearing his official robes. It was all because of them. Li continued shouting, if you're injured, your arm is cut, your finger is crushed, your stomach hurts, do you have any? The soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads. If you don't have any, then take a rest and drink some hot soup. It's New Year's Eve today. When you go back, take a bath, change your clothes and go to bed. When you wake up at night, you can watch some programs. Li saw that no one was replying and shouted again. He then placed his hands behind his back and went to look at the horses. The horses were eating with all their might. When they tasted some pepper, they even closed their eyes in comfort. Eat. After you eat, rest for half an hour. When we return to Zhuangzi, I will bathe you. Li stood beside a large horse and stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand was a handful of pepper. The horse looked at him and tilted its head to look at the pepper. It snorted and stuck out its tongue to lick the pepper. Li's hand did not move until all the pepper had been eaten. He then patted the horse's head, and the horse cooperated by rubbing its head against him. Dongzhu knows horses? Wang Yimin looked at him and was shocked. He was afraid that Li would touch the horse. When feeding a horse, one had to open the palm of one's hand. The horse knew how to eat by itself. If one held something to feed it, the horse would bite one's hand. Fan thought for a moment and said, so far, there is nothing that Dongzhu doesn't know. Wang Yimin. Manager Yu. Did you buy fireworks for the new year? Li looked at the horse and walked to Yu Huaid, who was also drinking soup, and asked. I helped the joint team sell a batch of goods. I think we can buy some for the new year. Yu Huaida's mouth left the bowl and said, come to my Zhuangzi first. I have some vegetables for you guys to bring back. Li did not say any words of thanks. They were partners. Now that it was the new year, he did not have the opportunity to buy vegetables. He could bring them back to eat. That's great. Yu Huai did not stand on ceremony. After the new year, his joint team would set off to trade for things. When the time came, everyone would make money together. The villagers took out all kinds of gifts to give to the people of Ershui village. They were all neighbors and would help if they needed help. The following vehicles arrived, and the horses that had rested after eating and drinking were taken away. The winged knights and the soldiers boarded the vehicles, and the group of people returned. The soldiers chatted and laughed. They had countless guesses about the Zhuangzi that they were going to live in, but they were no longer worried. This Dongzhu was too good. He did not look scary at all. The girl among the soldiers glanced at Li's ambulance from time to time. She seemed to think of something and lowered her head with a red face. On the way, a group of winged knights came and asked about the situation. They turned their horses and left to report. After waiting for half an hour, they arrived at the Baishui Bridge at noon. They were once again shocked. It was different from what they had imagined. It was not the layout of a village. There were actually many buildings across the river. Many people whose faces could not be seen were busy. Large patches of water were exposed on the surface of the river that should have been frozen. The water wheel seemed to be spinning with ice. They crossed the bridge and went directly to the bathing pool. The soldiers suddenly felt inferior. Heavens, the clothes of the other people in Zhuangzi were so good? The children's faces were all red? Why was this Zhuangzi different from any other village or state capital that they had encountered? Chapter 225. Hello everyone. Welcome. Dongzhu said that you are all good fighters. You will have to protect us in the future. A group of children who were playing ran over to the side of the road to watch. Some older children shouted at the soldiers while the others waved their hands. The soldiers' children smiled. They wanted to play with their new companions, but when they looked at their clothes and hands, they slowly lowered their heads. Their clothes were not as good as those of their companions, and their hands were dirty. Would they be despised if they went over? My hands are dirty. A soldier's child generously stretched out his hand for the other children to see. It's okay. We were dirty before. Go take a bath, change your clothes, and then apply some ointment. Zhuangzi's child explained how to operate. It was not like they had not experienced hardship before. so they could understand the thoughts of their new companions. Then wait for us. The generous child no longer felt inferior and shouted seriously. When they reached the bathtub, the villagers separated the men and women and brought them to take a bath. The winged knights, Yu Huaid, and the others were also together. After such a long journey, a hot bath could relieve their fatigue. While they were bathing, the villagers who went in with them measured their bodies and told them the size of their clothes and shoes. They did not want the previous ones and sent them to the paper-making workshop. They taught them how to use bath towels, soap, and toothpaste. After a full 2 hours, these people changed into new clothes and came out. They were all refreshed and felt like they had changed into new people. The houses have been prepared for everyone. After dinner, we will go and see the houses. The furniture and bedding are all complete. Dongzhu said to carry bags to live in. As for the bags you brought, except for the things you miss, throw away everything else. First, take the medicine to fight the worms in your stomach, then eat. The villagers introduced the houses to the people in their respective groups. The soldiers occasionally smelled the ointment on their hands and looked at everything curiously. They had countless questions to ask but did not know how to ask. When they arrived at the canteen, the soldiers felt the temperature in the canteen. It was very comfortable. It was neither hot nor cold. They could even take off their clothes. This is where we will eat in the future. Don't cook at home. It's a waste of time. You can eat whatever you want in the canteen. You can come anytime. Take your medicine. The guide said as they gave out a new type of candy. Is this medicine? Is there any more? I want to eat more. A child ate the candy and smacked his lips. He felt that it tasted pretty good. You can only eat again tomorrow. If there are worms in your stomach, they will be beaten down. Dinner is about to start. Now let's eat a small bowl of noodles to fill our stomachs and go home to rest. The farmer smiled and patted the child's head, explaining the situation. It was already New Year's Eve, and the child could not eat too much for this meal. There were 6 types of braised food on the side. I still want to eat more. The child who had never eaten the braised meat noodles felt that it was gone after a few mouthfuls. He was even hungrier. There's meat to eat tonight. Let's go and look at the houses. The villager stopped them. Don't eat anymore. If you continue eating, what will happen at night? A house is a building, one for each family. A tall water tower, running water, and methane gas lamps. Needless to say, there were beds, tables, chairs, wardrobes, and small tables. Brand new bedding was spread on the bed, and there was a fragrance coming from it. When the military households were choosing their houses, they were all in a daze. Even though he had already made his choice, he didn't dare to touch the bedding on the bed. He felt that his hands were dirty. Wah! A woman covered her face and squatted there, crying out loud. She cried and said, I never thought that there would be such a house. When I got married, I already felt that it was not bad. Now, God, am I dreaming? Don't cry, don't cry. In the future, even if I have to risk my life, I will do what Dongzhu asked me to do well. The woman's husband reached out and pulled his wife up. He had the strength to do so. His other hand was clenched into a fist as he spoke. The farmer who brought them over to introduce them did not have the slightest intention of looking down on them. This was because they had also experienced it. The same woman advised, why are you crying? In the future, you have to do your job well. Only then can you not let Dongzhu down. We are looking forward to your arrival. Zhuangzi has a lot of people, a lot of money, and a lot of secrets. We are counting on you to guard Zhuangzi. After some comforting, the woman finally stopped crying. She pushed open the 2-story window and looked outside. The cold wind blew in. She was curious, where is the stove in the house? Do you want more firewood? There is no stove or heater. This window has 2 layers and is completely closed. There is a layer of tarpaulin outside to block the light. However, the wind cannot enter. Usually it has to be opened occasionally. The farmer then explained what the heater was and how to open and close the window. After he finished speaking, he left the military households to familiarize themselves with their home and rest. The farmer then left. The military households could not rest at all. They were in a state of excitement. The children had their own rooms. The girls had big sewn dolls. The boys had toys made of wood and wire, burr puzzles, 9 linked rings, and so on. The floor-to-ceiling curtains were all made of satin. The amount of satin was enough to buy a house in the original place. Outside, Li Yi and the winged knights Yu Huaid and the others sent them off. Yu Huaid and a group of people pulled carts of vegetables and left. The winged knights did not say anything. They led the horse back. They were reluctant to ride it. It was only a distance of about 10 miles. After sending them off, Li Yi went back to rest and gave the baby acupuncture. The little fellow's body temperature had been controlled between 36.6 to 37.8 degrees Celsius. He had stopped coughing. It seems that you will be fine before the 5th day of the new year. Good luck, Li Yi said to the little fellow. Ah! The baby was in the arms of the woman. He shouted at Li Yi. He did not cry when he was stabbed in the head. Li Yi's hands were steady. He inserted the needle in one go. There were many places on the baby's head that could be inserted. Otherwise, he would have buried the needle. However, he was afraid that the baby's head would move and touch the buried needle. Li Yi lay down beside the baby and fell asleep. The little fellow looked at him for a while. He yawned and closed his eyes. He fell asleep faster than Li Yi. Outside, they took turns to rest and work. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, which was also the 12th day of the 2nd month of the Gregorian calendar, the sky still turned dark early. This was still the case with the 2nd month. The military households were happy. The farmers were also very happy. Some of them saw that the people in the military households were strong and iron-blooded. The scars on their bodies left behind by battles gave them a sense of security. 100 people who could fight, with a crossbow and heavy armor, as well as a good horse, who would dare to provoke their zhuangzi in the future? When the sky turned dark, large red lanterns were hung up one by one. The farmers, the villagers of the Zhang family village, the migrant workers, and the people of the imperial plantation all gathered here. The people who had rested found a place to sit down and waited for the Pyongkong Square's everyone to perform. The girls of the Pyongkong Square had rested enough. They got up to take a bath and put on makeup. Elder sister Chang'an must be even more lively. The Ming residence is acting according to Li Lang's arrangements. Many sisters are going out to sing and dance. The maid said to Xian Yan. This year's New Year was different from previous years. Chang'an specially organized activities. Xian Yan looked at the glass mirror and raised her eyelashes. When she heard this, she smiled. Do they have the cosmetic box that Li Lang gave them? Look at how beautiful this eyelash brush is. Their ice lanterns are comparable to Zhuangzi's ice lanterns. This lipstick even has a glow. Li Lang said it was called Pearl Light and was specially prepared for us. This cosmetic box is amazing. With Li Lang looking after you, do you still think it's not enough? Chapter 226. The pearls that Xian Yan spoke of were made from mica. Mica was a medicinal ingredient that was recorded in Shun Nong's Materia Medica. At the same time, some natural freshwater pearl powder was also added. It was formed from the secretions of some mussels. During the summer and autumn, many shellfish were fished out from the Ba River. The pearls that appeared in their shells were used by Li Yi to make medicine and cosmetics. Freshwater pearls could be eaten, but if the mica was not fine enough, it would not be digested and would remain in the stomach. At this time, it was necessary to eat some coarse fiber to bring out. Li Yi had grinding equipment, but he would not make the diamond into something and smear it on other people's mouths. After eating, the powder would stay in the stomach and would not be easily eliminated. Eating too much would cause stomach ulcers, followed by gastrointestinal bleeding, and then of course gastrointestinal bleeding was not a big problem for him. Even if he could not completely rely on medicine, he could use a laparoscopic surgery to treat it. As long as the patient was willing to go all out, he would dare to do it. If he did not treat it, he would die. If he treated it, he might live. Was there a need to choose? The Pyongkong Square's everyone did not know what was going on inside. They only knew that Li Lang's cosmetic box was good. There was a glass mirror inside. This thing was not something that the maids with low status did not dare to accept. But the maids had a very small mirror in a small wooden box. They secretly hid it and did not dare to let others see it. Li Yi only decided to compensate the other party, so he took out a new cosmetic product. He did not use his lifespan to exchange for it. When he carried out the little guy who did not sleep and insisted on playing with him, "Greetings, owner." Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Then nearly 10,000 people stood up at the same time and bowed together. Dongzhu is safe and sound. The little guy shrank in Li Yi's arms. His big eyes were filled with infinite shock. Li Yi was also stunned. Damn, what are you doing? Are you a gangster? Without waiting for him to speak, those people finished shouting and sat down with a bang. It was as if the situation just now had nothing to do with him. Li Yi, who wanted to say something, could only swallow his words. He felt like he had suffered internal injuries. He looked around and wanted to ask himself if he wanted to give a speech. If he needed to, he would get the loudspeaker. Dongzhu. Everyone is paying their respects to you. Dongzhu, why did you change your clothes? Songda appeared just in time. The official uniform is uncomfortable, so I'm willing to wear a white coat. Li Yi said. He really did wear a white coat when he came out. He had just fed the baby medicine and checked his body. What else could he wear other than a white coat? Of course, he still looked very handsome in a white coat. He always thought so. What was the most handsome doctor's outfit? Of course, it was a white coat with a stethoscope. The soldiers on the battlefield and the doctors in the operating theater did not care about their appearances. They were all so charming. But you are now calling for a doctor. Songda still hoped that Dongzhu would wear his official robes. You can call me doctor. Li Yi found that this civil official was not bad. When he wrote, it was the same as when he wrote his official robes. Dongzhu, please go ahead. Songda did not want to talk too much. Otherwise, Dongzhu would ask, are you Dongzhu or am I Dongzhu? The newly arrived soldiers who did not have a good rest but did not want to rest looked at Li Yi and asked the people around them. This outfit is not as good as the official uniform, right? The villager shook his head. No, this outfit is the best. How can a fifth-rank official be compared to the identity of a godly doctor? When Dongzhu wears this outfit, even the king of hell has to retreat. The villager, Zhang family village, imperial plantation, and the migrant workers were used to Li Yi wearing a white coat. Whenever someone felt unwell and looked for Dongzhu, Dongzhu would change into this outfit and say, there is no problem, I will be fine in 2 days. Li Yi carried the child and sat down. This was the best stage out of the 6. Xi Yan and the other everyone were going to perform. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs sat on the left and right. The atmosphere was as strong as it could get. Feeling the crowded atmosphere, the baby, who had been unwilling to sleep, closed his eyes and fell asleep softly. A woman beside him reached out her hand and handed Li Yi over. The little baby's mouth moved a little before he regained his composure. At this time, the light from the lanterns and ice lanterns reflected off each other. There were even stars twinkling in the sky. The moon. There was no moon in the 30s. A charcoal stove was placed in and everyone began to eat and drink. Xi Yan was the first to take the stage. She started with a song, laughing at the red dust. The other 5 stages also had the same performance. After the song ended, Xi Yan suddenly looked at Li Yi and said, Li Lang, may I be presumptuous, but may I invite Li Lang to take the stage? A group of people looked at Li Yi. The palace maid Tao Hong was angry. Just as she was about to stand up, Li Yi raised his hand and Tao Hong sat back down. From her point of view, the so-called everyone was not allowed. Her family's Dongzhu was not someone who could be invited to take the stage just because they wanted to. Li Yi stood up and walked up the steps. When he reached the last step, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and his body leaned to the side. He swung his legs and did a somersault. The villagers stared with their eyes wide open. Wow! Dongzhu was so powerful. Thank you for the invitation, thank you. Li Yi said loudly. He did not bring a loudspeaker. God knows how he managed to get an impromptu performance. However, he could not afford to have stage fright. Those selling medical equipment had to be prepared at all times. When it was time to go on stage, he had to go on stage. Li Yi said with a smile. At the same time, he recalled the basic dance moves he learned when he was young and how to perform a song. Xi Yan, you are making things difficult for me. However, Xi Yan is a beautiful woman. Being made things difficult for a beautiful woman. Everyone should know that, right? Li Yi said loudly. The people around him laughed. This was the first time they saw Dongzhu being so funny. I wonder what kind of beauty Li Lang is referring to? Xi Yan smiled charmingly. Shameless. Li Yi replied. Ha ha ha. The people below laughed even louder. Li Yi did not wait for Xi Yan to speak again and said, Last year when I came here, there were no such people. We just had a simple meal during the New Year. At that time everyone was very tired. When the people who came first heard Li Yi's words, their eyes were filled with tears, including the 42 students. Back then it was indeed incomparable to now. They lived in shacks and lit oil lamps. After that they had to work and build a methane pool. Who would have thought that in just a year Zhuangzi would turn the world upside down? This year is different. Everyone's lives have improved. As for next year, it will depend on how much effort everyone puts in. Life is like this. If you don't give it your all, you will never know how far you can go. Time can change. The sea can change into mulberry fields. In one's life, one has to leave something behind, right? Some people leave behind unparalleled achievements. Some leave behind poems and songs. Honestly speaking, I Dongzhu am not interested in these two. As Li Yi spoke, many people gathered around him. Right, Dongzhu has saved countless people. Dongzhu has even killed and buried many people. That's right. Our Dongzhu is not interested. What achievements? What poems? Our Dongzhu can do it with ease. Dongzhu, what do you want? We will give it to you. The villagers all started shouting. They were proud that their Dongzhu had already achieved what many people wanted in their lifetime. I only want a smile. The smile of a man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, the smile of a woman who is at ease, the smile of a child who is innocent. So today I will give everyone a song, a smile of the vast sea. If the previous Xiao Hongchen wrote about the feelings of a woman, then this song is about the heroism of a man. As he spoke, Li Yi walked to the side of a 50-string zither. As there was no zither, he could only play this. Chapter 227. Li Yi was not familiar with the zither. Who would play it for no reason? Li Yi knew how to play the zither, especially the flowing water. The flowing water played by the zither was changed by later generations, and was called the 72 rolling Buddha flowing water. The zither strings were also pentatonic. According to the piano, the black keys were played by hand, and each stroke was a pentatonic. It was exactly the gongshang jiaohuayu duolami so la. He once learned the zither to show off, but later he felt it was not fun and threw it away. In music, music theory was the foundation, and other performances were skilled. Li Yi was familiar with the zither. He could not always be familiar with it, so he found an excuse to delay time. So he said loudly, "Out of the world comes my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. Hegemony talks and laughs, but life is like a drunkard. Holding the sword, riding the horse and waving the phantom rein. Bones fly like birds. Dust is like a tide, people are like water, only a few people in the Jianghu return." He said it very slowly, and his hands were finding the feeling of the past. In fact, how could Li Yi find the feeling? Even if he reached the peak of his time in the eyes of everyone, he was still a beginner. The kind that would be beaten up if he played. But it did not matter, as long as he was thick-skinned. Who cares if I am skilled or not? If you have the ability, you can compete with me in appendicitis surgery. When I rescued horses, I knew how to expel acid. Do you understand? There were specializations in the field. Li Yi comforted himself and increased his confidence. Then he sang, song, ocean, laughter, Tao to shore, waves, float, sink, follow waves, record, today heaven, laugh, fawn, world, tide. At first, everyone of Nankou watched Li Yi play the zither and thought it was interesting. But when Li Yi said the poem, their expressions changed. When Li Yi played the classic pentatonic vast ocean laughter, their bodies swayed slightly narrowed their eyes and became serious. Heroic love is still left in the evening, common life laughs, no more loneliness, heroic love still exists, foolishly laughs. He sang it with all his heart. This song was simply the pinnacle of Chinese pentatonic mode. It used the simplest notes to reach the most shocking realm through the rhythm. Just like using the simplest words to describe the most complicated emotions, the highest level of words was to make people forget the words. The highest level of music was to immerse people in it. You could feel that every note was in your heart. Even those who had never studied music theory would have a melody in their mind. After he finished singing, Li Yi changed to a huqin. He played the huqin, but he could not play it well. He did not wear a buckle, and his fingers hurt. However, the person next to him took advantage of the situation. When Li Yi started singing for the second time, Xi and Yen and the rest danced and played the accompaniment. One time they only needed one time, and they were able to perform to such a degree. Just like the song Farewell, this was their foundation. Song Ocean Laughs, Li Yi sang again. The flute at the end entered the song a beat later. The flute sound matched the rhythm of the voice. The group of dancers could actually perform the same posture at this moment. Their ability to understand music was simply superb. One time they only needed one time and everyone was able to perform. Pyongkong Square's Nanchu girls were just that casual. The best dancer's movements changed. She directly turned around and led the dance with a different posture. The villagers and other people were dumbfounded. They knew that they did not communicate with each other before. In the end, these beauties were able to perform with such tacit understanding. Nanchu. At this moment, he finally understood how amazing the people in the most ostentatious place in the entire Tang dynasty were. Zhang Li Yi sang. Jiangshan laughs. The girls sang in unison. Yinyu Li sang again. The girls knew music very well and took turns to sing one beat later. Li Yi's heart was trembling at this moment. This group of girls was too damn awesome. They crushed the people of his generation. As expected, they had been taught by Yen Ku since young. They were existences who had killed their way out of countless girls. It was no wonder that each and every prince treated them with respect. They were so strong that they were unreasonable. When Li Yi finished singing La La La, the dancers flicked their sleeves at the same time and froze. Li Yi felt that it was worth it. The things he gave out when he invited them were worth it. With this standard, if it was him, he would not be able to invite them even with 10 million yuan. The people below the stage were mesmerized. There was actually such a nice song and such a beautiful dance. The villagers took a few deep breaths to express that they could calm down. Dongzhu was just that amazing. The new soldiers did not know what to do. Heavens, Dongzhu could even do this? Wang Yimin was vexed. He realized that it was hard to reconcile the Dongzhu who was feeding the horses with the Dongzhu now. Could it be that the godly doctor who did not know how to sing on the spot was not a good fifth-rank official, Dongzhu? The girls who were in charge of the music and dance were sweating. They were too engrossed in the performance just now. Xi and Yen looked at Li Yi with a bitter expression and bit her lower lip. Li Lang's song seems to be similar to Xiao Hongchen's song. It's just that he say is so unfamiliar with it. Many people below the stage were mesmerized by her expression. Was she acting coquettishly? Li Yi did not have stage fright and sighed. Ai. The past is unbearable to look back on. This say, how is this say? Do you want me to teach Li Lang a lesson? Xi and Yen pouted. No, definitely not. This say, the zither has 50 strings without cause. Each string represents a year. Zhuang Shangxiao dreams of butterflies, gazing at the emperor's love with a cuckoo. The bright moon in the sea has tears. The warm jade in the blue field produces smoke. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time I was already at a loss. Li Yi casually copied out Li Shangyin's zither. This was a 7-line poem. The first line was in rhyme and the first line was in rhythm. After he finished copying. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked down with a look of being at a loss. When the girls on the stage heard Li Yi recite the poem, they were not in the mood to perform. Li Lang is the worst. He always says things that cheat people of their tears. I won't come again next time. A maid complained as she wiped her eyes. After a few breaths, Xi and Yen glanced at Li Yi who seemed to be running down the stage to hide. Alright sisters, at least Li Lang is on the stage this time. If he's a bad person then so be it. At least he gave us some good things, especially the sanitary pads. How considerate. Whose heart did he stick to? Let's catch him tonight. A girl was still not resigned. Night Watch 30. Come next song. Xi and Yen was also very helpless. She called her sisters to recover and continue the performance. Sister Yen, I will go and tell this song and 2 poems to the other 5 stations. Li Lang is the most hateful. A girl said as she ran down the stage to advertise and tell the other stations how to perform. The villager below whispered to the new soldiers. Did you see that? This is our Dongzhu. If you don't have money, don't think about the North Song Lady. If you have money but no talent, go to the Central Song Lady. If you have money and talent, you seek to know yourself, but you are not fated to give your love. Then how many lovers does Dongzhu have? Someone was curious. Not a single one. Dongzhu is still young and is not willing to provoke him. Otherwise, the villager began to whisper. Chapter 228. Sanlang, look. Uncle took advantage of our absence and secretly copied other people's poems. There's also a song, A Laugh in the Vast Sea. Empress Wang took the information and acted like a spoiled child to Li Longji. The news came from outside the city walls, and the city gates were already closed. The manor also knew that there were people in Zhuangzi, and they were the Qianyo guards from the palace, but they didn't care. In fact, when the Qianyo guards were hungry, they would even go to the cafeteria to eat without paying a single cent. The villagers were already used to it. Look, Zhuangzi was like this, and we Dongzhu were also like this. As long as you don't make a move, we won't make a move. Today was the 30th day. The Qianyo guards tied their horses to the side and found a place to sit down, eat, and watch the program. He even fed Zhuangzi's horses with the best ingredients. Then, once he got some news, he would go out and ride 3 horses. The person who was watching was direct, while the person who was being watched didn't care. Both sides were actually very harmonious. The villager had no choice. Previously, he did not understand the situation. Later on, he found out that it was the 1,000 bull guards who were directly connected to the palace. He could not fight or kill them. Then, he saw that the people of the Qianyo guard were working very hard. Sometimes, when it wasn't time to eat, he would give them hot soup to drink and take care of the horses. What else could he do? Arrest him? Zhuangzi had the ability to do so. He had the ability to capture them, but he lacked the ability to deal with them later on. The people of the Qianyo guard were sensible and never made any extra requests. They just wanted to have a meal and asked the people in Zhuangzi for food to feed the horses. Above them was the imperial plantation, but they didn't go there to ask for anything. Therefore, when the Qianyo guards watched the show, a few of them would leave from time to time. After a while, they would return and occupy the table to eat hot pot and barbecue. Fortunately, he didn't drink alcohol. When he was offered alcohol, he would reject it. When he ate, he felt that he was only half full. He liked to drink soup. Just like that, the news reached the palace. Empress Wang had slept for a long time. She was waiting for the fireworks to be released in the evening, so that she could bring her son to watch it together. Now that he was unhappy, he actually didn't participate in such a fun thing. Ha! Li Longji laughed. Sanlang, look at your uncle. With a laugh from the vast sea, the tide surges on both shores. There was also something about how the heroes of the world are born from our generation, and how time passes as soon as you enter Jianghu. Later on, there were actually tears in the ocean, moon and pearls. It's outrageous, isn't it? Empress Wang was still troubled by this matter. If she didn't go over, her uncle should stay put. This tactical response is indeed fast. As long as the road is clear, Zhuangzi will move out as fast as the emergency report. It's a rapid response strike force. Li Longji was looking at another matter. As for poetry, singing and dancing, even though he had created the pear garden, he would not give too much power to those who were outstanding in those areas. In his eyes, 4 of the winged knights who were in relatively good condition had rushed out from 20 miles away to report the situation to him. As soon as he arrived and shouted, Zhuangzi immediately took action. After Li Yi finished dealing with the horses, Zhuangzi's team set off. They were loaded with materials, hot water, cold water, food, and most importantly an ambulance. The faster the horses ran, the faster the reinforcements came. At the same time, there was no lack of scouts coming and going. Yorong. Li Longji suddenly called out Empress Wang's name. He continued, last year in the 10th month, Brother Yi came to Zhuangzi to inherit the business. This year on the 30th, including the leap month in 15 months, Zhuangzi's rescue teams moved out like the wind. Today there are another 100 soldiers who have fought with the enemy. What do you think will happen to Brother Yi next year? Li Longji asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang came from a family of generals, so she was the most sensitive in this aspect. Empress Wang rubbed her stomach. What else can happen? It won't take a year. In the summer, the 100 soldiers will be organized. Uncle will buy more good horses and build more carriages. He alone will be able to provide logistical support for the 3,000 non-commissioned officer. Empress Wang understood that the more manpower Li Yi had, the more powerful Li Yi would be. Last year there was nothing. It was very difficult. Today was different. In a year, who knew what Li Yi would do? After thinking about it carefully, she understood that it was a militarized management. When 20 Li went to the capital office to pick up someone, there would be scouts everywhere. It was definitely an imitation of the situation of Baggage's troops on the front lines during wartime. Once the main force of the 100 soldiers had adapted, they would be able to form their own army. Who would dare to underestimate this army? With money they would equip each person with a crossbow or even two. So after the new year, when we go to Zhuangzi again, we will be more at ease. Li Longji didn't want to talk about war. He felt that he couldn't let Li Yi go to war, even if Li Yi's logistical support was very powerful. Whose Zhuangzi could mobilize more than 100 carriages? What a joke. At night, there will definitely be a lot of fireworks. Empress Wang didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to play. If Li Longji was in trouble at the imperial court, she might be willing to help. But there was no problem now. If there was anything, she could ask Li Yi. The distance between the two sides wasn't far. If they went out from the Forbidden Garden, it would only be a little more than 14 li. Gao Lisher, go out and ask him for more. Li Longji had no choice but to go around. Gao Lisher went out from the back and asked Li Yi for fireworks to satisfy the empress's mood. A 5th rank official is still too small. The imperial tutor is still okay. Empress Wang touched her belly. The imperial tutor was the child in her belly. There had to be a teacher. Other teachers wouldn't be at ease. What if they did something bad? Either the child was by her side or thrown to Li Yi. When the child was born, he would have to be careful when eating by her side. There was no need to worry about him with Li Yi. Li Longji frowned and said, "When the child is born, the weather will be warm. It's better to go often. Even if someone poisoned him, Brother Yi can cure it." He actually admitted the possibility of someone poisoning him. He didn't think that no one would dare to plot against the child of the empress because he was the emperor. But Li Longji agreed in his heart. As long as the child was still breathing, he would be able to live if he was sent to Li Yi. Then Gao Lisher, who was already very busy, had to bring people out and ask Li Yi for more fireworks. Li Yi and Zhuangzi watched the performance on the stage and asked Steward Songda, who was next to him, "Have the livestock been dealt with?" Recently, firecrackers have been set off at a time every day. The livestock have gotten used to it. Songda explained the situation. He was the happiest now. Dongzhu suddenly became a 5th rank official. A 5th rank official also had a position in Chang and city and could participate in the imperial court meeting. Li Yi nodded and said, "Ask them at night if they want to eat boiled dumplings. The kitchen will cook them first and then send them over." Li Yi talked about food again. The South had rice cakes for Chinese New Year, and the North had dumplings for Chinese New Year. However, dumplings could be eaten for every meal. If one ate too many rice cakes, their stomach would not be able to take it. In the South, rice cakes were never eaten at night on the eve of the 30s. They were eaten to taste, and then there was the same kind of glutinous rice baked over fire. He remembered that it was eaten in Shandong and the Northeast. It was sticky with fire. If one ate too much, their stomach would also feel uncomfortable. Oh, it was the same for the Xianzu's baked cakes. Dumplings were filled with white flour. If there were vegetables and meat, then it would be a complete set of dietary rules. The nutrition was balanced. A single food combination would be dumplings, shumai, wonton, meat bird's nest, or noodles with more sauce and braising. Rice cakes were the same as baked cakes. It was good to eat as a snack. If one ate a few pieces in a row, it would cause indigestion. Songda would not compare the different eating habits of different regions, but he knew that his family used to be from the south. Later on, they all died, and he ran to capital city to survive. "Dongzhu, do you want to make fried rice cakes?" "I will," he said. "Yes, eat it as a snack. You can also fry rice cakes. Children are not allowed to eat too much. It's not good for digestion." Li Yi agreed. He also liked fried rice cakes, especially those rice cakes that were fried slowly in low-temperature oil. They were crispy and soft on the inside. As for fried rice cakes, there was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. They were fried with meat. The rich people use sesame oil to fry them. This year there was soybean oil, but there were more fried rice cakes. He did not know the essence of frying. Frying required things to float in the oil. Dongju, are you going to give out bonuses? Also, there are people who like other people. Men like women and women like men. What should we do? Songda asked 2 more questions. For example, the single Hu Ernyang, right? Li Yi asked with a smile. Songda blushed. Dongju, how do you know? Marriage is a grand ceremony. It includes hiring servants, new things, and a separate house. If you don't live in a building, you can build a courtyard next to my house. Li Yi said seriously to Songda. He did not have any intention of teasing or joking. Songda was not young anymore. He should have a home. Chapter 229. Li Yi had already noticed the situation. Hu Ernyang was the sister of a craftsman. Her parents had passed away, and her household register was supposed to be with her husband's family. Hu Ernyang had 3 husbands, but none of them were married. It was said that she was a jinx to her husbands. In the end, she was married to her eldest brother. She was above average looking and had a good figure. She seemed to have given up on forming a family. When she arrived at Zhuangzi, she worked all day and soon stood out. She led a group of female workers to work in an orderly manner. As the leader of a small group, she had a lot of contact with Songda. At first they talked about work, then about romance, and finally about life. Songda expressed his intention to live together, but Hu Ernyang rejected him. She said that her 3 husbands had died of illness before she was married. Songda told her not to worry. Dongju was a miracle doctor, and illness was not a problem. Hu Ernyang was tempted and wanted to try again. Songda came over and asked about other people's gender. Did Zhuangzi allow people to love freely? He wondered if he would be chased out if he got married. When he heard that Dongju would give him 1,000 horses, new furniture, and a courtyard, Songda cheered and ran away. Gao Lishur came. Li Dongju fireworks. Gao Lishur was straightforward. Go and get a cart of fireworks for General Gao. Li Yi did not refuse. Gao Lishur had sent the winged knights to pick him up for free. Li Dongju, do you want a good horse? Gao Lishur asked in a low voice. Li Yi shook his head. Zhuangzi will buy it after the new year. He was afraid that Gao Lishur would steal the horse that Li Longji had prepared for the winged knights and give it to him. He would lose his life. What about the crossbow? Gao Lishur still wanted to give something. Crossbow? Oh, General Gao, please wait. After hearing Gao Lishur mention the crossbow, Li Yi returned to his courtyard. When he came out again, he had a booklet in his hand. He handed it over. General Gao, please deliver this to the appropriate person. Gao Lishur did not flip through the booklet and only looked at Li Yi. Crossbow. Li Yi introduced. Zhuangzi's production of the crossbow is too complicated. Why don't we hand it over to General Gao? When it's done, we can share some with Zhuangzi. Gao Lishur hurriedly and carefully put it away in his sleeve. Although he had not seen the real thing, he knew that anything that came from Li Yi was not simple. He took the blueprint and went back first. The car carrying the fireworks slowly followed behind him. The other city gates were closed, so Gao Lishur entered and exited from the back door of the Forbidden Garden. Gao Lishur went inside and jogged to find Li Longji. Your Majesty, Li Yi didn't dare to accept the horse I gave him. When I asked him if he wanted a crossbow, he gave me a book saying it was called the reverse crossbow. Gao Lishur handed the booklet over. Li Longji took it and flipped it open. Inside there was a picture on each page along with the dimensions, materials, production and operation instructions. Li Longji pondered as he read. In today's Tang dynasty, there were crossbows that could be loaded by foot. There were also various kinds of crossbows from the previous dynasties. This kind of reverse crossbow seemed to be lighter and more powerful than other crossbows of the same kind. In addition, there was an auxiliary loading tool and a stabilizing tool. It could be used when defending or when marching quickly. Good stuff. After the new year, I'll ask the craftsmen to make it. They can make different kinds of crossbows with different forces. Li Longji decided to make a few real objects and compare them. He did not know whether this was a divine bow or a divine bow with extra parts. The best way to load a crossbow was with a lever. For example, the big crossbows used in the Tang dynasty now were loaded with a winch. Using the pressure well mode, The arm at the back could be used to load the divine bow. There was an extra frame. Without a frame, one would naturally sit on the ground and step on it with foot. Then one would hang a small thing on the string and pull it back. It was slightly more troublesome to march with a frame, but there was one more advantage. It was stable and did not need to be used to fire the crossbow. It was like a gun rack. You don't have any farm work to do in winter, so you started to work on weapons? Li Longji said with a smile. He realized that Li Yi could not stay idle. If he stayed in Zhuangzi and did not do anything, he would be bored to death. La 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 la. At this time, many people in the Li family Zhuangzi were singing, The Laughter of the Vast Sea. They could not remember the other lyrics, but la 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 was definitely not a problem. Li Yi wanted to drink some wine, but he was pulled by Xi and Yen, the main team, to arrange the song. Just now, he was in a hurry and improvised. Now that they were forming a small team to perform, everyone had to properly arrange the instruments. Fortunately, Li Yi had a little bit of knowledge. He recalled which instruments were added to The Laughter of the Vast Sea. It's Li Lang's song. If it's taken out by itself, it can't fill in the lyrics. A woman was considering changing the lyrics. What kind of songs were used to sing poems? A 7-word temperament poem could be taken out and sung with any song. In the end, the girl realized that no matter what lyrics she changed, she could not sing with the original charm. Just like Xiao Hongqian. The only thing she could do was to arrange the dance and make the dance closer to the meaning of the lyrics. Time slowly passed. When the clock struck midnight, a beautiful firework bloomed in the imperial city with a boom. As if they had received an order, the people in the other shops who had bought fireworks and firecrackers lit them one after another. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, and the entire Chang'an became lively. Many people did not know that there was such a fun thing. They prepared bamboo at home to burn, and some even prepared some salt. The salt they ate was big, and when it was thrown into the fire it made a loud noise. When the fireworks rose into the sky, the people stopped playing with their bamboo and looked up. Light the fire! Songda shouted. At the places where the fireworks were set off, the people in charge of lighting the fire placed the red-hot coals on the fuse, turned around and ran. Immediately, the firecrackers rang out, and the fireworks rose into the sky. Some of the farmers, migrant workers, people from the Zhang family village, and the farmers in the imperial plantation covered their ears, opened their mouths, and watched with wide eyes. The ears of the children in swaddling clothes were covered by the adults. Some of them were crying, but when they saw the flowers in the sky, their voices stopped abruptly and they were stunned. Li Yi held the red envelopes wrapped in red paper and personally distributed them. The newcomers also received some, but they did not receive much money. The red envelopes were written with words on red paper. Some wrote 100 coins and some wrote 10 coins. According to their contributions and the order of arrival, different amounts of money were given. When the day was over, the farmers could take the red envelopes and exchange them for copper coins. The 42 students who taught Zhuangzi's children each received a big red envelope, which was 10 coins and 10,000 coins. As for the other 220 students, Li Yi gave one to each of them. The village chief of the Zhang family village led people to distribute the red envelopes again. They gave the students 500 coins each, and they only taught for 3 months. The Zhang family village gave a lot of money. There were many students, 220 of them, and the village gave a total of 110,000 coins. If it was in the past, they would not be able to afford it. Half an hour later, Zhuangzi's firecrackers were set off, and everyone cooked dumplings to eat. The people from the south took a bite of the rice cake, reminisced about the past, and smelled the smell of burning sulfur in the air. They were full of yearning for the new year. Especially the people who asked for a way to survive, they felt Dongzhu's wealth. The firecrackers were set off with a loud bang, and every movement was worth a lot of money. Li Yi ate 5 dumplings, one for each kind of filling. He slowly drank the wine, and occasionally stopped to look at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. However, a few people who were watching the fireworks next to him noticed that Li Yi's smile had a trace of vicissitudes. Chapter 230. Ladies of Pyongkong Square, take a break. It's time for us to go up. A student took a red packet and wanted to perform on such a beautiful night. He went up to a stage, sat in front of a guqin, and bent his fingers to play. He sang, "Sunset slanted fragrant hall, beautiful palace of time. Cold words to the winter snow, warmth to the spring breeze. The steps are rich with plum, flowers curled with candlelight. Celebrating the new year, welcoming and sending off all night." This was a poem written by Li Shimin. It was written for tonight to stay up for the new year. Good, good. The audience shouted, although they didn't really understand. The other students thought of poems as fast as they could to see if they could use someone else's poem, or if they could compose one themselves. The 6 stages suddenly had more students. The people of Nankou went to the side to drink light wine and eat some food. Some students didn't have time to write poems, so they went up to play the flute or the pipa. They were all multi-talented. The 42 students who came last year were especially outstanding. They stayed for a long time and brought their families, so there was less worry. At the same time, they communicated with each other. Some questions were asked to Li Yi, and Li Yi answered. Li Yi could always hit the nail on the head, including some content about the 4 books and 5 classics. He looked at the imperial examination materials of the Ming Dynasty. The imperial examination of the Ming Dynasty was no longer a normal examination. Take a few words out of one sentence and a paragraph out of another. Together, this was the imperial examination of the Ming Dynasty. The students of the Ming Dynasty studied the 8-legged essay until they were obsessed. The most important thing was that nutrition kept up. With meat and vegetables, the body was healthy, and the memory and analysis ability were strong. The 220 students who came later had their bodies adjusted. When they studied, they didn't feel tired often and didn't have to worry about illness. The villagers watched and listened. They suddenly realized that their zhuangzi was very powerful. There were so many scholars. Those who had just arrived today, oh, it was yesterday. Those who had just arrived yesterday were dazzled by the sight. They had been in a state of shock. It was already good to have some meat dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. If there was fish, the whole year would be different. In the end, their zhuangzi ate barbecue and hot pot. Eating dumplings and rice cakes was symbolic. Vegetables in winter didn't cost money. He ate as much as he liked. After dipping the cut mutton rolls in the soup, the smell of oil was extraordinary. There was also a group of beautiful women from Pyongkong Square who came to perform. Dongzhu personally went up to sing and play. Fireworks that had never been seen before bloomed one after another in the sky. It was too beautiful. He had just arrived and he already received a red packet. Now, a large number of students were going on stage. How much foundation did Zhuangzi have? After a few sips of wine, he was already drunk. The children looked at the other children and reached for dried fruits, preserved fruits, black pears that had been melted in cold water, as well as fresh watermelons and cantaloupe pieces. The woman who was looking at the child was at a loss. She wanted to hit the child and tell him not to take things casually, but then she realized that the children of the other villagers were very casual. They knew that the food their families had tonight was not something they could have bought with the money they earned in the past year. So some people pinched their legs, their arms, their children. She pinched the child until he cried out in pain. She was also in pain. She was sure that she wasn't dreaming. Husband, in the future, you have to do as Dongzhu says. A woman said nervously to her husband. I know. Do I need you to tell me that? If I get kicked out, I'll lose everything. The child still has to study. The man was also afraid that he would do something wrong and make Dongzhu angry. On the other side, the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, was giving out red packets to the villagers and their subordinates. The subordinates were from the palace, but the villagers were not. The land of the imperial plantation was rented to the tenants. After the new year, I'll find the students from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi to teach your children, Wang Xing said as he gave out a red packet. Supervisor Wang, you won't leave next year, right? Go to a better position. Some villagers were worried. This year they raised poultry, planted mushrooms and wood ears and sold steamed pot chicken. They had earned a lot of money. They were afraid that if Wang Xing was promoted and someone else came, they would not be able to get along well with Li Dongzhu. Their days of waiting would be over again. Leave. Wang Xing's voice became louder. I won't be going. I'll be guarding Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has already informed me. Great. The villagers cheered. Wang Xing revealed a proud expression. So it turns out that managing the imperial plantation is a tough job. Now that I'm in charge of the imperial plantation, no one can compete with me. At this moment, the person he was most grateful to was King Song Li Chengqi. If King Song didn't come that day and visit Zhuangzi, all these wouldn't have happened. Songda urged them to go to sleep. Don't stay overnight. Zhuangzi still has to be operated tomorrow. Go back and sleep. You can't stay here any longer in case you get too excited. Yes, Dongzhu said that you might die suddenly. If that happens, even Dongzhu wouldn't be able to save you. Songda explained the situation to the newly arrived soldiers and told them to go home. The soldiers were very obedient and brought their families back home. Lying on the bed and looking at the dim light shining in from the window, he thought about many things and fell asleep. Li Yi also went to sleep. He had to ensure that his body was in good condition at all times. When the sun shone on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the remaining quarter of the villagers went back to sleep in a daze. Zhuangzi was revived once again. Li Yi, who had slept for 8 hours, felt refreshed. He looked at the official robes hanging on the wall and shook his head. I'm not going to attend the court assembly. It's cold and boring. Brother Yi, I'm here to see you. Li Yi put the infusion bottle on the child and asked the palace maid to look after him. When he arrived at the canteen, Li Chengqi arrived. Big brother, are you resting? Li Yi looked at his big brother to see if he had any dark circles. If he did, he would arrange for him to sleep after the meal. I slept for more than 6 hours. Brother Yi, I have a question. What should I do if there are worms in the rice? Li Chengqi asked while holding the leftover chicken bone soup from last night's hot pot. There are worms in winter? Li Yi expressed his disbelief. Where did the rice go? Was it on the radiator? The worms came out after autumn. No one took care of that warehouse. The day before yesterday, someone reported that the worms will come back to life again after spring. Li Chengqi said while gritting his teeth. Obviously, he had taught the guards a lesson. Put them under the sun. Li Yi gave a solution. Can they be dried under the sun in winter? Li Chengqi expressed his disbelief. Use star anise and put them in packs. Peppercorns and pepper can also be used. Put them in now and let them dry when the weather is hot. Li Yi gave a useful solution. What about the hollowed rice grains and the worms and eggs that died inside? Li Chengqi still had a question. Then they can only be made into rice noodles. Qi Minyao Shu has it. Li Yi said another food. It was impossible to make them into feed for poultry and livestock. Qi Minyao Shu again? Li Chengqi was depressed. Why are there so many problems? Li Yi lowered his head and ate the dumplings. He did not answer this question. If I told you about Qi Minyao Shu, you could at least find the book. If I told you about Tiangong Kai Wu, where would you find it? Is this the leftover soup from last night's hot pot? Li Chengqi stopped thinking about Qi Minyao Shu and suddenly thought of the soup. Steward Song added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup and sent it to the Grief Tian Square in the morning. I only knew about it when I woke up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it. Li Yi mentioned the soup from last night's hot pot. There were no vegetables or meat. Everyone ate it while boiling for fear of wasting it. There was oil on the meat and the soup was made from bones and chicken. The farmer did not want to eat it but felt that it was a pity to throw it away. Therefore, he added something to give to others. Li Yi was very angry, but it was too late. You're kind-hearted. Li Chengqi felt that it was good and asked, is it bad for your health? Li Yi shook his head. Impossible. It's boiled again. I just feel that it's disrespectful. Chapter 231. Don't worry, I have everything. I added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup from yesterday. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Songda was fetching soup for people at Grieffield Square in the west of the city. It was a stew with tofu and dried vegetables. There was a layer of oil on top of the big barrel. It smelled good and looked appetizing. Pei Yaoqing, the head of Chang'an, was standing beside him. Zhuangzi came to collect the carriage that was taken away yesterday. Songda also gave the leftovers to the people at Grieffield Square. Some of the people at Grieffield Square went out to work during the day. They stayed at Grieffield Square because they had nowhere to stay. Pei Yaoqing came at the same time to deliver food. In the end, he brought yellow rice. The people at Grieffield Square lined up to get the soup. No one disliked the leftover soup. At least no one would get sick from the food given by the Li family Zhuangzi. As for disliking it, the Li family Zhuangzi had fungus, mongoose mushrooms, cucumbers, and watermelons. Of course, they would not want the leftover soup. Would ordinary people not eat leftovers? Moreover, tofu and dried vegetables were also good food when boiled. Drinking a mouthful of soup and eating yellow rice was a good sign on the first day of the new year. Pei Yaoqing looked and could not help but grab a spoon. He scooped 2 pieces of tofu and some vegetables and put them to his mouth. He blew on it and tasted it. They added a lot of ingredients when cooking the soup, Pei Yaoqing commented. The Ming residence is so capable. They added a lot of pepper, Songda said. He scooped some soup and drank it. It was too cold outside. This time, the people at Grieffield Square were in a better mood. Look, the Ming residents and Steward Song were drinking. What are Zhuangzi's plans for the new year? Pei Yaoqing wanted to get some useful information from Songda. Dongzhu did not say, but there are 100 more soldiers. They are all good men who have fought. Songda recalled that Dongzhu did not mention any plans. It seems that I will be promoted this year, but I plan to defy the imperial edict. Pei Yaoqing whispered to Songda. He didn't mince his words. He told Songda because he wanted Songda to go back and tell Li Yi. Resisting the imperial edict in Chang, and was too stressful. If he could get Li Yi's support, it would be easier. He was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Chang and was getting better and better if he left, the new county magistrate would not be able to follow the rules. He would not even go to Li Yi to ask about politics. Then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? How difficult it was. When we return to the manor, I will speak with Dongzhu. Songda was also someone who had taken the imperial examination. Now that he was not very old, he naturally knew what it meant. Thank you very much. Pei Yaoqing cupped his fists and bowed. Ming residents, please don't stand on ceremony. Songda returned the greeting. For this year's Chang'an, I will definitely call it earth-shattering. Pei Yaoqing's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was not afraid of trouble, nor was he worried about any difficulties. At worst, he could go to Zhuangzi to look for Li Yi. After distributing the soup, Songda brought the team home. Manager Song. Are there any more fireworks for sale? On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival will also be released. Someone greeted and asked. The fireworks at night were simply too beautiful. The rumbling was loud and beautiful. They firmly believed that the louder the firecrackers were, the better their luck in the new year. There are some in Zhuangzi. You can go and buy them. You need to sign a document. Songda's status was different now. He was no longer the unknown little manager. Of course, the other party responded. When Songda brought the team to Chunming Gate, the Nanka team happened to be returning. Not only were they there, but they were also singing laughter of the vast sea along the way. It was obviously a woman who looked weak, but in the end she sang as heroically as a man. Li Yi did not hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely say that compared to the female version of the song, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was in the basement. The passers-by were already dumbfounded. Some people who wanted to leave the city turned their heads and went back after listening to the song. Then the Pyongkong Square was in an uproar. Yesterday, Xinyan and the others went to perform and actually brought back good things. If they had known, they would have gone too. Brother Yi, what song is this? After dinner, Li Chengqi insisted on dragging Li Yi for a stroll outside in the middle of winter. Hearing the villagers shouting at the top of their lungs, they realized that even with such a loud voice, the song sounded good. Laughter of the vast sea. Li Yi knew what his brother meant. Why did ordinary people shout at the top of their lungs and sometimes out of tune but still sound good? This song can be sung both in literature and martial arts. Li Yi explained. This song had reached its peak from the simple melody to the resonance of the lyrics. How much was the song sold for? Li Chengqi thought of the price. Poems and songs were all money. What money? At night, they insisted that I go up. I had no choice. How can a Dongzhu like me be afraid of that? I just went up and casually copied a song and sang. Li Yi was honest. It was impossible for him to compose the lyrics and music in this lifetime. Brother Yi, I want you to sing one now. I will force you to sing. Come on. Li Chengqi was depressed. I just left your place for one night and you took out something good. Little Swallow came here wearing flowery clothes on spring day. I asked Swallow why came here, so Swallow said the spring day here is the most beautiful. Li Yi sang. Brother Dongzhu, sing it again. I want to learn. The children who were playing nearby heard it and came forward to request. Li Chengqi. He took a deep breath and suddenly realized that this song was indeed not bad. The children sang it well. Therefore, he recalled and sang it to the children. Little Swallow. After singing it once, Li Yi praised, Brother Yi is actually so good at memorizing music and lyrics. Just a few lines. How can I not remember? Li Chengqi felt that he was insulted. His music was very good. Li Yi asked someone to bring the loudspeaker over. He sang it once to the children and passed it to them to learn. Brother Yi, it's the new year. Do you have any new plans? Li Chengqi no longer cared about the song of the little swallow and went straight to business. I will go to Shandong in February, Li said. Which Shandong? Shandong East Province? A map appeared in Li Chengqi's mind. No, it's east of Taihang Mountains. Li Yi gave the answer. Shandong was the east of Taihang Mountains. Shandong was now called Hunan Province. It included Qingzhou, Qizhou, Yanzhou, Lai, Mishao, Yizhou, Chaozhou, Yunzhou, and other prefectures. And east of Taihang Mountains included Hebei, Shaanxi, Hunan, Shandong, Tianjin, Beijing, and some other places. Why are you going there? Li Chengqi was not very happy. You can just stay in Zhuangzi. Why are you going there? Raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. Li Yi gave the answer. You can't raise chickens by the Ba River? You will need a lot of manpower to transport the poultry and lay eggs along the way. The ducks are easy to deal with, but the chickens are not very obedient. It's about 1,000 miles away. Li Yi was calculating the money. 1,000 miles? Do you have to bring the poultry? Do you want to be an official? Li Chengqi frowned and was about to stop him from going out. I will be an official in the 22 counties of the capital. I can't go so far. I will come back in summer and sell the poultry and pigs to the local area. Li Yi explained his plan again. He did not say the reason. He just said that he did not want the poultry and pigs that he brought with him. There must be a reason, right? Li Chengqi was depressed. I will go and show them what to do and make a lot of money. Li Yi still did not say the details. Can't you not go in person? Li Chengqi thought of the key point. No, it's very troublesome. If there is a struggle, others will not be able to win. I don't want to write a lot of plans. It's better to go in person. Li Yi insisted. It was related to whether he could increase his lifespan. Chapter 232. Li Chengqi left with a stomach full of questions. He wanted to go to Baifu Palace to see his father. The main purpose of his visit was not because of the worms in the rice, but because he wanted to know what new ideas Li Yi had after the new year. After knowing his ideas, he had to travel a long distance in February. Li Yi was also busy. There were more than 600 newcomers. He gave them a physical examination one by one. He did not let them eat breakfast in order to draw blood. For palace maids were responsible for putting up notes and numbering each person's blood. Li Yi was in charge of drawing blood. Zhuangzi's medical staff helped to draw blood. There was no need to draw blood slowly with a big glass syringe. When the blood was viscous, the medical staff could draw blood eventually. It was a vacuum draw. If they drew blood with a glass syringe, the blood would be viscous for a long time and not enough could be drawn. Once the syringe moved, the person whose blood was drawn would feel pain. The little guy who could not speak was given a caramel candy and held in his mouth when the blood was drawn. The baby was very conflicted. Should he cry or not? If he did not cry, it would be very painful. If he cried, the candy would fall. After the court meeting in the palace, the officials rushed home one after another. Then they went to see who was visiting and waited for others to come. Then the members of the heavenly world who lived in the capital received gifts from the heavenly world. The gifts of 100 caramel and 1,000 caramel were different. There was a difference in price. No wonder they asked for identity and address. To bribe Humph. As the Prime Minister, Yao Chong naturally did not need to visit others. He waited at home. There was a line outside to give gifts. It was normal to receive gifts during the new year. Someone left a gift? registered it and left directly. Even the steward of Yao Chong's residence could not see them. The gifts from the heavenly world were not registered at all. They left after leaving. There was no need to see them. However, Yao Chong still came to take a look at the gifts from the heavenly world and criticized them with a smile. The vegetables from the heavenly world did not matter. The key was a small mirror. There were 2 small mirrors at home. One was given by Empress Wang. It was not easy to carry. The steward of the residence did not ask to send it back. He was not stupid. He carefully packed the vegetables and sent them to the greenhouse to wait for them to be used to make delicious dishes. The new year will be held in February. Did the Li family Zhuangzi come to donate? Did he write a poem? Yao Chong received a few people and remembered about the imperial examinations. No. However, there are other talents who have sent us invitations and masterpieces, as well as some gifts, the manager replied. Take it? Yao Chong's face darkened. I dare not, the steward answered carefully. Yes. No. This year, there are at least 42 people from the Li family Zhuangzi who will definitely pass. As for the other 220, it will depend on talent. Yao Chong muttered to himself as he closed his eyes to think. He was very clear that the 42 students who first came to Li Yi and Zhuangzi had to be ranked regardless of who was in charge of the exam, because what those people learned was Li Yi's knowledge. Biology, algebraic geometry, physical chemistry, and the 4 books and 5 classics. Many good things were created by Li Yi using other disciplines such as gunpowder. His Majesty knew that, so how could he not want talents? Dongzhu, Prime Minister Zhang has arrived. The second steward of the residence hurried to the door to report. Prime Minister Zhang was naturally Zhang Shu. The previous battle was so fierce. Seeing that Yao Chong had the upper hand and was about to be hit, Li Yi appeared. So the balance was restored, and everyone could continue to sit and play in the same class. Yao Chong opened his eyes, got up and went out to welcome him. In these years, he had not seen Zhang Shua come to visit. The main door opened with a creak, and Yao Chong came out with a smile. Daoji, did you receive a gift from earthly paradise? Brother Yuanji, you know. They sent a small mirror and many other things. Zhang Shua chose to chat about daily life and used the same name. Daoji, quickly come in and tell me in detail. Yao Chong invited. Brother Yuanji, please. Zhang Shua cooperated. The 2 of them went in, and the main door closed again. This door was not open for everyone to see. Brother Yuanji, I have a question. If Li Yi came in person, would you open the main door? Zhang Shua asked with a smile. I don't want to see him at all. If I see him, he will naturally guess your Majesty's identity. How many heads do I have to cut off? Yao Chong answered quickly. Yes, he did not want to see him. It was too dangerous. What if he knows your Majesty's identity in the future and comes to see you again? Zhang Shua asked again. What about you, Daoji? Yao Chong asked back. Brother Yuanji, did the Li family Zhuangzi send an essay? Zhang Shua changed the topic. What about you, Daoji? Yao Chong still asked back. No, the others have all been persuaded to leave. Zhang Shua answered, and at the same time understood that there was no one here. He felt uncomfortable. It meant that Li Yi did not like the 2 prime ministers at all, and did not send them to you. Of course, Earthly Paradise's gift was another matter, and it did not involve the imperial examination through the back door. As the 2 sat down, tea was served. This tea was given by Her Majesty Li Yi's green tea. Li Yi said that fermented black tea was suitable for people who ate too much oil, while green tea was suitable for people who ate a balanced diet. People with gastrointestinal problems were not suitable to drink any tea. Of course, important people had a relatively balanced diet, so they did not drink black tea. As for deep fermented black tea, half-fermented oolong tea, and tea guanyin, no one differentiated them. Therefore, they cooked tea eggs with fermented tea, and it was not as delicious as green tea. From this spring onwards, Kai Cha has to find a way to ask Li Yi to help make green tea. He did not reveal the recipe for making tea. Zhang Shua took a sip of tea and hinted. He meant to ask Yao Chong to think of a way to get the recipe for green tea. Just pick the new tea and send it. Why take the risk? Yao Chong did not want to do it. I am not going to make trouble. Li Yi looked easy to talk to, but that depended on the situation. No matter what tea was made, it was not beneficial to the people. Could fermented tea not be drunk? If he could find out how to make tea, wouldn't he be able to find out how to make soy sauce? Do you want to reveal the question? Zhang Shua asked very carefully. He had his eyes on 42 students and wanted to pull them under him after the imperial examination. Now that you've exposed the problem, Li Yi is likely to fall out with you. He wants to send the person up in a fair and square manner. Could it be that you can't see his backbone? Oh, he is called willpower. He can give up a lot of benefits, but there is a line that cannot be crossed. He can kneel down to help you because you are a patient, but he is not willing to lower his head because of your power. He can bribe you with money, but you want to suppress him? Try it. When others bully him, he disdains to help. What happened to those people? Yao Chong had been trying to figure out Li Yi's behavior and thoughts, and came to this conclusion. Sigh. If we are talking about policy, I think Li Yi can teach the students a lot of knowledge, but poetry is difficult. Zhang Shua nodded and agreed with Yao Chong's words, but he was more worried. Now that they relied on passing the imperial examination, writing poems was also very important. If he did not reveal the question, how could Li Yi help the students write poems? Yes, Zhang Shua thought that as long as he revealed the question, Li Yi could guarantee that he could write many related poems, and each one would be passed down through the ages. The zither has 50 strings without cause. The moon in the sea has tears. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time it was already lost. The sound of many people reciting at the same time suddenly came from outside. Good poem. Which great talent came up with this? Zhang Shua immediately stood up. Yao Chong was also moved and said, "What a neat 7 lines. The past is in front of me, but at that time it was already lost. Ask who wrote it. Summon them here. This will be my reward," Yao Chong said to the steward. Not long after, the steward came back with a complicated expression and said, "Li family Zhuangzi. Last night, the girls of Nankou coaxed Li Yi to go up on stage. Li Yi copied 2 poems, 1 set of lyrics and music. This poem is the last poem." Yao Chong and Zhang Shua were speechless. Chapter 233. That's too much. You can't do that, Zhang Shua said. After a while, he recovered and roared. Yao Chong reached out and patted Zhang Shua's shoulder. At this moment, the past grudges seemed to have faded. He said, "Li Yi is a young man, yet he always writes such vicissitudes of life poems. If it were someone else, they would definitely be attacked." Zhang Shua nodded vigorously and said, "Of course, every time he says he copied, we can't find the person who was copied. When we ask, he says he killed and buried them, calling it a report to the authorities. He's too much. Tomorrow I practice the say 50 strings, thinking of the year, enchanting the butterfly, holding the cuckoo, the pearl has tears, the jade produces smoke, the recollection is lost." How can he combine these words together? Yao Chong felt the impact of this poem while complaining about Li Yi. He also felt that it was unreasonable. Based on what? Brother Yuanji, take a look. Zhang Shua began to analyze. He usually writes medical books, and 3 of them have already been published. From spring to autumn, he took out one after another artifact for farming. In winter, everyone picks ice. He has good things, the shoes, the tools to drill ice. Then he makes fireworks. I believe everyone knows how difficult it is to make fireworks, right? We all use his new carriage. Going out to pick someone up is like going to war. The things Chong and is doing now are all done by Li Yi. He still has to treat people and write the 3-character classic. He can casually throw out a bunch of poems. The most important thing is, as Zhang Shua spoke, he suddenly paused, trying to find a word. Yao Chong continued, "The most important thing is that he looks very leisurely. He even has the time to teach the villagers how to make delicious food." Yes, leisurely. Doesn't he need to learn? Is it really copying? Who is he copying? Zhang Shua suddenly had a common topic with Yao Chong. Sigh. Yao Chong felt a toothache. He also realized that no matter how powerful other people were, they could not be treated as human beings. Li Yi was no longer human. You could ask him any question at any time, and he would give you the solution. He even had the leisure to stroll around. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song. There was nothing he was not proficient in. I can't think about other things. If I think too much, I'll have nightmares. Why don't we ask him to take the imperial examination next year? No, this year. Let's give him the first place in the first grade so that we won't have to worry about him. Zhang Shua compromised and let you take the lead. Even if you sign up and don't come to take the exam, I can still get you first place. He didn't want to take the exam. He said he was busy. I have 2 pills in my mouth. Li Yi gave His Majesty a few bottles of medicine in the shape of a small gourd. He said he found it difficult to breathe, so I put a few pills under my tongue. Yao Chong said as he opened the drawer next to him. The layout of the table was according to Li Yi's design. After swallowing a few pills, he didn't know if it was the effect of the medicine or if it was a psychological factor, but he felt much better. Brother Yuanji, if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you go to Zhuangzi and take a look? Zhang Shua suggested. On the first day of the new year, no matter how busy other people were, it had nothing to do with the Prime Minister. Once the morning court session was over, everything was relaxed. Of course, there was a banquet at night, so he had to rush back to attend it. Go. Get someone to ask Huai Shun. Yao Chong thought of another Prime Minister, Lu Huai Shun. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Li Yi's Zhuangzi in a 4-wheeled carriage accompanied by a group of servants. The 3 of them were familiar with each other. On the first day of the new year, they all wished each other a happy new year. Where's Li Dongzhu? Zhang Shua was the youngest of the 3, so he was in charge of communication. Class over there. An 8 or 9-year-old child from the village pointed to a bungalow. The 3 of them walked over and stood together outside the window. They had a tacit understanding. The imperial examinations in February. I'll tell you the questions later. Now let's talk about poetry. Actually, I can write poems for you, but it's meaningless. Can I take care of you for the rest of your lives? Li Yi's voice sounded. Yao Chong and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded. Yes, Li Yi's poems were impressive, but there were 42 students. They couldn't possibly be composed by Li Yi alone. What's the most difficult thing about writing poems? Modern-style poems aren't easy, but that's not a problem. It's not a big deal to compose a poem. Li Yi's voice continued. The 3 prime ministers wanted to rush in and strangle Li Yi. Composing a poem isn't a problem? It's easy to compose a poem? How arrogant are you? Fine, you're good. You've killed many people and buried many, but you can't tell the students. They don't have your ability. Composing a poem is usually a poem of rhythm, because a poem of rhythm needs a counterpoint. Otherwise, a 5-character quatrain will be flat, 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 flat. It won't show your ability. Of course, a 7-character quatrain is a bit risky. If you don't do it well, there will be 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. But it's still manageable. Fortunately, our Tang dynasty doesn't have strict requirements for 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. At the same time, there's no such thing as a flat line. Li Yi talked about the structure of a poem. A quatrain was easier to compose than a poem of rhythm. Without 4 lines, there wouldn't be 2 counterpoints in the middle. The prime ministers listened carefully. Yes, it was too difficult to compose a good quatrain. Without a counterpoint, it wasn't satisfying to read. As for this kid's quatrains like, 2 orioles sing in the green willows and 1,000 birds fly away, it was too difficult. As for a flat line? What was a flat line? Yao Chong glanced at Zhang Shu. What he meant was, this Li Yi has another set of stricter standards. Zhang Shua said, we don't follow what he says. Why should we follow what he says? Yao Chong nodded. Yes, we'll follow what he says. Do other people still want to write poems in the future? Li Yi's voice sounded again. The 3 prime ministers nodded. There are formal and variant poems. In the imperial examinations, don't play with variant poems. Otherwise, the examiners will be uncomfortable. The 3 prime ministers agreed. They were disgusted by people showing off unorthodox methods in front of them. It looked like Li Yi was very experienced. He actually knew so much. Brother Li, do you want to find out who will be the examiner in advance? A student asked. The 3 prime ministers smiled. See, there were still people who wanted to pay their respects. No need. The Ministry of Personnel has only one person in charge of the meritorious examiner. Rank 5 and above. There's only one minister counselor. Rank 6 and above. The other managers are not responsible for setting the questions. Li Yi's voice was light as a feather. The three prime ministers' expressions turned ugly. On one hand, you say you don't want to take the imperial examinations. On the other hand, you've studied everyone. Do you want to send some gifts? Another student asked. No. Do I look like someone who would bribe people? I do things in an open and above-board manner. After the new year, I'll openly invite those officials from the Ministry of Personnel to participate in the poetry gathering. Li Yi spoke with a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. The three prime ministers almost vomited blood. Fuck, he was too shameless. Open and above board? Open and above board was used by you like this. Did you ask if they would agree? Can they come just because they're invited? The student asked the crucial question. It was easy to invite but not easy to agree. If what I'm about to say gets out, I believe there will be people who will give me face, Li Yi replied. Yao Chong revealed a trace of a cold smile. He looked on and nodded inwardly. That's right. Do you want to cause trouble? Let's see what methods you have. Next, I'll continue to talk about how to write poems. Li Yi's voice was still calm and gentle. The three prime ministers already had an idea. Let's see how you do it. Chapter 234. When it comes to rhymes are a problem. So, from today onwards I will teach you rhymes, Li Yi said. The 42 students in the room did not make a sound. It was very quiet. Today I will teach you 3. One is dong as in east, west, north and south. One is dong as in spring, summer, autumn and winter. One is jong as in river, lake and sea. Listen to me. Heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent against the sky. River against Han, green against red. Rain god against thunder god. At the top of the crane tower, the jade flute cripples the fairy moon. On the soaring phoenix platform, the purple flute blows away the beauty wind. Morning against noon, summer against winter. Midday against Gao Chong. Clear against light, thin against thick. Evening drum against morning bell. Beauties in the inner court fill the ground with endless sorrow. Passers-by at the border fill the sky with endless regret. The three prime ministers were speechless. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan with bitter eyes. The two of them pursed their lips and nodded, meaning that they understood. Everyone was the same. The three of them were thinking, when I first learned to write rhymes, why didn't anyone teach me this? I scribbled. You said all the rhymes? Can you do this? Li Yi, do you dare to come out and tell me who you copied? Let's go dig a grave. Zhang Shi lip-synced and gestured. Thank goodness I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there was such a good thing. Lu Huaishan gestured. Yes, this is too outrageous. Li Yi was still hiding his ability. So the 3-character classic wasn't the final result. Yao Chong flicked his sleeves, stopped, gestured. Listen. When I get back, I must get a copy to teach the children. I wrote it down on the blackboard. In reality, rhymes aren't necessarily good. Sometimes you can just ignore the rhymes and write. However, if someone can write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes, he must be proficient in rhymes. So don't write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes, and then say you wrote it in an ancient style. Li Yi's voice continued to ring out, accompanied by the sound of chalk writing on the blackboard. Look, if I write a poem about the yellow crane tower. The people of the past had already left on the yellow crane, leaving the yellow crane tower empty. The yellow crane left and never returned. The white clouds lingered in the sky for 1,000 years. Clear rivers, hanyang trees, fragrant grass, parrot continent. Where is the sunset village pass? The smoke wave river is a source of worry. Regardless of whether it was 1, 3 and 5 or 2, 4 and 6 or 3 in a row or 3 in a row, there was something wrong with this poem. But when you read it as a whole, it doesn't feel abrupt. Can you say that this author doesn't know the rules? He actually has control over it, right? That's right. The yellow of the yellow crane is a color. The white of the white cloud is also a color. Another student discovered the secret. Yes, it's colorful and picturesque. Then when this poem is read, no one will deliberately pay attention to the rhythm, Li Yi said again. The two of you, Zhang Shua said very carefully in a soft voice, were the poems for teaching also casually copied? Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan glared at Zhang Shua. Why do you keep mentioning copying? Listen, this is the most amazing poem explanation. Poems have their own style. Poets also have their own style, but it doesn't mean that every poet's style is fixed. Li Yi continued to speak. Some of the rhymes he copied had to be changed. For example, in Dong, 3 yuan and only 1,000 qing. The first rank of the dynasty is Lu Wanzhong. There was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. There was also Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies. Yin Jin's treasured sword can turn into a dragon. The Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies, referred to the story of the Tang Muzong, when the peony flowers bloomed to attract butterflies. The butterflies were formed by money. The entire rhyme of the old man involved the later parts. If it needed to be changed, it had to be changed. It was also quite tiring. The students inside were all silent. They were all listening attentively. It was only today that they truly felt Li Yi's talent, especially his method of dealing with the imperial examinations. Just based on today's lesson, there would be countless people willing to come over and work for free for a year, the kind that brought their own dry food. Yao Chong and the other two were also intoxicated as they listened outside. They regretted that they didn't take down a few lines of Dong and Dong. How could they ask for it later? That's all for today. Go back and think about what I said today. Tomorrow we will continue to talk about other rhymes. Li Yi's lesson was over. Recently he didn't talk about physics or chemistry. However, he left a few questions for the students to solve every day. When Li Yi came out, Yao Chong and the other two hid behind a wall. When Li Yi was far away, they caught a student and forcibly snatched the writing from the student's hand. Before the student could react, the three of them ran away. They got into the car and went back. How could they do this? The student wanted to cry. When Li Yi saw this, he was so angry that he laughed. He knew what the three of them were fighting over. Wasn't it just a rhyme? He shook his head and turned to the angry student and said, "It's fine. Otherwise I would still teach you. However, you have to be careful tomorrow. Before the imperial examinations, the other rhymes cannot be spread." After thinking for a while, Li Yi added, "How about this? I will write it out tonight. Take it home. Don't take it out. Memorize it and familiarize yourself with it." The students nodded. Yes, they couldn't let other students learn before the imperial examinations. Go and tell the other 220 students to bring their families here after spring. They are not allowed to take the imperial examinations this year. They can take it next year. First, they should learn some other things. Especially, they should settle down and live with the people for a while. Otherwise, who will take the imperial examinations this year? Even if they are lucky enough to pass, I will make sure that they cannot become an official. After Li Yi finished speaking, he left. He wanted to develop an echelon of officials from Zhuangzi. They must have a heart that benefits the people. It seemed that the 220 students would be delayed for a year. However, they could learn a lot. The 42 students went to find the people who came later to tell them about the situation. The 220 students had already discussed this with each other and had a plan. When they heard that they could bring their families over, they all revealed a happy expression. When they saw the families living in Zhuangzi, they couldn't help but feel homesick. It was mainly because the families of the 42 students were living well. The students with wives couldn't go to Pyongkong Square. Their wives were at home, and they felt that something was missing when they slept at night. Yesterday there were people from Pyongkong Square who came over, but it had nothing to do with them. They went to Pyongkong Square themselves and didn't have the qualifications to enter Nankou. If they wanted to rely on the big shots of Nankou to pay for them to play, they would have to be as talented as Li Dongzhu. In the carriage, Yao Chong and the other two gathered their heads to look. Yes, all three of them are here. Good. We have to think of a way to get the rest. Zhang Shua rubbed his hands together. He didn't feel that it was immoral to steal other people's things. After learning the three-character classic, we can learn this pair of rhymes. Lu Huaishan had already made the arrangements. That's not right. After the three-character classic, there should be other rhymes. Yao Chong felt that the rhymes were too high. Then he said, "Fortunately we came today. Otherwise we would have missed it." Zhang Shua and the other two nodded in agreement. Yes, how could they not take a look at the good stuff first? Li Yi took out a poem for the imperial examination. I wonder what kind of questions will be asked. Lu Huaishan began to think about the questions. After this year, it won't be easy for students to enter Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua shook his head and said. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan were silent. Chapter 235. They thought of the situation when Li Yi first came here. He had to hold a few funerals for his relatives. Then, he had to find workers and tenants by himself. At that time, he was willing to sponsor the students who could not survive the winter. However, he asked them to work together and at least build a house. A young man without any relatives had to worry about the servants bullying him. He also had to take care of Zhuangzi. When the students heard that they had to work, not many were willing. Only 42 people went. This year, life in Zhuangzi was better. 220 people went happily. The other students still did not want to clean up the livestock and poultry feces. When the imperial examinations were held this year, even if only 30% of the 42 people passed. When they thought of Zhuangzi this winter, Zhuangzi did not need the new students to help clean up. He wants to invite officials from the Ministry of Personnel to Zhuangzi. Should we stop him? Zhang Shua asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked at Zhang Shua for a while before he said, after the new year, Li Yi will be 17, right? Then ignore him. Zhang Shua said softly. He understood Yao Chong's meaning. Li Yi was only 17 this year. If he wanted to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely be first. Now, he was already an invited doctor, a 5th-rank official. When His Majesty asked him about politics, he would take the examinations and jump up in a few years. When he found out that someone was causing trouble, he would be magnanimous and win people over with virtue. Lu Huaishan said, during those difficult days Li Yi was always calm. He did not complain and did not give up. He told the two of them, and also told himself that Li Yi's heart was strong. People like him were more likely to hold grudges. The most terrifying thing was that you could not suppress him. He would not give up. He was always so tenacious. Moreover, you could not suppress him. His Majesty thought highly of him. The child in the Empress' stomach should be born because of the medicine he prescribed. The three of them stopped talking. The 3 words of the rhymes were related to the rhymes. It was boring to recite the rhymes directly. Reading the rhymes was like reading a poem. At the same time, each line was matched with the previous one. The carriage entered the city, then entered the imperial city and went to Daming Palace. The banquet was to be held in the Qilin Hall of Daming Palace. This morning's super court meeting was held in the Hanyuan Palace Hall. When they arrived, Li Longji waited inside and rested while waiting. After the court meeting, I told you all to go back and rest. Where did you all go? Li Longji's expression was unsightly. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, the Qianyo guard saw them and quickly ran back to report. Empress Wang was not happy. The first day of the new year was so busy. She asked them to go home and rest for a while. Why did they group up and go to Li Yi's place? Can't you see that I didn't go? It's time for my child's checkup. What did I say? Yao Chong and the other 2 lowered their heads, but Zhang Shua was quick-witted. He opened his mouth, heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent versus the sky. Lu Huaishan understood and recited, mountain flowers against sea trees, the red sun against the blue dome of heaven. Yao Chong said, the thunder is faint, the mist is hazy, the sun is facing the sky. The wind is high and the moon is white in autumn. The rain is gone and the sunset is red. Zhang Shua continued, Qianyo is on the left and right of the 2 galaxies. The 2 luminaries of war and commerce fight the west and east. Lu Huaishan followed. In October at the frontier, the wind blows and the frost shocks the garrison. On the river of 3 winters, the cold fishermen in the snow. Yao Chong finished reciting the first verse of the word east. Li Longji was stunned. Empress Wang shook her head. What else? What's after that? You took it from Li Yi? Li Longji didn't think that the 3 prime ministers would have the time to ponder over such an elementary rhyme. Here. Yao Chong handed over the students' class notes. Li Longji looked at it and frowned. The handwriting is proper. It's definitely not written by Brother Yi. It was written by a student in class. In a hurry, it's naturally not neat enough. Zhang Shua explained. It wasn't like the student was passing it around. He had snatched it himself. The rhythm of the poem should not be changed. It should be based on the 5/7 rhythm. The clear river runs through the Hanyang tree. The fragrant grass grows in the Parrot continent. Then there's the rhyme. In front of the thatched cottage village, the bright moon falls into the forest and the chickens sing rhymes. On the flat bridge road, the blue frost locks the tracks of the horses. Good stuff. It's enough to teach the students. Did Brothery give it to you? Li Longji read a few lines and resisted the urge to continue reading. Yao Chong coughed. Sigh. Zhang Shua sighed and replied, I borrowed it from a student. The student didn't react when I borrowed it. Good, the word borrowed is used well. Empress Wang was fuming. It's the new year and you 3 prime ministers didn't come over to eat. Instead, you went to steal things. Zhuangzi taught the students this? Li Longji had a guess. Yao Chong said. He taught the students how to deal with the imperial examinations. There should be many more rhymes at the back. After they learn it, we'll talk about policy. Dr. Li has the talent to educate people. Empress Wang was happy, that's right. He taught the children well. After the imperial examinations, I'll help you get all the rhyme content. Li Longji said as he kept the students' notes. Your Majesty, let me take a look again. I didn't remember the last part. Zhang Shua was anxious and didn't have time to memorize many words. If he had known earlier, he would have made a copy on the way back. Alright, don't spread it. Li Longji took it out and handed it to Gao Lishir. Read it and have someone memorize it. Keep a few copies. Gao Lishir had long wanted to read it. He took it and started reading. Reading it was like reading a poem. It was even more satisfying than reading the 3-character classic. Those who could listen to the notes at any time in the hall were not ordinary people. If they didn't get first grade in the imperial examinations, they could forget about it. Now that he was writing it, he was still amazed. Was this really written by a human? How talented was this person? Good, this line, complex against simple stacked against heavy. Lazy against the lazy. Good. Empress Wang listened and evaluated in a low voice. She turned her head and said to Li Longji, when the child is born, you must ask uncle to write more books on elementary studies. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He then corrected her, copy. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. She made a few gestures with her hands, meaning to kill and bury. The others in the hall pretended not to see. In any case, it was fine as long as the 2 of them were happy. When they finished reading and writing, each of them had a copy. Yao Chong and the others went out to lead the officials and foreign envoys to prepare to eat. This year's Hanyuan Hall was as cold as the previous years. However, the Qilin Hall was warm and cultivated the path of fire. They didn't have time to do it in the other halls. They planned to do it when the weather warmed up this year. The flowers in the Qilin Hall bloomed. They were plum blossoms, unrelated to the other flowers. Normally, the Qilin Hall's path of fire wasn't lit. It was too wasteful. Even so, the officials and foreign envoys felt that it was pretty good. It was warm and they were eating hot pot and barbecue today. Food from heaven on earth was pretty good. There were also many cucumbers and vegetables dipped in pickles. There were 3 signs on the small table in front of everyone. One was red, one was blue, and the last one was black. The relevant personnel told them what to do. Raising the red sign was for meat, raising the blue one for vegetables, and the black one for adding charcoal or changing grates. Gao Lishir began to read according to the imperial edict. He talked a lot and finally it was ready to eat. Li Longji raised his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank a mouthful. You can't go home and eat. No one will wait on you. This method is still good. It saves money. Empress Wang didn't drink. She smiled and said softly as she watched everyone raise their signs. The palace maids entered the butterfly traversing flowers to deliver all kinds of things. Li Longji nodded. He also found the benefits. In the past, there were many dishes. They were all prepared and placed in front of everyone. There would always be a large portion left. Now there were only small cold dishes. If you didn't finish the other dishes in the pot or the grate, no new dishes would be delivered. The song and dance performances were also among them. They sang last night. The west wind withered the green trees. Alone, I climbed the tall building and looked to the end of the world. And other lyrics written by Li Yi. There was also Xiao Hongchen and the laughter of the vast sea that he learned today. There were also the 3 plum blossoms and farewell songs. It was almost Li Yi's song and lyrics. Chapter 236. Jiangshan laugh, the horse boy's voice sounded. The horizontal flute appeared a beat later. La so mi duo, the drums sounded. Yin yu yao, the horizontal flute. Mi duo la so, the drums sounded again. The pipa followed by the plucked strings of the flute. Wave wave wash read how much jiao, the horizontal flute followed. La so mi duo duo, the female group sang how much jiao. As the song was sung, everyone in the Qilin hall stopped eating. They looked at the dance and listened to the song in astonishment. Li Longji stood up with his hands behind his back. He looked at the distant sky with a heroic look. Empress Wang stood beside him and pursed her lips into a sweet smile. She had only seen the lyrics and the poem but not the song. The Qinyogar didn't know how to write the score. At this moment, she finally knew the scene of the Li family Zhuangzi last night. She decided that the next time they met, she would tell Li Yi to remember to ask her to take out a good song. Otherwise it wouldn't work. The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. During the song and dance performance, another voice sounded. The effect was obvious. The people in the Qilin hall couldn't calm down. They didn't know who composed this song, and they didn't know that this song was copied. Almost everyone in the country of the world could sing it, and it had lasted for many years. At this moment they couldn't understand why it sounded so good. It was sung 3 times in a row. In the end they cheered along. Finally it ended, leaving many people wanting to continue. Your Majesty, who composed it? I want to talk to them in detail. Taichung Temple Chief Zhang Jiao stood up and raised his voice. Fortunately, he was closer to Li Longji. Chief Zhang, please sit, Li Longji said. Zhang Jiao was stunned for a moment and sat down. He felt that he, a chief of Taichung Temple, was condescending to take a fancy to someone who composed songs for the pear garden in the palace. But His Majesty didn't say anything. Yao Chong looked over and waved his hand. Zhang Jiao came around from behind. Did Prime Minister Yao call me? Don't ask around. Even if you know, you're not allowed to ask this person to compose for you, Yao Chong said to Zhang Jiao. Minister Yao, why? Zhang Jiao did not understand. Can't I, an official of Taichung Temple, write a song by myself? Li Yi wrote it, Zhang Shua said directly from the side. Thank you, Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Zhang. Zhang Jiao understood and quickly thanked them. He turned around and wiped his sweat. He had almost gotten into trouble. But are you Li Yi bored? Why are you writing a song again? Spring is coming soon. Why don't you think about what new farming tools are available? What about after the 3-character classic? Last time Zhang Jiao was depressed. A group of people, including the 2 eunuchs, all supported Li Yi. Today I'm depressed again. Seems I'm used to it. Doesn't feel that bad anymore. What the foreigners felt was the foundation of the Tang dynasty. They even had such a good song. The imperial family in their country was really too old-fashioned. Reward. Li Longji returned to his seat and rewarded the performer. As for the composer, there was no way to reward him. He was directly a secondary grade 5 official. They did not lack money or anything. He was most satisfied at this moment. He liked music and dance, but he was disgusted that people who knew music and dance wanted to participate in politics. No matter how good the song was or how good the poem was, it was nothing more than entertainment. It seemed that Brother Yi was the same. He did not want to use these things to ask for anything. This was what it meant to have the same interests. Brother Yi and he put the people's livelihood first. They did not care about the lyrics and music. Retired Emperor Li Dan and noble consort Lu were also there. The 2 of them came out to show their faces and did not participate in any political affairs. That young man is very much to San Lang's liking, noble consort Lu said. She was much better recently. Her left knee did not hurt anymore. She soaked in the hot spring and used a dogskin to cover it. She did not have the occasional needle-like feeling. It's just a small path. The big path is to make farming tools. Li Dan had the same view as his son. He received news that the big shot of Southern Melody insisted that Li Yi go on stage. That was how he came up with this song and 2 poems. It was very casual. He did not compose for the sake of composing. That's why it's a skill. Noble consort Lu continued to praise. She felt that Li Yi was pleasing to the eye. That's why San Lang gave another 100 soldiers. Li Dan was also concerned about the 100 soldiers. If given to others, the soldiers would become ordinary farmers. To the young man, the soldiers were combat power. A few days ago, Zhuangzi and Dali went out in formation. The banquet eventually came to an end. Everyone was almost done eating. It was already late and the banquet was over. Everyone received a vegetable gift, including a big watermelon. This was not provided by Li Yi. There was a greenhouse at the hot spring. Some people were not in a particularly good mood. In the past, when they ate on the first day of the new year, the utensils were all made of silver and gold. The worst part was still bronze. This year bamboo chopsticks were used. Then they were all made of porcelain. The porcelain did not look very good. They wanted to sneak a few home. It was not worth much. Why was Her Majesty so stingy today? Yes, she was stingy. Li Longji felt that he was generous. In the past, he only gave her cucumbers. There were so many vegetables this year. They could eat for 3 to 5 days if they took them home. What was there not to be satisfied with eating watermelon on the first day of the new year? She did not even eat it last year. Sanlang, it's a 7-day holiday. Empress Wang was only half full. She was very strict about her diet now. She could not hold back her pregnancy anymore. Everyone could see it. The imperial physicians came over. After taking her pulse, they gave her a prescription. The main thing was to eat. Eat as much as you can. The concept of the people of the Tang dynasty was that the heavier the child was, the better. Empress Wang did not listen at all. Her uncle had said that as long as the child was healthy, she should not eat too much. It would not be easy to give birth. Empress Wang naturally listened to Li Yi. You imperial physicians even told me that I can't treat an intestinal abscess. Do you think I'll believe you? If I believe you, Shir will be gone. Now she wanted to go out again. The imperial ancestral temple was over. There would be nothing to do until the second day of the new year. Brother Yi's place might not be convenient? Li Longji considered whether Li Yi was busy or not. We had our own courtyard in the past. If uncle is busy, he will be busy. Empress Wang hugged Li Longji's arm and shook it coquettishly. In the entire harem, only she could do such a thing. She had a carefree personality, but she dared to rush forward when she encountered trouble. In her place, the palace maids and eunuchs lived the best lives. It was good in the past and it was even better now. When she died in history, the entire harem seemed to have lost its sunshine. The root cause was not that she was not favored, but that she did not have a child. Li Longji suffered too much pressure for her and had to give up in the end. Go. The current Li Longji still attached great importance to the unborn child. The empress having a child meant that he acted in accordance with the heavens. Otherwise, he would have stolen his father's position and killed his own relatives. Therefore, on the second day of the new year, when others were visiting others, the two of them rode a comfortable carriage to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Uncle, quickly take a look at the child. Eat after you're done. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head as she said. Li Longji followed her to look at the ultrasound. The child today was much bigger than the last time he saw it. Moreover, it was very respectful to face the belly. There's no problem. It's just a bit more lively. The ultrasound was still there. The baby actually moved in the belly. This meant that the motor nerves were well developed. The disadvantage was that the mother was passive and suffered. What are your plans for the new year? Li Longji asked casually. Chapter 237. Li Yi tidied up the equipment and said, build a cluster of industries in the fields of tourism, industrial production, and agricultural production with the Li family's farmstead as the center and the Zhang family's village and the migrant workers' settlement. Li Longji thought hard for a moment before he was able to catch up. It was the same as before. Find people to come over to play, then have a workshop and farm. When the weather warms up, the lives of the people in the northern prefectures will be better. Li Longji thought of the new useful tools. It's still the problem of transforming production technology into productivity. There's so much land and not a lot of people. How can there not be enough to eat? Li Yi seemed to be talking to Li Longji, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Li Longji helped Empress Wang tidy up a little and asked when they went out to eat, what kind of technology do you have? Breeding technology to cultivate better high-yielding seeds. Li Yi said one. The work of the Sanongsi Temple. Li Longji indicated that he knew. There's no good farming technology now, only cattle and horses. Breed more and prevent diseases. Li Yi didn't dare to think about mechanization, but more livestock was still possible. The work of the Sanongsi Temple. Li Longji still knew. Find more natural stones to use as fertilizer. Phosphor stone is good, but we need to know which kind of land is good. Li Yi said one more point. The work of the Sanongsi Temple. Empress Wang helped Li Longji say it. In the south we should plant rice well. It ripens twice a year or 3 times in 2 years, and we should plant other rice in between. Li Yi mentioned the matter of rice. He didn't like to eat the rice in the south, but there was a lot of rice. No matter how it tasted, it could really fill the stomach. Li Longji followed and said, try to let people plant more land and reduce the transfer. Third brother is right. It's a problem of the structure of social division of labor. Those who farm will farm, those who work will work, and those who fight will fight. Each person is responsible for one aspect. Li Yi mentioned the current drawback. The farmers had to do everything, and there was not enough time to take care of the fields. Oftentimes, if the harvest was poor, they would not be able to rent out the land and be hired to work. When they were in the red, they would borrow money to pay it back. If they could not pay it back, they would sell their land and run away. With that thought in mind, Li Yi continued, many families are short of a season's worth of grain. If they hand in less grain, they will be able to catch their breath. If we were forced to take a step forward, the result would be the 3,000 refugees at the edge of the village. Li Longji did not reply this time. He had already made up his mind to levy taxes on merchants. The imperial court would take turns to reduce the rent of the various prefectures and leave half a year's harvest for the common people. When they arrived at the single room in the cafeteria, they each went to serve the dishes. Empress Wang had a palace made to help her. Before the new year, Big Brother took away a batch of drunken crabs. Now that it's the first month, the other drunken crabs are also being sold. This year we'll raise them for another year. I'll choose some neighboring villages to cooperate with. If nothing major happens and we earn a lot of money, those who have paddy fields will naturally learn how to raise them. When there are more crops in the fields, the money from selling them can naturally be used to buy more things and promote the development of business. Li Yi mentioned business again. Li Longji nodded slightly in agreement. He had collected a lot of management fees from the night market. Only when he collected them did he realize that Chang and had so much money every day. Compared to the management fees, earthly paradise was nothing at all. The people who were collected were still willing to pay. As long as they sold things at night and paid a part of the money, the rest would be enough to earn. It was said that some shops were afraid that there would be a curfew after the new year, so they took the initiative to offer more management fees. Obviously, collecting money did not hurt the common people. Otherwise, why would the common people still make such a request? Li Longji strengthened his confidence from Li Yi. After dinner, he took a short rest and went back with Empress Wang. The child was fine. Then Li Chengqi came and took away jars of drunken crabs. He wanted to sell them at a good price during the new year. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Many shops were not closed at all. Every place that sold roasted oysters had a bamboo basket next to it. The shells of the oysters were thrown in and someone came to take them away. A few days ago, a stall owner collected the oysters and took them to the pharmacy to sell, but the pharmacy did not accept them at all. They did not want a big pile of money. They could give it for free, but they just threw it there. The person who sold the roasted oysters found that he could not keep them. The shells smelled so bad that he did not keep them anymore. After inquiring, he learned that the Imperial Physician Bureau had ordered that all places that practiced medicine and sold medicine in Chang and were not allowed to pay for them. Otherwise, they would revoke the license and not give new medical books. As for the traveling doctors, they could take them if they wanted. How many could they take even if they tried? Who ate oyster shells every day? In the next few days, the common people visited their relatives and friends. People who lived in Chang and in the surrounding areas all went back to their parents' home happily. When they had money, they could bring things back. When the married girls went back home, they talked about their family's situation. There were comparisons. Xingning Lane Yao Mansion. He won't spread it out? Yao Chong, who was eating drunken crabs, asked the person who went to inquire about Li Yi. He was in a bad mood even if he got the crabs for free. It was not easy to get in. The students did not mention anything about Shang Yun at all. The person replied, "Take a crab down. Remember to eat it clean. Use 8 pieces of crab." Yao Chong did not want to embarrass the servant. When the messenger left happily, he looked at the 8 pieces of crab in front of him and sighed. Crabs will be expensive from now on. Yao Chong was clear in his heart. With 8 small tools to eat crabs, the feeling of eating crabs in the future would be different. Moreover, the price of crabs would increase. They were not cheap to begin with. He knows how to raise crabs and can preserve them for so many days. The taste is even better. Yao Chong mumbled and used the needle to dig at the crab's claws. Other rich people in Chang and also learned to eat crabs with tools. They felt that it would be very embarrassing if they did not understand the 8 pieces. They did not know that the person who took out this set of tools just rubbed the claws in his mouth when eating crabs. The shell was pried open and the yellow ointment was used to dig directly with chopsticks. Only the 2 pincers of the crab were left as snacks. They bit open the shell and dug with the small tip of the pincers. Some people began to think about the paddy field outside the city. Should they learn to raise crabs? Pei Yaoqing, who was on holiday, was also eating crabs at home. Everyone at home was eating. He looked at the open shell without moving. There were 7 days of holiday for the Chinese New Year and 1 day of work. At this time, the affairs in the government office were managed by people who were not qualified to take a holiday. He was not at ease. What made him more worried was that the ice could not be taken out. The river had thawed. It was dangerous to go up. The ice melted below and could not be taken out. After the Chinese New Year, the people who cut the ice could not all be transporting coal and shaking briquettes, right? It was not the time to farm. What kind of work could they find? Pei Yaoqing had found that finding jobs for the people was the biggest political achievement. The people who had jobs to do had a different standard of living compared to previous years. Let's go to Zhuangzi tomorrow. Pei Yaoqing could not think of anything. He muttered and began to study how to use the 8 pieces of crab to disassemble the crabs. After a mouthful of crab meat entered his mouth, he felt refreshed. Chapter 238. Lu Huaishan of Chongxian Square was also eating crabs. Lu Huaishan was poor because he had distributed his salary and other subsidies to his relatives. His house in Chongxian Square was still rented. He did not own the house nor the land. He only had the right to use it. Of course, even if he did not give his salary to others, he still could not afford to buy a house in Chang, and Yao Chong's house in Xingning Square was bought by Li Longji. It had nothing to do with Yao Chong. Before he bought a house, Yao Chong had rented an inn for a while. The richest person was probably Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua had a big house in Yongla Square that belonged to him. Lu Huaishan was eating crabs and so was his wife. He did not live in Chang, and only came over before the new year. His second son Lu Yi also came over. They were eating crabs together. Beside them was a person from Heavenly Earth, Xiaoyun, and 2 maids. On another table, paper and a brush were arranged. Xiaoyun took a piece of ink and ground it on an inkstone. Xiaoyun whispered softly as she ground it, "The zither has 50 strings. Fine, fine. I ate your crabs and now I have to write for you. If you had told me earlier, I would not have eaten it." Lu Huaishan finally could not take it anymore and agreed to write for them. Prime Minister Lu is joking. If Prime Minister Lu is not willing to write, I will leave. Xiaoyun gave Lu Huaishan a way out. Lu Huaishan sighed. It's just that this couplet was not written by me. He looked at a piece of paper on the table. The words on the paper were written in a special font. It said, "Greedy for 2 bottles of wine, dreaming of snow. Drunk for 1 night, hearing about the awakening of insects." It was written specifically for the drunken crabs. It said that the crabs drank 2 cups of wine during the light snow festival. As a result, they got drunk in the jar and heard the awakening of insects. Originally, it was an edible thing. Writing this couplet made the crab seem especially interesting. Lu Huaishan knew that it was written by Li Yi, but he insisted that it was written by him, the Prime Minister. It was easy to spread. Lu Huaishan did not want to take advantage of this. It was obviously not written by him. But who told him to eat other people's crabs? He had no choice but to take a brush and make a copy, then write down his name and seal it. Go. Lu Huaishan tossed the pen aside, looking like he was about to lose his integrity. I need to write 2 copies. Xiaoyun picked up the pen and placed a stack of paper there. Lu Huaishan had no choice but to continue writing. Thank you, Prime Minister Lu, Xiaoyun said happily, her fingers scratching the paper on the second copy. With a few scratches, he uncovered half of the paper. Below it were densely packed small words. Then our contract is done. Xiaoyun began to put away the paper. Hold on, what contract? Lu Huaishan was unhappy. What did writing have to do with a contract? Lu Xiang, you don't remember. Just now we agreed that Lu Xiang would write a drunken crab couplet and get 10 strokes of the brush. These 10 strokes of the brush will be used to buy and sell cotton candy in front of the house of heaven and earth. Henceforth, any profits from the sale of cotton candy shall be given to Prime Minister Lu for 5%, to be used for the repair of the house, for furnishings or for simple meals, but no money shall be deducted. Xiaoyun said with a shocked expression as if saying, why is your memory so bad? The 2 maids at the side nodded vigorously, indicating that they had indeed agreed on it. Did you forget in the blink of an eye? Lu Huaishan was at a loss. He looked at his wife and son, somewhat doubtful. He understood the content. He would write a couplet in exchange for 10 strokes of money. Then these 10 strokes of money would be used to buy cotton candy with the house of heaven and earth. In the future, he would get 1/20th of the profits from the sale of cotton candy. However, this money would be used to repair the house and furnishings. Sometimes it would be used to buy some food but no cash. You dare to bully me? I don't even know what cotton candy is, so how could I forget? Lu Huaishan was angry. The seal has already been stamped. Does Prime Minister Lu really want to go back on his word? Let's go. Xiaoyun threw down these words and ran away with the paper. The 2 maids followed her as if to protect her. This old man, this old man. Lu Huaishan gasped for breath. His eyes were red. He muttered, this old man has a good reputation. Li, you're good. You're capable. You're very capable. After muttering to himself, he suddenly laughed. Haha. Eat, this old man has already taken the membership card of the House of Heaven and Earth. I don't need cotton candy. Xiaoyun went back and asked someone to copy the words and enlarge them by 2 times. She also asked someone to frame them and hang them up. On the first floor of the House of Heaven and Earth, there were 4 people assembling the cotton candy equipment. When they stepped on it, the round box with holes around it would spin quickly. At the bottom was a box that could be used to store coke or charcoal. If it was too hot, it could be moved to the side and adjusted its height. In this way, the bamboo skewers and some sugar could be used to make cotton candy. When they made money, they would take out some money to help Lu Huaishan repair his house or something so that his life would not be too difficult. Lu Huaishan was born in the Lu family of Fanyang. He was a descendant of the Eastern Han dynasty. The 7 families of the Tang dynasty were not allowed to marry each other. This was to prevent the powerful Lu family of Fanyang from occupying 3 of the families. There were many people of the Lu family of Fanyang in Chang'an. They did not have a good life. Lu Huaishan was the prime minister, so he had to help them. He had no choice. Otherwise, when the rent was paid, he would have a good life but the others would not. The whole Lu family of Fanyang would attack him. Everyone was of the same breath and branch. How could a prime minister ignore the other children of the Lu family? Your father was only a 7th-ranked military officer in a state. Do you remember when you were a child you studied in the family school? Do you remember that the family gave you food and clothing? Even if you did not care about the other branches of the Lu family of Fanyang, did you not care about your own branch? What could Lu Huaishan do? His family's life would be difficult. Li Yi knew about Lu Huaishan's situation. He was not in good health. According to the normal development of history, he would die next year. This was not good. Even if he was old, he could be transferred to another position. He would have a helper in the imperial court. Therefore he could bribe. The prime minister was not afraid of being poor. It did not matter if he gave money to the family. He had a way to improve the quality of life of his family. You have to be stable in the imperial court. If anyone wants to bully me, think about the cotton candy. You have to be fair and honest. Cotton candy is so white, isn't it? The next day, the cotton candy was officially sold. The 4 machines were operated by 4 people. First, a few were made and placed at the side for people to see. 2 waitresses came out and took small bites of the cotton candy, telling people that this thing was edible. It was very sweet. If you don't believe it, look at your expression. Is it sweet? Sweet, beautiful, sweet, beautiful. Some people were attracted. Looking at the waitress sticking out her small tongue and licking it, they swallowed their saliva. What is this? A young man stared at the waitress and asked. Replying to the young man, this is cotton candy. It only costs 2 copper coins and it is a big lump. The waitress gestured with the cotton candy in her hand and said sweetly, I'll buy one. Kai-jun took out 2 copper coins. The waitress shook a cotton candy. He took it and stood at the door learning to lick it. After a few licks, he found that this thing was not suitable for licking. It should be eaten with a bite or a pinch. Not long after, there were 4 lines at the entrance of the heavenly world selling cotton candy. Unfortunately, the waitress went in and did not accompany him to eat. Chapter 239. On the last day of the Spring Festival holiday, Yao Chong did not plan to go out. But when the heavenly world sent a small jar of 6 crabs, Yao Chong decided to go out. The jar was still the jar, and the crabs inside did not change into anything else. But a piece of paper was pasted on the outside of the jar, and it was different. On the paper were words that Yao Chong felt familiar. Greedy for 2 bottles of wine and dreaming of snow, drunk in a jar and hearing of Jingxia. Then he looked at the inscription. Lu Huaishan. Yao Chong was not calm. No wonder it was familiar. Someone imitated old Lu's handwriting. This was no, he had to ask old Lu. Otherwise, the heavenly world would also give him a member card. The same warning. It was impossible to clean it up. That was His Majesty's business. Yao Chong pondered again. His Majesty asked someone to write a couplet. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Let's go and see. Why not ask me to write it? Is my handwriting bad? Xingning Square was in the northeast corner of Chang'an. Chongxian Square was in the southwest corner of Chang'an. The distance was not close. Naturally, he had to pass by the East Market. When Yao Chong's 4-wheeled carriage arrived at the East Market, he saw a long line outside. There were 4 lines. Let's see. Yao Chong ordered. The carriage stopped. He got off and walked over. From the side of the line, he went to the side of a cotton candy making equipment. Someone had just thrown 2 copper coins into the box in front of him. He took a big white lump on a bamboo stick. After handing over a cotton candy, the person continued to work. There was a small bamboo spoon. He scooped a little sugar from the box next to him and poured it into a small metal box in a big basket. He stepped on it and the box spun. The bamboo stick circled around it. Soon, something like catkins appeared on the stick. Not long after, a big lump was placed in front of him. After watching several of them made, Yao Chong, who was addicted to watching, still could not figure out how the small amount of sugar became a big lump. Lu Wan came out at this time. She smiled and said to Yao Chong, Mr. Yao, please wait. The 2 newly made ones are for you. The 2 marshmallows that had just been made were directly transferred to Lu Wan's hands. When she handed them to Yao Chong, she said in a crisp voice, Prime Minister Yao is a senior member of the heavenly world. There is no need to line up. The other people in the queue didn't say anything. He wasn't a member, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yao Chong held a cotton candy in each hand. He glanced at the others and knew how to eat it. Then he carried the cotton candy back to the car. The car started. Outside the car, Lu Wan was waving goodbye. This thing is called cotton candy. Cotton is a type of white cotton. Li Yi planted a lot of it on Zhuangzi, so the name is appropriate. But is that candy worth a penny? He's actually selling it for 2 yuan. Yao Chong once again labeled Li Yi as a profiteer. He smelled the cotton candy and found that there was no smell. You're making something that benefits the people. This candy. How did this candy become so big? A little bit of sugar is gone in 1 bite. You can eat a few more bites when you get bigger. Yao Chong analyzed and came to a conclusion. Then he was slightly taken aback. Isn't this for the baby? I'll hold one in each hand. Muttering, he found a place to put the cotton candy and prepared to give it to Lu Huaishan. When he arrived, Yao Chong saw another familiar car. It was Zhang Shua's car. At the same time, He saw Zhang Shua standing there with his hands behind his back, watching a group of people demolish a house. 111 down down. Rumble. A wall was pulled down by a group of people wearing the same clothes. This group of people's clothes were made of canvas, and their feet were sewn with pieces of silk. Everyone's clothes had words written on their chest and back. The word on their chest read good, and the word on their back read fast. It was easy to understand. They worked well and fast. Yao Chong thought about it and suddenly realized that they were demolishing Lu Huaishan's rented house. Demolishing the Prime Minister's house was not right. That house belonged to someone else. Were they crazy? Yao Chong quickly got out of the car. He had to ask clearly. It didn't seem right to demolish someone's house during the new year. Daoji, this is... Yao Chong asked Zhang Shu. Yuanji is here too? Huaishan's family is building a new house. These people are from the Fast Craftsman Alliance. Zhang Shua, who came first, seemed to know a lot about the situation and told Yao Chong. How did it become Huaishan's house? Yao Chong was not interested in the alliance. Property rights were more important. They bought it. The original 4.5-room house is simple and crude. They want to build it into a 2-story house. There are so many rooms. Look at this line. It extends outwards and doesn't affect the overall layout of Chongxian Market. Don't look down on this. They can add 1.5 rooms. The 2-story house is the original size of 12 rooms. I heard that the second floor can extend outwards and not block the road. Zhang Shua had already asked clearly. Yao Chong was stunned for a moment before he said, "Where did Huaishan get the money to buy and build a house? Yuanji didn't receive the new drunken crab from Heavenly Earth? There are couplets written by Huaishan on it. Heavenly Earth gave him 10 strokes. Zhang Shua was also clear about this matter. He told Yao Chong where Lu Huaishan got the money. 10 strokes to buy 4.5-room house in Chongxian Market? I'll give you 100 strokes. I'll take as many as you have. Even if I have to borrow money, I'll buy the whole Chongxian Market." Yao Chong said angrily. He did not believe that 10 strokes was not enough to rent a house for a year. Now they were buying and building. Could it be that the Kaiwan Tongbao in every stroke was not made of copper but gold? Zhang Shua knew about this. He explained, Huaishan wrote the couplet and got 10 strokes. Heavenly Earth tricked Huaishan to write it again. The sticker was a contract. The contract said that Huaishan bought the cotton candy at the door of Heavenly Earth with 10 strokes and got 5% of the profit. Heavenly Earth bought the house for Huaishan in advance. They also bought the wages and materials in advance and came to demolish the house. This is clearly giving money. Yao Chong understood everything. Then there was a trace of sour feeling in his heart, but he could not say it. How is this giving money? Writing gives you a stroke and buying shares gives you dividends. What's wrong with that? Zhang Shua said helplessly. He was also not in a good mood. But Heavenly Earth is... Yao Chong reminded. Heavenly Earth was Her Majesty's territory. Did Her Majesty know that they gave out 5% of the profit? Zhang Shua nodded to show that he understood, but said originally, Heavenly Earth did not have cotton candy. Then what is cotton candy? Can it make money? Hearing Zhang Shua, Yao Chong turned back to the car. After a while he came back with a big ball of cotton candy. This is it. Put a little sugar and make it so big. That little sugar does not cost a penny. Cotton candy is sold for 2 pennies. Yao Chong handed one to Zhang Shua. He pinched a little and threw it into his mouth. Zhang Shua pinched a little and tasted it. Sweet. Of course it's sweet. Yao Chong took another bite and found that the taste and texture were good. Li Yi finally did not take out something with 10 times the profit. Zhang Shua sighed. But making money is not slow at all. When I came there was a long line at the door of Heavenly Earth. Even if it was a penny it would be a penny profit. It was like robbing money. Yao Chong recalled the speed of making cotton candy, and the size of the line and shook his head. Then he said, so, will Her Majesty care about building a house for Huaishan? The idea has nothing to do with Her Majesty. Ask Li Yi if he still needs someone to write. Zhang Shua said as he bit the cotton candy. Chapter 240. 1212. Boom! The house completely collapsed. A group of people rushed up with various tools. Some of them even wore gloves to carry the things. The pile of things in the house was quickly reduced. The ox carts left with the things while the others continued to clean up. Where did Huaishan go? Yao Chong hid in the dust and looked around. He rented a suite at Xingdaofang Inn and moved the things there. He will come back to live when the new house is repaired. Zhang Shua gave the answer. It's close to the court. Yao Chong was envious. Across the road from Xingdaofang was the imperial city. Opposite Xingdaofang was Taichung Temple. Behind Taichung Temple was the Secretary Province. Of course, the three of them did not work in the Secretary Province. They were in charge of the Secretariat, which was now called the Crepe Myrtle Province. Yao Chong was the Crepe Myrtle Magistrate. Come to Huaishan's house often for meals in the future. Although he was not given money in the heavenly world, he was probably provided with other meals. Zhang Shua felt jealous. How could Li Yi only think of one person? Didn't he know that there were 3 prime ministers in the imperial court? In a large inn in Xingdaofang, Xiaoyun went into the rented suite to have a look. She came out with an unhappy face. This suite is not enough. Are there any other rooms? This is for Prime Minister Liu. Xiaoyun complained to the innkeeper. Master Xiao, there is no more. There is a separate courtyard. That? The innkeeper knew Xiaoyun and explained with a bitter face. Okay, courtyard. Move the things to the courtyard. Xiaoyun commanded. A group of people went downstairs and told the people waiting downstairs to move the things to another place. The person involved, Lu Huaishan, stood aside and did not say anything. His wife was calm and the child was curious. The child was puzzled. Last night, this beautiful lady came to deliver crabs, wrote something and left. This morning she brought people to help move the house. The house there was also his family. It was amazing. His family had a house in Chang'an. If his elder brother knew, he would be very happy. Fan Yonglu's family and the North's third branch also heard the news and came to watch the show. They greeted Lu Huaishan respectfully. Usually, Lu Huaishan would help those who were having a hard time. Moreover, Lu Huaishan was now the leader of the North Patriarch's third branch. Keep these pieces of furniture. Don't put them inside yet. Come on. Let's move them to the courtyard and look for new furniture. Xiaoyun instructed them to move the furniture. It turned out that Lu Huaishan did not have much furniture in his house. Logically, they should throw it away. Xiaoyun was the one who was responsible for manipulating the mood and controlling the entire banquet. Her words made people feel comfortable. She didn't care about the furniture she was going to throw away. She turned around and apologized to Lu Huaishan. Lu Xiangnu, I've already arranged a place here. The new furniture isn't suitable for me, but the courtyard is too big, so I had no choice. Lu Huaishan could only nod. There was nothing else he could say. Even if he didn't show it on his face, his impression of Li Yi in his heart had doubled. He was too sensible. What he didn't know was that Li Yi had done even worse than this in the past. Li Yi, who had slowly developed in society after being beaten up, did not have the arrogance of someone who could go against the heavens, the earth and the air. After all, there was an exchange of interests between countries. Which large company would not have a good relationship with the country they were in when they wanted to develop overseas? Behind the scenes. Now Lu Huaishan felt the impact. He had signed the agreement yesterday and stamped it today. He was enjoying the feeling of comfort when a carriage and a group of people dressed in all kinds of clothes came over. The procession stopped, and someone came over. Minister Lu, my Dongzhu invites you. Okay. Lu Huaishan saw the appearance of the person who came and followed him without a word. The procession started again. Your Majesty, Empress. Lu Huaishan saluted in the carriage. Minister Lu, are you moving? Li Longji asked while taking advantage of the good weather to bring the Empress out for a walk. Your Majesty, it's Li Yi. Last night Lu Huaishan told the truth. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed. Empress Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. Good, this is a good bribe. I've learned something new. Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about the bureaucracy in the future. Li Longji once again felt that Li Yi was good at his job. He even had the mood to bribe people. Then Lu Huaishan asked carefully. Do I need it? Minister Lu, are you feeling well? If you feel unwell, you can go to Brother Yi's place to have a look. Li Longji suddenly said something unexpected. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Lu Huaishan was touched. He now knew about Li Yi's medical skills. Lu Huaishan also knew that even if Li Yi didn't give him any gifts, without His Majesty's protection, if someone tried to cause trouble for Li Yi in the imperial court, the officials who knew his identity would still protect him. If someone fell ill, the imperial physician would make arrangements for their funeral. Zhuangzi was the last chance to save their life. It's the same for your family, Li Longji emphasized. If your family fell ill, just don't expose your identity. I'm very grateful. Lu Huaishan thanked him again. Li Longji suddenly thought of someone. Minister Lu, do you only know about Gu Ziji's situation? Li Longji thought of Wei Zhigu and asked Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan's eyes were blank. He shook his head. I don't know. Li Longji found a small rope in the carriage and pulled it. The bell outside rang. Your Majesty. Gao Lisher's voice sounded. Has something happened to Wei Zhigu recently? Li Longji asked through the carriage door. He's sick. I've ordered the imperial physician to take a look. He said it's a cold illness and has been prescribed medicine. Gao Lisher replied. Let's go to Buzhengfang. Li Longji ordered. The procession continued forward. Buzhengfang was at the bottom left corner of the imperial city. They could reach it if they walked along the southern ring road. In fact, Wei Zhigu's residence was the closest to the imperial city. His residence was north of Buzhengfang's east gate. According to the Tang dynasty's residence addendum, Attendant Wei Zhigu's residence was north of Buzhengfang's east gate. The reason why it wasn't the northeast corner was because the northeast corner was known as the corner of the northeast. It was the home of the right golden guard. He really is sick. We've already treated him so well, yet he's still depressed? Li Longji said with a frown. Lu Huaishan didn't understand what it meant, but he felt that there was something very mysterious about it. He thought about how His Majesty had asked him about his health, then asked Wei Zhigu, and then Wei Zhigu had gotten sick. Didn't that mean that he would also, or his family? Heavens! No. He hadn't lived long enough, and his family was doing well. He was about to have a new residence. As he thought about it, Lu Huaishan's face turned pale. When they arrived at Buzhengfang's residence, they heard the sound of coughing coming from inside. Lu Huaishan felt his fingers go numb, as if they had been pressed down for a long time. The procession stopped. Li Longji was about to get out of the carriage when he paused and looked at Empress Wang. Empress Wang took out a large mask and put it on, then nodded at Li Longji. Li Longji shook his head. So Empress Wang took out a pair of glasses that looked like diving goggles and put it on her head. She blinked her eyes through the glass. Li Longji nodded and got out of the carriage first. When he got out of the carriage, he turned around and reached out to take Empress Wang's hand. He half-supported Empress Wang to get out of the carriage as well. Empress Wang stuck out her belly and was very happy. Lu Huaishan looked and thought about how he also had a four-wheeled carriage that His Majesty had given him. He should find a chance to take his wife out to play and learn from them. Chapter 241. Wei Zhigu's home was much better than Lu Huaishan's. It had a front and back courtyard. Gao Lisher knocked on the door and asked, "Who is it?" Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher answered, "Open the door." Wei Zhigu's voice sounded. The door opened with a creak. They always didn't pump oil into the door. They all felt that if there wasn't any movement, the guests wouldn't be distinguished. Even if the carriage could go in, they wouldn't. Li Longji pulled Empress Wang's hand and entered. In the front courtyard, Wei Zhigu had already stood up. When he saw Li Longji, his nose twitched. He resisted the urge to cry and said, "I didn't know your Majesty and the Empress would come in person." Don't be so courteous," Li Longji hurriedly said and went to sit beside a stone table in the front courtyard. There were a total of 4 stone stools, one for each person. Gao Lisher stood. Empress Wang carefully looked at Wei Zhigu through the glass. Wei Zhigu also looked at Empress Wang, wondering what kind of fashionable dress this was. He didn't recognize it just now. "I heard that Minister Wei is unwell? What did the imperial physician say?" Li Longji felt the temperature around him. He immediately found that there was floor heating, and there were furry cushions on the stone stools. There was a copper pipe in the middle of the table. Clearly, there was a methane pool below. "It's a cold illness. I've been drinking it for the past 2 days. but I've also taken medicine sent by Celestial World, Wei Jigu said as he dug into his pocket. At home his clothes had a side pocket. He took out 2 types of medicine and introduced, one is to reduce fever, and the other is to make coughing uncomfortable. They said that it's not good and it's worse. They took me to Zhuangzi on the east side of Ba River, and said that they wouldn't let me die. Wei Jigu didn't hide it. He didn't look nervous. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that Li Yi was protecting him. Why are you still outside when you're sick? Li Longji understood. He had to stabilize Wei Jigu's position. Brother Yi seemed to value Wei Jigu. The weather is good today, so I came out to bask in the sun. The imperial physician said that he must not be exposed to the wind, but the message from heaven and earth said that he should not be exposed to too much heat or cold, and that he should be exposed to the sun when there is no wind. Wei Jigu answered again. At the same time, he gave the answer, I trust Li Yi, but I don't trust the imperial physician. Prime Minister Wei, that. I heard a cough outside just now. Empress Wang called the wrong name. Wei Jigu was no longer the prime minister. I'm much better. I had a bad cough the day before yesterday. My throat is swollen and it hurts to swallow when I eat. Today's breakfast wasn't as bad as before. Wei Jigu pretended not to hear the problem in Empress Wang's words. Jigu, the Tang dynasty can't do without you. Just like how it can't do without Huaishan. Heavenly World bought a place for Huaishan to rent, and is now demolishing it to build a new house. Li Longji said with concern as he patted Wei Jigu's hand on the table. Li Longji was not a gentle person. He believed in Li Yi. If Li Yi wanted to protect them, it proved that the 2 of them were useful. Last year, several ministers died, but Brother Yi did not say anything, nor did he do anything. This year, after the new year, he bought a house and sent medicine in advance. It was clear that he had a plan. Wei Jigu lowered his head, lifted his sleeve, and rubbed the corner of his eyes. He looked up again and smiled. The wind is strong. Why don't the Empress prepare the medicine? I'm afraid you'll pass it to me if you get sick. I have a baby in my belly, so I'm wearing protection. Empress Wang said with a smile. It should be a boy. Wei Jigu was not embarrassed. Everyone was familiar with each other, so it did not matter. Lu Huaishan stared at the medicine on the table. Jigu, is this medicine better than the imperial physicians? Why do you ask, Huaishan? You don't know whether it's good or not. Wei Jigu put the medicine back into his pocket. I don't want it. What are you afraid of? Lu Huaishan despised. Do you think I'm going to steal your medicine? I'm not afraid. Do you dare to eat it? Cough, cough, cough. Wei Jigu bickered and coughed a few times. He picked up the paper beside him and spat out phlegm. He gasped for breath and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi's medicine is too effective. I can't cough it out at the beginning of the illness. Even after taking the imperial physician's medicine, my chest still feels stuffy. Li Yi's medicine. Sigh. I heard that you have to exchange your lifespan for it? Li Longji replied. Jigu, you should be even more motivated. Brother Yi advocates irrigation and road construction, and the Ministry of Works is the most important. This subject will not disappoint your Majesty. Wei Jigu stood up and bowed. Sit down and talk. Huaishan, you two. Don't let Brother Yi's efforts go to waste. Li Longji struck while the iron was hot. Since Brother Yi has already given you benefits, I'll go along with it. Lu Huaishan stood up and bowed. This subject does not fear the wind and rain, and will die for your Majesty. At this moment he was heroic. Yao Chong was nothing. Look, did Yao Chong have the benefits that Li Yi gave him? If Li Yi doesn't like you, His Majesty won't always listen to you. Did you think that I didn't dare to handle important matters in the past because I didn't know how to? I was afraid that you would deal with me. Do you think that you're the only one capable? What do I, Lu Huaishan, lack in compared to you? Do you have enough fruits and vegetables? Li Longji asked Wei Jigu as he comforted Lu Huaishan to sit down. He didn't ask Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan had already run to the south of the imperial city to stay in the courtyard. How could he lack anything? King Song came to visit me when he found out that I was in the heavenly realm. He brought many dishes for me. Wei Jigu replied. The person he was most grateful to was Li Yi. He could see that Li Yi knew about his illness in advance and wanted to protect him. It was only after that that King Song and His Majesty came over. That's good. Jigu rests well. There's no need to rush to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji said as he stood up. With Brother Yi's help, what was there to worry about? I'll send your Majesty, Empress, and Huai Shen off, Wei Jigu said as he walked the three of them to the door. Only after the three of them boarded the carriage did he close the door and return. Sitting back in his original seat, he sighed and muttered to himself, I am indebted to Yuanji. His son used this as an excuse to fine me to bend the law. I didn't agree because I was afraid that Yuanji would take revenge. I told your Majesty, but you told Yuanji and demoted me. Today I am indebted to Li Yi. If he has any requests in the future, your Majesty, don't blame me for agreeing to his request. Let's go to Chongxian Market to take a look. Li Longji didn't know that Wei Jigu's thoughts had changed. He wanted to see how the residence that Lu Huaishan bought would be repaired. The group headed south. After 3 blocks, they would arrive at Chongxian Market. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. The house had been demolished and there wasn't a single piece of mud to be seen. At the same time, pits had been dug. There was a layer of frozen soil at the edges and hot charcoal was being baked on top. Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong didn't leave. They were very happy to see the others working. Their speed was really extraordinary and they used the tools very smoothly. It was already noon and it was time to eat. The workers ate the construction site's rice. It was all cabbage stewed with pork belly. There wasn't much meat, dried tofu stir-fried with bean sprouts, and last year's dried rapeseed boiled in the shade with some green onions thrown in. Just this thing was too good. Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo touched their conscience. If they didn't have the membership card of Celestial World, they might not have been able to eat this stewed rice. Of course, the ones they were most grateful to were King Song and His Majesty. King Song's Shuangzi was planted in greenhouses. There were many greenhouses in the hot springs in the palace. They were usually given some, and there was always a hint of green in the winter. Normally, the coolies would eat salted vegetables, drink cold water, and eat millet or sorghum rice. As expected, the workers ate with all their might. The smiles on their faces never diminished. Chapter 242. Prime Minister Yao. Prime Minister Zhang, Happy New Year. Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo looked at the craftsmen eating, and were discussing whether they should go to Heavenly Earth for a meal when Pei Yaoqing came. Happy New Year, Huanji. Zhang Shuo was younger than Yao Chong and greeted him first. He learned this from Li Yi. Happy New Year. Yao Chong nodded. Huanji, are you free today? Prime Minister Yao, to be honest, I plan to go to Zhuangzi to ask the people what work they can do. I didn't expect to receive new crabs early in the morning. The jar. Pei Yaoqing told him the reason why he came. He also saw Lu Huaishan's endorsement. He first went to Heavenly Earth and took a pile of cotton candy, then went to Lu Huaishan's house. He didn't see Lu Huaishan, but he saw the other 2 prime ministers. It was written by Huaishan. Yao Chong didn't want to say more. Zhang Shuo nodded and didn't explain. How should he say it? There was nothing wrong with saying that Li Yi asked Lu Huaishan to write and gave him benefits. The problem was that he and Yao Chong weren't invited to write. Wouldn't that be worse than Lu Huaishan? Prime Minister Lu's house was demolished? He still has to find a place to live in the winter. Pei Yaoqing observed the expressions of the two and said casually. The response he got was that no one answered him. Have the 2 of you eaten? Pei Yaoqing changed the topic. Are you going to treat him? Yao Chong said coldly. I heard that you saved a lot of money in the yamen this year. Zhang Shuo said and winked at him at the same time, hinting that he could let Prime Minister Yao use the money. Pei Yaoqing blinked. If you don't mind, I'll order a few takeaways from Heavenly Earth. He didn't want to. Why should he leave such words? Give it to Yao Chong? Dream on. I got the money with my own ability. I even took the surname Zhong's money. You can do it? At most, I'll write another 10,000 people list and guarantee that every word will be different from the previous one. Do you believe me? I was tested by a boy. Daoji, I don't care about the money in the county. Yao Chong was not going to do it. The money was in His Majesty's eyes. Who could touch it? Jingle, 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 jingle. A group of people appeared. The 3 of them saw this and ended the topic. The car in the middle stopped in front of them. Someone opened the curtains and waved, and the three of them got on. Happy New Year, Your Majesty. Happy New Year, Empress Wang. Yao Chong spoke first, deliberately using Empress Wang's surname. It meant that she was the empress. That mirror was indeed quite beautiful. Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing followed suit. This house can be torn down very quickly. Li Longji looked out of the car window. The house had been demolished. Everything had been moved away, and the foundation was being laid. King Song's engineering team has the guidance of experienced craftsmen and new tools to use. Thus, the process of transporting the waste was smooth. Zhang Shua gave a reason, and that was the truth. Professional. Empress Wang personally brewed a pot of tea and brought it over. She was like a young girl now. The frustration that had been weighing on her heart had disappeared. When her position was in danger, she still had the leisure to play shuttlecock with the palace maids and eunuchs. How great was her heart! Of course, when Li Longji was hesitant to deal with Madame Wei, she dared to take the initiative to persuade her husband to do it. This was her personality. She dared to love, hate, and risk her life. Therefore, Li Yi, who was familiar with history, asked the children to play support, beat drums, and wave flags when they went out. Li Yi felt that it would be troublesome for him to change anyone to be in charge of the imperial harem. Since there was a problem, he had to find a way to solve it. She is a professional. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He continued, I met some commoners who lack work, so I thought of making a trip to Zhuangzi. He was asking for instructions from Li Longji. I'm going to find Li Yi. Oh, I can't do anything about it. Turn yourself into a commoner. Think more, and worry more. You can't always rely on others when you encounter a problem. Li Longji didn't object but reminded, you can't think of nothing. My brother Yi is indeed someone who will answer your questions, but why? Let's discuss it. There are benefits. Chang'an has decided to buy a large amount of cement from Li family Zhuangzi. Pei Yaoqing gave his conditions. As he spoke, he looked at Yao Chong and Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua gave him a look. I just mentioned it. Don't say it. Yao Chong. I didn't agree to ask you for money. He said that if you want to involve Madame Wei, this old man will fight it out with you. Lu Huaishan looked left and right. Is there something between you two? Huanji, it's not easy for the county to save some money for the commoners. Even if it's Li family Zhuangzi, you can't pay a high price. The commoners' wealth is in your hands. Don't let them be disappointed. How could Li Longji not see this? He said to Pei Yaoqing, but in fact, he was warning the three of them not to interfere. Yao Chong glared at Zhang Shua. You're so nosy. When did I want to command Chang and county's treasury? Zhang Shua blinked. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't want it, then forget it. Have you eaten? This empress is hungry. Empress Wang tried to smooth things over. Huanji said he wants to treat. He ordered takeout from Earthly Paradise. Zhang Shua decided to eat Pei Yaoqing's food. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied. We saw that they ate well. Give each of them a portion. Li Longji chose to eat the same thing as the craftsman. He saw that the food was not bad. He also knew that the big pot of cabbage and streaky pork was more fragrant than the small pot. Gao Lisher went outside to check on the situation. When he came back, he said, King Song asked us to make the dishes clean. The kitchen is some distance away from the construction site. There won't be dust. Thus, he brought over 3 big bowls of cabbage and streaky pork, stir-fried bean sprouts with dried tofu, and vegetable egg soup. Then, he divided them into small bowls for everyone to serve themselves. Empress Wang began to take things out of the carriage. Cut marinated beef. Keep it cold. It won't spoil since it was made early in the morning. Garlic sauce. No vinegar. Who likes to eat old vinegar? There's some here. Fermented bean curd. No stinky tofu. The smell of stinky tofu is too strong. Small jar of pickled cabbage. I took it from Uncle. Stew it with the cabbage and streaky pork. This empress has a small pot here. Rice pancakes. Stew with millet and sorghum rice. It's not good for the stomach if you don't chew it well. Pancakes. Empress Wang said as she took things out. There was a lot of food in the carriage. There was also a big watermelon on the side. If she didn't eat it, she would share it with the palace maids and eunuchs when they returned at night. The food she prepared every day in the carriage could feed 20 people for half a month in case of an emergency. She changed it every day. She didn't care about money. Even if she changed it, she would give it to the palace maids and eunuchs. The carriage was big, so there was room for food. The marinated beef couldn't last for a long time. There was little ice. She didn't feel safe unless she stayed in Li Yi's Zhuangzi all day long. Even Li Longji had the same feeling. Even if he sent 3,000 winged knights to kill Li Yi, the result would be the complete annihilation of the winged knights. He didn't know why he had this kind of thought. It was inexplicable. If Brother Yi was ruthless, no matter how many people went, they would all die. He didn't have this feeling when facing Madame Wei and Princess Taiping, but he had it in Zhuangzi. Now Empress Wang took it out for everyone to eat. They would change it when they returned. Everyone added some ingredients and cooked it again. Especially after adding in the pickled cabbage, the taste was rich. They finally felt the gap between them and the craftsman. When you eat, don't forget to help Huanji think about how to find work for the people. Li Longji drank a mouthful of soup and asked for everyone's help.